雪落天际，令人各抒情。自古红颜多哭泣，泪落西菩提。英雄花间影，歌曲人影稀。谁知明日时分离，台上望真心。我歌声与君情，何日再重听？君不问去向几，天下皆足矣。英雄花间影，歌曲人影稀。谁知明日时分离，台上望真心。唱一曲别离，谁在君怀里？昨日相依，今夜又相离，各饮笑泪滴。一出悲黑兮，钟离佳人老矣。为戏幕里英雄美人在交替，笑谈千年传奇。
Talk Radio. We're going to get into today's show. Please hit the Cash App, hit the like button. Listen, listen. It's Friday night. I'm here to save your Friday night. I am here to save your Friday night. Do not go out and spend no money on no bitch. Stay inside, support the show, and rock with me tonight. I got you on tonight's show. Listen. It's Player Talk Radio. Listen, I got y'all. Give me 1 second. Let's go.
Hey, hey. I like to cha-cha, hey, in a Latin bar, yeah. With a Dominican that resembles Taíno. Yeah. I like to cha-cha, hey. I like to cha-cha, hey. With a Dominican.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
I just learned how to control my dreams, so I can kill you every time. I just call her over when I did, so I can kill her every time. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know why I do just what I do, but I know you probably do it too. How you know? Cause your people like me, boo. She got a mouth on her that really deserve awards. Ass on her, I think she mixed with a horse. And she in a Benz, she never drove in a car. Got her own money with another nigga car. I ain't never met her. If you need to tell her that I'm looking tired of waking up without a bitch in my kitchen cooking. Try to learn a bitch, but the bitch just keep playing hooky. She just want the fame, she don't know my life a fucking more. Come fuck with me, come fuck with me, come fuck with me. It be lovely, trust me, fuck with me, come fuck with me, come fuck with me. Baby lovely, trust me, come fuck with me, come fuck with me, come fuck with me. It be lovely, trust me, come fuck with me, come fuck with me, come fuck with me. It be lovely, trust me. Said your man won't treat you right, and them drugs won't treat you right. They just keep you up at night, overthinking about your life. I don't know, I don't know, I don't know exactly what you do, but I know you ain't living true. How you know? Cause you're right here with me, boo. She got a mouth on her, no teeth, I just felt the gums. Ass on her, I can't wait to meet her mom. And she killing hoes like she strapped up with a bomb. Let me rob her ex, cause the nigga did her wrong. I ain't never met her. If you need to tell her that I'm looking tired of waking up without a bitch in my kitchen cooking. Try to learn a bitch, but the bitch just keep playing hooky. She just want the fame, she don't know my life a fucking move. Come fuck with me, come fuck with me, come fuck with me. It be lovely, trust me, come fuck with me, come fuck with me, come fuck with me. It be lovely, trust me.
Player Talk Radio. Shout out to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. There you go. Please hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Happy Friday, everybody. Yeah. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. It's Player Talk Radio. We are in the building. Good to see everybody here. Shout outs to Chaka Nulu in the building. Good to see you, bro. Dang, you about to go live, man? Hey, I wish I could catch your live, man. I'm gonna have to catch the replay. If anything, you come through. I'll drop the link for you. You know what I'm saying? It's Friday. Shout outs to everybody here, man. We got so much stuff to cover. I was live last night, but it's honestly it's Saturday for me, but it's Friday for you guys. So I'm gonna make sure y'all Friday is taken care of as always. But I was supposed to go live last night, and I end up going live this morning. And I haven't gotten any sleep, by the way. I've been working tirelessly. So if you guys can please do me a huge favor and make sure today's show is supported. Okay, listen. It's gotten worse, y'all. Don't laugh at my thumbnail too. The thumbnail is they should have never gave us technology, bro. The thumbnail is hell. The thumbnail is hell. Okay. The chat GPT just don't it just they just don't want to they don't want to give me the thumbnail that I deserve for today's show. They just me anything. All right, so I'm gonna be putting up these horrible thumbnails. I'm gonna make that a thing. Some of these thumbnails are gonna be so horrible, it's good. It's so you ever ran into something that's so bad it'll do like it's good. So anyway, oh man, I played you guys the update on the last show of Coach Greg Adams going the fuck off on Andrew. We didn't really get to catch Andrew going off on Coach, but then again, towards the end of the last show, if you got caught up, Andrew was going crazy on Coach Greg Adams over with the Sartain guy. I think it's Michael Sartain or whatever. He grifted over to the red pill not too long ago. Rolo Tomasi, Myron, and I guess another guy was there or whatever. But yeah, Andrew started going the hell off, and then Coach caught wind of that. Bro. I got everything here. I just need to. Well, I don't know. I'll play it in whatever order. But anyway, I'm just giving y'all the synopsis of what y'all about to hear tonight, right? So Coach went off again on Andrew, and he basically demanded another. Well, not demanded, honestly, and I kind of gotta agree with Coach on this one. Andrew said he wanted another debate. I guess he's getting hell on his side too. Both sides are getting hell. So, um, they were trying to say, well, Coach Greg Adams was trying to say that the Manosphere canceled him. It's another little civil war sparking off with this whole thing, y'all. So Coach was trying to say, and because like I said, it was an unorthodox debate. So Coach was trying to say that the Manosphere is going off on him, and he basically got canceled from the Manosphere. That's the grift nowadays. Everybody's just talking crazy about the Manosphere while simultaneously using Manosphere talking points. Ain't that a bitch? You can't even be a real content creator because you done stole. You know what I'm saying, from a bunch of people in the Manosphere. So that's funny in and of itself. But anyway, I don't think a lot of some people are saying they are, but I don't think a lot of the Glacier men were happy at Andrew's performance. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they were happy at his at his performance. But anyway, Andrew said he wants to do another debate. And Coach Greg Adams drawed a good point. He was like, "Well, why do you want to do another debate? Usually, when you win something, you don't want to, you're not trying to debate that person again." So I guess shout outs to Cynical One. Hold on, let me finish giving y'all the shout outs. My bad. Shout outs to Country Boy. Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God. Shout outs to the Cynical One. My bad, y'all. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze as always. Um, what's going on, Andre? Hold on, guys. Let me catch up because I couldn't even see y'all comments real quick. Let me finish setting up the show real quick, y'all. But he was saying, why would you want to debate again if you won? So, I guess Andrew felt that he lost. You know what I'm saying? Or wasn't done. I mean, if or maybe he just wants to make Coach Greg Adams look like a fool. He didn't like how Coach probably handled the situation after. I don't know. But anyway, but I'm not gonna say much. We're just gonna get into the game. Give me 1 second. Let me might as well just go over it while covering it. All right. Give me 1 second. So much stuff to cover on today's show. Got Captain Tazariak going in. Um, what the hell happened? Shout outs to Dee Dee. I was on Dee Dee's live stream earlier. That shit was crazy. Um, let me do this. Let's go over this real quick first. Let's do this. Shout outs to MPR. Yeah, I know, right? Now, shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. He said that just tree earlier, UFO commented in the chat. He was saying just tree her grifting ass quote unquote exposed Andrew. I mean, there was really nothing to expose, like I said, if Coach was married to a single mother, they would have went in on him and stuff like that. But black people gonna forever give people a pass. So, unfortunately, him having kids or, whatever his shortcomings are, people ain't gonna hold that against them. Unfortunately, it's only against black people where people are gonna hold it. Also I heard Tommy yet again lost another channel on YouTube. So we got some stuff to talk about on today's show. I got you guys. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit the Cash App, Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to my brother Evron dropping the huge $2 on the Cash App off air. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, bro. I was watching it also, and I just wanted to make sure I got all the facts right. So I got you guys on today's show. UFO said that chick just tree. She used to call herself Tree of Logic back in the day. She knows who I am from back when I was a mod in Tommy's chat. These new niggas are clueless. Yeah. I didn't know she exposed him. I read what you said earlier, but we'll go look. I'll take a look. If it's worth taking a look at. But like I said, it's not gonna get used against Andrew. You know, they get endless passes. You know, you said nothing to expose. He was with Akeisha. Okay, all them niggas got jungle fever. That's not shocking. But let's go. White man always had jungle fever. What's going on, degenerate? All right, y'all hit the like button on the way in. Please support the show. You are in for a treat. Let's go. Now, this is after. Coach Greg Adams uh saw Andrew's live stream, and Andrew was calling him a dumbass. Andrew then takes that live stream down or puts it behind a paywall. Then Coach goes off. You know, Coach goes off, and then Andrew shows up on this show and goes off again. Now, this is the thing, though. Coach Greg Adams said that he would be open to do another debate with Myron. I'm gonna let you hear him say it. I mean, with Andrew. I'm gonna let you hear him say it. But he got like some special rules and stuff. And what's going on, James? He got like some special rules and stuff, and he said he was gonna bring his own mods. And then he said, and Angry Man is live, so I was gonna go over there and tell him, but I'm running a little bit late on today's show, y'all. But he said he wants Angry Man to be his mod, you know, and Fresh and Fit been ducking Angry Man, but he said, if Myron is gonna be Andrew's mod, he said he wants Angry Man to be his mod, and he was like he wanted them to do the debate, at his compound, and he was just adding a bunch of little goofy rules and stipulations and stuff like that. I don't think he's serious, but he said that they got to pay him 25K or some shit to do that. I'm like, bruh, come on now. But what I will say is this, though. I mean, and I've said it before when I've flamed, up a couple people in debates, in the space. Um, if you won, why do you want a rematch? If you won, why do you need a rematch so bad? I mean, what is there to feel embarrassed about or whatever? But then again, people, they don't know how to take in, debate content and stuff like that. So, people probably got on Andrew's ass, and was like, nah, man, you need to finish him, you know? So, pause. Damn, finish him is extra. Yeah, pause, bro. Anyway, so it's like a little civil war going on. I'm starting to see a lot of brothers backtrack and say that Coach Greg Adams won. Now that this thing has turned into a goofy little race debate, I'm starting to see a lot of guys talk crazy about the manosphere that are technically manosphere. So it turns into a whole race thing. Um, Also too, um, a lot of people are playing. They're this space haven't learned shit. A lot of people are playing sides. You know what I'm saying? They're playing sides. You know, I think the topic was dumb anyway. I think Andrew and Coach was literally saying the same thing, but they were just on two different pages. The religious thing rubbed Coach the wrong way, but I mean, they're debating, and I think he does. I think they don't. I think they were on two different pages. Honestly, that's really what I think. Coach was talking about. Coach was talking about. Uh, you know, um, the effects of marriage. He was talking about the effects of marriage and stuff like that. And divorce. He's kind of talking about it in hindsight. Yeah, I mean, if you won, why would you want a rematch? So, I just think they were on two different pages. you know. But Coach Greg Adams, you know, Coach Greg Adams, he's getting a lot of free promo, but we're gonna see. We're gonna get into it. It's Player Talk Radio. Please hit the like button, hit the Cash App. Let's try to get to our show goal today. Please support the show. Let's go. Hold on 1 second, guys. You said, was Coach more black pill in this debate? I wouldn't say he went necessarily black pilled, but like I said, the debate was really awkward because this is the thing, right? Usually, usually it's usually the white man that's usually more of the atheist, and even black people aren't used to, uh, you know, brothers being more on the atheist side. You understand what I'm saying? So, in this instance, you had a black man, that was an atheist, that is atheist or anti-religion, talking to a glacier man, a white man, that is, you know what I'm saying, that leans more towards the religious side. And I get where both are coming from, Andrew was kind of talking more to the effect that, you damn near, need religion and, to bring back shame and some type of order and stuff like that. And there's some truth to that. You, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give you some game, like I always do, y'all. Please support the show, y'all. Um, you want to make sure your wife or your girlfriend or whoever you choosing to marry or have a long term relationship with, you want to at least make sure she's somewhat God fearing. Like she fears something. You know, um, you know, um, not necessarily religious, but like that extra layer of fear. And it's not like bad fear, like oh my god. It's like a healthy dose of fear, a healthy dose of fear. You know, that will stop her from doing a lot of shit. That will kind of snap her out of it. She'll have some type of moral conscience and stuff like that. Because there's a lot of shit. If you think about it, people don't fear, especially in the black community and shit like that. We're laughing about it on the last show. Motherfuckers don't even fear the damn police, but they want the police to protect them and shit like that. There's a lot of things people don't fear. At least you got somewhat. Your woman has a little bit of morals because she somewhat fears something. You know what I'm saying? Or fear, not somebody, but anyway, y'all know what I'm talking about, religious wise, or she has a concept of shame and stuff like that. A lot of times, that shit ain't gonna start with you, So, you know, at least at some point you can look at her and be like, "Yo, take that up with the Lord." Shout outs to you, James. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate you as always. Yeah, it was a pretty long debate. That's why I wanted to give you a brief breakdown. You know, because they were debating about marriage. So Andrew was debating about marriage and religion, that he's for marriage and stuff like that. But basically, if it's backed up by religion, Coach Greg Adams, he's anti-married and anti-marriage because he on a tangent. He been through a crazy divorce. So he out. What the host say? I'm outside. He outside. So is what it is. You dig? You said, "What up, Kuda?" Shout outs to DJ Seth. Good to see you. You said, "I watched the debate. I think CGA coached him, bro. He wasn't getting it, so coach gonna teach him." Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting back and forth. This is definitely gonna be an interesting back and forth. Again, I don't think they're gonna do a second debate though, and I'll show you why. I'll show you guys why. I'm gonna show you guys what coach said. Getting you guys up to date. I got y'all. Shout outs to and one play five in the building. Good to see you, man. Happy Friday to everybody. Please hit the like button on the way in. Definitely please support the show. Let me give y'all the game too. Cause this is kind of what I mean about, your lady or whoever you date has to have a healthy dose of fear of something. The Bible also brings structure. You understand what I'm saying? The Bible also brings structure, you know? So not only do your woman has to have a healthy dose of fear or whatever, she has to be comfortable with some type of structure. Sadly in the West, if you want to call it freedom, people are so free. They're free to try to or try to fight or believe that they're living a life without any type of structure. You understand what I'm saying? And that causes them to rebel against order. Men, honestly, when we rebel against order, because we're the bringers of order to a certain degree, when we rebel against order, it's because we understand that we can't just do anything. We're kind of like a rebel with a cause, you know but we understand that we can't just do anything, because guess what, you go to jail. Guess what, we tussling. Guess what, we fighting. Guess what, this is happening. Guess what, you get shot. Guess what, gang war. Guess what, something always happens. We're always accountable for something. Women, children, and all these, unless you discipline your kids, women and children and stuff like that, to a certain degree, they don't really get held accountable, you know? So, their spat with structure is not going to be realistic. Their spat with structure is not going to, you know, uh, basically, you want to make sure she has some type of structure. It don't necessarily got to be through you, but religion will make it a lot more easier. Okay. And the crazy part is that you got Myron right beside him, and Myron promotes the same promiscuity with the models that he brings on. You know, um, I saw the other day that somebody was asking Myron about some Sudanese lady. I don't know if he got a Sudanese girlfriend now, but he can get and talk to cooperative women in his in his from his country. So hey, degenerate says agnostic here. I don't know if I can actually or would actually atheist women, because sometimes some come across because some of them come across as pretentious goofballs. Um, I don't know. I mean, there's a there's I mean, I know a couple of guys that are Christians that will probably date a atheist woman. Atheist people don't have a hard time dating. They probably have a hard time taking people seriously that they date. But a lot of religious people will still date atheist people because sometimes they want to have a discussion with them. They definitely want to convert certain people over to their religion. So sometimes if you guys are respectful, the conversations might be lit. But this is what I'm saying too. I know some atheist people that do date religious people, but they're respectful. You know, but to a certain degree, if one of you guys disrespect each other, um, one of y'all are gonna fuck around and figure out one of y'all can't take the other one serious. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's the atheist or the Christian. He said, I've never been a serious CGA fan, but I know bullshit when I see it. All right, let's go. Please support the show, guys. Dang, her shit came up already. Ah, hold on, guys. All right, doing a little bit of research in the background to give you guys a better show today. So, Just Tree and Andrew already debated. That's why she's interested in it. She clout chases. So she been on his ass. Look at that. She got endless shows about Andrew. God damn, she obsessed. All right, let's get back into it. Shout outs to UFO. Hey, I'm gonna talk about that because a lot of that is true. All right, a lot of that is true. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Please do me a favor. Listen, it is the month of November. It is the month of November. And guess what? We got a huge sale going on over at hempforfitness.com. The comment that's always pinned in the top of the chat. There's a huge sale going on at hempforfitness.com. Buy one, get one free. Also, subscribe to LT Man's channel. You'll get a special gift from him. Just make sure you mention it. But if you head over to hempforfitness.com, You can buy one get one free or to equal or lesser value. Okay. Also, too, um, if you mention DJ Kuda, you get two free gifts. You know, Happy Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas, and you get an extra 10% off. And again, if you mention that you are subscribed to LT Man, he gonna check. If you are subscribed to LT Man, you will get another gift on top of that. All right. So listen, you can't listen this holiday season. You can't beat it with a wiffle bat. All right. You can't beat that with a goddamn wiffle bat. All right. Get your hands on some of these hemp gummy rings. You know, get your listen. Head over to hempforfitness.com. Trust me. You definitely want to take advantage of this sale. All right. Also, too, um, make sure you guys hit the like button, support the show. I got a great show lined up for you guys today. Make sure you guys share the show. Let's get some more viewers and subscribers in the I'm gonna definitely start getting a little bit more strict with the channel. Let's get it. It's player talk. Let's go. I mean, a lot of those guys get married anyway, and it's not necessarily to control, but it's also to hold what did I just told y'all earlier, a standard. So it don't matter if you believe in God or not. You can still want to get married. Why? Because the confines of a marriage, hey, we're together legally. You understand what I'm saying? Is supposed to bring structure. You know, I may not know how to draw no boundaries, or I may not personally tell you, hey, I don't want you doing this or want you doing that. But guess what? If we're married and it's in the ink and it says, hey, because remember, marriage is still under a contract. Okay. That doesn't mean, oh, well, you're not religious. What's being married to, No, you can still get married. Yeah, I don't know who this guy is, the other guy. And depending on where the woman is at or position in the church, that could be a good or bad thing, because I'm not gonna say it's isolated, but some of the worst women your woman could be around is some of them church women. Fuck around, be sleeping with the pastor too. Let's go. You said sound is muted on the video. Give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go out and come back in. Let's start to do this thing real quick. Give me 1 second. Be right back. Go out and come back in. Hold up. All right. Give me 1 second.
The best outcomes to mitigate disaster. It's very clear that since Orthodox marriage, 9% divorce, Catholic marriage is, I've seen it as low as 18%, depending on the Pew study, as high as 21 or 23%. It's still your best bet out of all of them. And if you agree, and Coach Dipshit did, that marriage has all sorts of benefits for men, and you want to engage in those benefits, then don't you want to go for the thing that mitigates the most amount of risk? Answer, yes. Simple. His audience, and I'm just going to point this out to all of you who might be here right now, who are Coach Dipshit's audience. That guy is one of the dumbest fuck people that I have ever sat across from and debated, bar none. And I have no expectation that anybody who's following him is any different.
Damn.
I did a debate analysis commentary video a couple of days ago.
Hold on.
And this was of the Digital Social Hour podcast that hosted the two men that we're going to speak about here today. One being Coach Greg Adams and the other being Andrew Wilson. Now, their debate was, is marriage worth it? Coach Greg Adams is on the side of no, it is not worth it, whereas Andrew Wilson is on the side of yes, it is worth it. The debate itself was about 2 hours in length. We only went over about 20 or so minutes of it. I'll leave a link to this video down in the description box down below. It was a very popular video, and I think that you guys really appreciated the breakdown of their two different arguments, albeit diametrically opposed arguments. Nevertheless, I have not seen much of a response from Coach Greg Adams in terms of how he felt that he fared during the debate, but I have seen a response a couple of minutes ago of Andrew Wilson, and Andrew Wilson is absolutely popping off, and he apparently is very angry at the totality of the debate, and specifically Coach Greg Adams' intelligence during the debate. So I want to go over his comments and continue to break this down. Without further ado,
the Super Chats basically focus on one thing. They want to talk shit about you and CGA. So here's a question for Andrew. Big reason why the red pill doesn't give prescriptions is because we would feel morally responsible. And then this is continued. Is the church willing to take responsibility for the men who fail 10% of the time? Things like help him get a new wife, financially, etc. If the church had a MOA, like Mike's MOA, to help, most dudes would marry.
Yeah, this question is so easily answered. Yes, of course. Men find solace in the church and the community of the church, and they help them through all sorts of moral crisis and financial crisis. Why is this news to you, chatter? Are you fucking stupid? This has been ongoing from the community of the church since the dawn of time. The entirety of the church is designed to assist you through crisis. What are you talking about?
Got another one here.
Will they take responsibility? They're the only ones who take responsibility. You know what red pillars don't do? They don't take responsibility for the mass promiscuity that they promote, like Coach CG Dumbass, who put out a tweet saying...
Well, Myron promotes it also, like I said before. And also, believe it or not, you got a lot of guys running from structure too. So let's go.
Go ahead and hook. How's that kind of degeneracy going to help us win the culture war here? How's that kind of degeneracy going to bring down the same single moms who says not to marry? How's that going to help that? It's not. How's it going to help with male STDs? It's not. How's it going to help men not commit to it? It's not going to do any of those things. The guy is fucking stupid, and you people who talk like... It's like you can't follow a debate.
Oh, but they got you on this one. Are non-state recognized unions subject to the family court? Does palimony exist? If the answers to any of these questions is yes, then Andrew was factually wrong when debating CGA.
No, not only was I not factually wrong, I pointed out that there was only certain states where that was correct. It was pulled up in fact check, and I was right. Because I'm always right.
Andrew made an absolute claim that non-state recognized unions can't end up in family court, aka divorce court. Also, he has a marriage contract himself.
Yes, but so do you think, like, for instance, out of all the men who are in here, I probably have the most robust belly. But do you think that if I point out that another guy is fat, that means because I also am fat, that I can't point that out? It doesn't matter if I have a marriage contract. I can still point out flaws in marriage contracts as no bearing whatsoever on an argument.
Yeah.
You, chatter, are fucking stupid. And much like Coach Dipshit can't follow a coherent argument. Just
All right, so going into the, you guys can see that Andrew basically talking spicy, like I said on the last show. No respect for Coach Greg Adams, you know. And Coach Greg Adams said he was going to lower his fee to $25,000, which I'm sure nobody's going to pay that. But he said if Andrew keeps calling him, stupid, he going to up it back to 50.
Follow the argument. Ask him. The argument was simple. The argument that I was making is if you're inclined to get married, right? Remember the topic is marriage in the West, not divorce in the West. If you're inclined to be married, which...
See, and that's what I think. I think Coach was talking about divorce. You know what I'm saying? There he go. Man, we were looking for you on the last show. Shout outs to Insane One in the building. Shout outs to the Sane One. That's insane. One more time, in the building. Let's get it. Shout outs to Insane One in the building. Good to see you, bro. Man, I wanna I was thinking about covering a show a minute ago because I wanted to get your opinion on something. Insane One, you know, about what's going on in the Caribbean. You know, there's a whole Jamaican versus FBA thing going on in the It's a long story. I think you already heard of it, but you know, the Jamaicans ain't playing with the they ain't playing with the Americans in the Caribbean, y'all. You know, that hurricane hit Jamaica, and you know, you got a lot of tourists that chose to stay and got mad because they don't have amenities and people serving them and stuff. So there's a lot of stuff going on. We're gonna talk about it. Let's cover this topic, and then I got you guys. Player Talk Radio. You said no, I'm not aware. Oh man, yeah, I want to get your thoughts on it too. You know, but let's go.
Form of marriage is going to give you the best outcomes to mitigate disaster. It's very clear that since Orthodox marriage, 9% divorce, Catholic marriage is, I've seen it as low as 18%, depending on the Pew study, as high as 21 or 23%. It's still your best bet out of all of them.
Shout out to everybody over on Rumble. Let's get it.
And if you agree, and Coach Dipsh did, that marriage has all sorts of benefits for men, and you want to engage in those benefits, then don't you want to go for the thing that mitigates the most amount of risk? Answer, yes. Simple. His audience, and I'm just going to point this out to all of you who might be here right now, who are Coach Dipsh's audience. That guy is one of the dumbest fuck people that I have ever
in the building
sat across from and debated, bar none. And I have no expectation that anybody who's following him is any different.
Damn.
Just want to point that out.
Boom, boom. Let's back this up for a quick second because Andrew Wilson said a lot right there. Quick emergency meeting. I was recently searching for my name online, selling your information. The theft alerts, day and age, and you should into some of the talking points is that they were arguing different things. Andrew was arguing from the idea of, is marriage worth it? And at a macroeconomical level, it is, as it can solve some of the issues that he outlined in the initial debate. And if you are to choose to get married, don't do it if you're just a secularist, right? Like if you don't believe in God, that makes no sense if you're just doing it in order to get married from the state. And if you do it in order to lower your risk, either she's Orthodox or she's Catholic, because those show the lowest divorce rates. Whereas CGA is saying is like, listen, as a man, why would you introduce yourself to any risk whatsoever? No, it's not.
I mean, religion helps it, but to a certain degree. I mean, you know, like I said, a lot of people are free. Well, they're not free. I mean, well, they are, but they're not, if that makes sense. I'm for if you're using marriage to a certain degree as a you know as a pillar of stability. I'm for that. You know, I'm for that. I agree if a guy says, hey, you know, I just wanted to add an extra layer of you did I just wanted to add an extra layer of you know, stability, you know, stable, you know, structure. You know, I agree with marriage for structure too, but then to a certain degree there got to be a little bit of control there, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, that will go to shit, but let's go.
Not worth it. No, we can't change or move the needle. No, it's not going to get better for men. The ship is already sinking, so bump marriage. How about I just maximize my roster and then maybe on occasion I might pay for a or two. I don't think that CGA is stupid. I just don't think that he cares about the larger picture. And
hold on. Look, when we said black men was toast, you didn't agree with it, D Chicago. I told you, and the niggas, that's the problem now.
He has more of a defeatist mindset because of that. So he's more focused on self-preservation. And some people will conclude that, hey, that's just a selfish way of thinking. And I don't think he would disagree.
Apparently, white people are cooked too. Remember, I told y'all when glacier people start becoming super religious, you know something wrong, because they usually the atheists.
Agree with you. But he would probably also put into that, well, it's selfish dependent upon the things that I can change. Control the controllable.
Oh, we all tried that, man.
Right? If I can change my loved one's life, my family member's life, I'm going to do everything in my power to put myself in a position to be able to do that.
Come on, slide over. Come on in the boat, D Chicago.
All this other shit, there are billionaires up at top that are like puppet masters controlling the shit. And you only got like 20 or so years left on this planet. So why the hell, well, depending upon your age, right? And God.
Happy please hit the like button, support the show.
Really, right? But so why the hell would you waste your bated breath in trying to change this matrix or this system that is set out to be against you. Andrew thinks that there is a solution to all of this malarkey. If you don't agree with him, then you might call it a hope strategy, whereas CGA scoffs at this mindset and focuses on solving what he thinks that he can. But the question that I want to open up to my audience, and I want to see you guys' comments down in the comment section, is that if all of the men followed Andrew's prescription versus all of the men followed CGA's prescription, what would be the better society? Which one would be the better? Would society begin to crumble?
I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna say Andrew, because buying hoes ain't the solution, and it ain't for everybody. And plus, bad enough you got a lot of these frauds in the game. We don't need no more, man.
If you followed CGA's prescription, or is it that if we all individually cared about ourselves individually, over time, would it get better in the long haul? I absolutely have my thoughts about it, but I want to hear what you guys think. By the way, CGA did write this in the comment section of the video that I commentated over, and let's go over this just to add a little bit more of his insights into it. He says, people want solutions to problems I did not create. Save yourself. Traditional marriage is not coming back. It was never meant to be glorified. The debate was not about solving the issue. The original title was, Is Marriage Good for Men? Okay, that's slightly different than Is Marriage Worth It? It wasn't how to fix marriage in America. I was never on the show to solve your goofy issues. You solve it. Free agent. What does it say? Free agent lifestyle for life. I appreciate him commenting on this because it gives us more insight into the way that he thinks about this, right? So based off of the arguments that we heard in the video, do you guys think that he proved his point? Is marriage good for men? Also, too, Andrew Wilson is talking extremely spicy in this video with his boys. The thing is that I didn't see the entire debate, so I don't know whether or not, like, it got even more disrespectful towards each other. From the portion that I did see, they was definitely, throwing some things at each other. It seems like CGA was doing it a lot more, but I do think that the name calling that he's doing after the stream it's not valuable. And it's a damn shame too, because if there wasn't a degree of bad blood here, I'd love to be able to see more of them be able to go in, because at the end of the day, the difference of ideas of intelligent people benefits the audience watching. Now in this next section, Andrew Wilson clarifies some of his points around the type of men that should get married, and he addresses secularists as well as agnostic people, which I believe Coach Greg Adams is. So let's watch.
The idea is, well, that's some possible future. It's like, no, that's right now. Right this second, the Orthodox and Catholic churches are keeping families together by doing this, by having the social ecclesiastical authority to help govern people's marriages. And they do a good job. And the thing is if the women are involved heavily in the church, that becomes part of their social circle. And you know as well as I do that most women are the sum of their social circle, just like men are. And divorce as a social contagion, right? And leaving your man, social contagion often.
Now, I got to kind of give Andrew some credit, though, because I didn't know that Gen Z is as religious as they are. Gen Z is actually pretty religious. Come to find out, And when Play 5 said, I'm tired of this nigga relying on the Pope for coochie. Hey, listen. I mean, I get that gut. You know how you get that gut feeling where it's like, ugh, here this man go again with this religious shit. But we got to understand too, I mean, obviously he talking to us too, we up there in age, we can still get married and make something shake, but the younger generation, y'all, they're pretty religious, so he might be talking to them for real, because, we know better. You know what I'm saying? I don't like to get religion shoved down my throat also. Pause. But the younger generation, in a weird way, I don't know what the hell happened, but in a weird way, they're more religious. Maybe the churches are more hip. I remember one time, I was working in Georgetown, and this sister came into my job, baddie, and she wanted to buy some wine and stuff like that, and she was like really popping shit at me, and I'm like, man, I got my uniform on and everything. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm handsome, but she like overly paying the ransom. You know what I'm saying? Like she flirting with me and stuff like that. We went to go get lunch together and stuff like that. And you know what I'm saying? She said, I want you to come with me to this place real quick and blah, blah, blah. You know, when you get off of work and whoop-de-whoop. Thick. She was thick as hell too, man. That ass though. You know how black people, But she was thick as hell. And she had a cute face. Man, this is just a horrible story how DJ Kuda chased Coochie in the church house, bro. I should have burnt up in that doorway. Man. She told me to follow her and meet her at this place after I got off of work. Whole time it was a damn church. And I'm like, oh man, I got suckered into going to church, man. And the pastor, he was a young white dude, he dressed up. He kind of, he was a young dude, but like he dressed in a suit and everything, but it was like multicolored, his clothes fit and stuff like that. He was just hip. And I'm like, oh shoot, dang, it's not like she sent me to, it's not like she brought me to like a church and the pastors and stuff is old and stuff like that. A lot of us haven't been to church in a long time, so we have like this old, or the churches that we go to is like full of old people, so we think that the church got this like old people mentality. No, some of these churches are hip. They're hip. Now I laugh at it because I'm a DJ and I'm so much in love with music, and I'm pretty sure there's some fire tracks, but I'm sorry, I laugh at it and I won't listen to it like that. They got gospel trap. They got gospel trap. They got trap gospel, and it's like, bruh, if you don't turn that stupid shit off, they got gospel trap. So some of these people are trapping for Jesus, y'all. They trapping for the Lord, and they low key spitting, I don't know. It's just goofy, I'm probably gonna laugh at you if you listen to that shit, but let's go.
If you're around a woman who's divorced, what happens? She starts telling the other women,
absolutely,
get divorced.
It's literally cancer.
It's cancer. Yeah, it's a social contagion. So the churches, right this second, the traditional churches are assisting men with this. And if it's the case that you want to get married right now, there's nothing valuable about secular marriage. It's totally garbage. It's always been trash, and it was always going to lead to this. Marriage to me only is religious.
Yeah, I agree.
And so if that's the case, we're talking about marriage, that it's a religious institution. The religious institutions ought to be what's governing it. And when they do, man, the outcomes are better. Now, how does that affect secularists? The idea here, Andrew, okay, what about all the secularists? Well, secularists shouldn't get married. What is the value of getting married if you're a secular? It's a religious institution. What are you even doing getting married? It's worthless to most of them, and that will put them in a terrible position.
And that's why gays.
But let me ask you, if you had to get married right now today, right this second, and it was blind, you just had and all you knew was this, that you could pick between a secular woman, a Catholic woman, or an Orthodox woman. Those were your three choices, okay? And you were going to be stuck with them forever,
Catholic,
right? And you didn't want them to cheat. What would you pick?
Who's hottest?
For a long-term marriage, I'd go with or the more religious woman, the Orthodox.
Yes, the Orthodox or the Catholic, of course, right? So then the idea, so what we've just established is very simple then. The idea is if you're going to get married right now and you want a prescription right now, Myron just told you that the only prescription is going to be that you're married to a woman who's heavily religious in a heavily religious institution. You are too, or don't do it. And that was what the debate with CGA was.
Yeah.
And what he didn't understand because he couldn't shut the fuck up long enough to hear what the argument was.
This is why I love hearing debates of people who have challenged the status quo in thought, especially if they take a look at the results within people's life and shit. I go over all the time family court cases, and we see these men get their shirts taken, but there's going to be some things that are inherently way more risky than others. If you're a marriage-minded man and don't consider the potential outcome of divorce, right? Because you sign your name on any dotted line, you should always consider the exit plan or the exit strategy, right? Going in there without prenup, what have you. But if you take a...
I mean, and I've been saying this the whole time, just don't get married. Now again, I gotta take, put myself in a zillennial shoes. Like I said, a lot of them are they're religious. Crazily enough. And guess what people that believe in religion want to do? Get married. So I can't negate, the amount of, zillennials that's probably out here that's I wouldn't necessarily actively say looking for a wife, but some of them are actively looking for a wife. Remember, they're getting into their 30s now. So some of them might be actively looking for a wife.
Look at those numbers of secularists versus those of the religions that they call out, right? Our Orthodox, Catholic, right? If you don't have a proper risk assessment of these things and you just going into these relationships in love with rose-colored glasses, then you can end up on the wrong side of the family court system. Previous to content on the internet like this, it's been taboo to even consider that, oh shit, I am getting married to the government as well, right? Oh shit, it is a marriage contract that. And we can all see those negative consequences when looking at the inadequacies within the family court system. But again, this is why I think it'd be great to see minds like this debating and not at odds with each other. The last thing I wanted to go over is actually drop the community chat post of who you guys thought fared better in the conversation between them. And the results showed about 80% thought that Andrew Wilson won. Let's go through some of these top comments.
Damn.
D Strong says this wasn't a real debate and there was really nothing.
Yeah, a lot of people, I mean, now they're changing their tone, but a lot of people were saying that coach lost.
Nothing gained here, but based on the debate was supposed to be about, it was over in the first 5 minutes because they both agreed that marriage is good and divorce is bad. Yeah, it seems like they agreed on most things, but again, when you get that platform versus platform, right, they start nibbing and jabbing at each other, then, the conversation can go a bunch of other places. They started arguing other stuff that wasn't the original premise. CGA didn't provide enough counter arguments to what Andrew stated. He was just dismissive and called everything Andrew said make-believe. It looks like CGA started arguing against religion at a certain point and not against marriage. He was also arguing against divorce more than marriage. Andrew was dismissive as well and mischaracterized CJ's position several times. Andrew had a better debate performance, no surprise, and so by default he wins. I think CGA did.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying that CGA could have done a better job.
I think CGA loses by disqualification. Kenneth follows up. I really do support Coach more than Andrew, but it is what it is. Andrew won the debate. Greg lost badly. He even started to use the black woman's defense. You can't tell me anything because you are what? My man here put that shit in quotes. I don't think that he actually said that. What he said was something cheeky to the extent of, oh, we're going to get the answer to the black community's problems from Andrew Wilson, right? He didn't say it explicitly.
See, this is why you got to listen to the whole debate. MTR, which I think he did, but he's saying that he didn't, because that's exactly what happened.
He didn't say it explicitly, but I can understand how it could be inferred. All right, but don't you put quotes on something that he didn't.
Andrew was sitting up there giving out the prescription for the black community and stuff like that. And it's like, and I'm not gonna lie, Coach Greg Adams was right about that. He was like, bro, better men than you have tried. Which is true. And even I said during the debate that it's crazy because the problems and the stuff that the white man put on the black community, if he was stuck in that situation, he wouldn't know how to navigate it. He wouldn't know how to, the white man wouldn't even know how to get out of the limbo and stuff that got put on the black community or that happens to be on the black community. So it was actually pretty interesting.
Say Andrew, but it wasn't even close. Whomever thought CGA lost wasn't being objective. The near amount of times Andrew went personal, attack dog was staggering.
That's crazy, D Chicago.
And way out of character.
Shout outs to Insane One, man. If you're gonna pull an all-nighter, I'm rocking with you, bro. Let's go.
Here's the thing. I think in the assessment of who won versus right, like we all have to come in the understanding and the logical flowing of what was the original debate topic. But I think due to the moderator being way more relaxed, they went in a bunch of different ways and the debate wasn't held like a...
So Coach says that he wants either Myron's going to be Andrew's, if they do another debate and Myron's going to be Andrew's moderator, he wants Angry Man to be his moderator. And he said he's going to bring his own moderator. Well, I'll let him tell it. Give me one
traditional debate. But nevertheless, at the end of the day, right? You don't want to see bright minds like this at odds with each other, especially when they all have so much.
Speak for yourself. These niggas want to see that. They ain't got nothing better to do. They don't even care about the damn topic.
In the realm of information to contribute, because again, and I said this previously, is that the audience wins within the content, within the space. Everybody is providing information to men to help.
Actually, the audience loses because it could have been a bigger teaching moment. And people could have got more game out of it, and it could have saved or prevented a lot of marriages.
Them think smarter, more intelligently about information in real life as it is presented to them. So I can only hope that maybe they're doing this a little bit for content and that there's no actual bad blood between them and they saucing it up for a part 2. Because a debate part 2, I think would be tremendous. Let me know what you guys think about that down in the comment box.
Yeah, well, people know and it'll break the internet, but the thing is that Coach is asking for a ridiculous amount. Let me show y'all. Get y'all hip to what's going on. Up to date with the information. Please support my occupation. It's Player Talk Radio. Please support the show. Let's go. Let's get it.
All right, but I had a live stream last night. Thousands and thousands of viewers on this live stream, in fact. And apparently, while I was on the live stream, there was another live stream going on at the same time. But at the same time, my live stream had more viewers, and I was just in a sweatshirt. But I do have to report some sad news, and this is sad for the people who've been supporting the Red Pill and the Manosphere for a long time. You guys know I've been associated with this particular group. Apparently, last night, I was canceled by the Manosphere leadership. Right here in Las Vegas. Oh man, and I was like 20 minutes drive, maybe 30 minutes drive away. And people they were reporting to me right during my stream last night with more viewers that they were over there canceling me. All right, they were over there going in on your boy. I hadn't had time because I had a JUCO right after my stream, and then I went to sleep and I woke up, kicked her out, and she was 21 years old, but she went home. She had to go to school. She got tired of a thumb up her butt, but apparently I had
Oh my God. Yeah, these guys be overdoing it. All right, let's go.
Have been canceled by a group of people that were basically giving therapy to a guy that supposedly won a debate. All right, it was a therapeutic moment, and they were trying to big up the guy.
Well, you got to understand this. If you chasing marriage and you're religious and you're a Gen Zer or maybe even a millennial, remember, you know, you didn't have to go outside for your friends to be like, hey, bro, you're being a bit of a cuck. Hey, bro, don't do this. Hey, bro, don't do that. Stop. Don't do that. This is not good. Blah, blah, blah. You know, you didn't have to go outside. You didn't have to go outside. You could have stayed right in the house. So even if you're the biggest simp on the planet, you can hone and protect it as much as you want. Shit, a lot of these cats don't got real friends anyway. Well, why you think they making AI? AI is supposed to be these niggas' friends. AI gonna try to sell you some shit. You niggas ain't got no real friends. AI literally creates that imaginary friend in your head that you've always wanted as a kid, to a certain degree. All right, pay attention, y'all, and support the show.
He had lost his mojo, and they were trying to big him up. You know, it was a 5-against-1 tag team championship match. Typically, what happens in the manosphere is somebody they don't like, and they try to take them out individually. They can't, so they got to team up together and form an Avengers group or a collective or a Marvels association, and then they got to get on there, and then they got to go 5-on-1. You know what I mean? 6-on-1. I mean, this has happened before with CGA, and it's not turned out well. Right, it's not turned out well. So he couldn't take me out alone. So they get together and right, they get together and somehow they got to get together. Yeah, Thanos is here. I told you CGA is Thanos. You know what I mean?
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me.
Back to me. Where did that bring you? You cannot live with your failures. Where did that bring you? Back to me. All right, Thanos is in the building, and shout out to the Angry Man. All right, and some people have done I haven't had a chance to see all the reviews, and believe you me, there's still more reviews to come. This has been the best free marketing plan of CGA, the After Pill, the Villain Arc CGA, Hollywood CGA. This has been, guys, the timing could not have been better for this particular event to happen. You guys know, if you've been watching me, I've been on that pivot. All right, I've been out here trying to find one.
And the crazy part is that I think Andrew probably, I'm not even going to say probably, I'm pretty sure he lost some subscribers. I'm pretty sure he lost some subscribers too throughout this ordeal, because believe it or not, there's a lot of brothers that do want to give up the religion side of the game and just needed a green light to say F it. You know what I'm saying? There is a bunch of brothers that's like, Coach Greg Adams kind of got more entertainment and, you know, a more effort mentality going on, you know. So I'm pretty sure. I mean, I think there's these type of guys that watch the debate also. You got guys on the black side canceling Coach Greg Adams, say he didn't do too much of a good job and let the white boy do this and the white boy do that and shit. And then I'm pretty sure you got, you know, Glacier people on Andrew's side, like, you know, yeah, you know, he didn't do a good job. And then let's just keep it a thou wow. Zillennial or not, if you're religious and stuff like that, you still get looked at as a lame. you still get looked at as a lame, but it is interesting to see how many people are actually religious in today's climate. You know what I'm saying? But I guess if you grew up with Instagram and a whole bunch of ass shaking and stuff like that, you'd probably go run and seek God in your younger years also, because it's like, ain't really nothing out here. It's sad. Let's go.
Another to create, the villain arc CGA. Hollywood. Hollywood CGA. All right. You guys knew, if you've been watching me, I know the new viewers and the people who forgot about me, you guys see the kerfuffle that happened. A guy that supposedly won has not released any clips. No evidence that he.
And I ain't gonna lie, Coach going in on his attire, the chain smoking and stuff like that, kind of give, whether Coach lost or not, it kind of gave what he was saying validity on the on the representation of the space. And then also too, even though she be frying people up too and stay out the way and do her thing, Andrew's wife really isn't the representation of the type of woman that they tell guys to go after. So I'm pretty sure somebody gonna find a contradiction there. And I will say this too. I will add this on too. Kind of the same thing I said with Devin and Donovan Sharp. If you accepting your lady and she got all them kids and and it's funny because his girl got a couple of baby daddies and stuff like that. I didn't know it was that bad. I think she got like 2 babies. So I don't know how Andrew fits into that situation. I think they got their kids also, but what I was saying is that if a woman coming in the gate and in the door with all of that baggage and kids and shit like that, the least she could do is shut the hell up and let the man leave, that she's interested in. So, what I'm saying, one could bring up that situation and say, oh, well, she came in the relationship with baggage, so the cooperation that Andrew's getting is probably out of desperation and not, not legit, Some dude that can't even get a woman to cooperate with his ass will probably bring up that as some subject. And I don't know, it might gain legs, y'all.
Beat me. Not yet. All right. That's not been one clip released by his camp. He deleted the live stream off his channel. He supposedly won a debate. If you won a debate, you would have clips and proof of you winning, for the short attention span niggas. All right. Not one clip. All right. Not one clip, not one short of him cooking me. Not one. But Hollywood CGA is here. All right. And I've been freed. All right. I have been freed from the grips of the manosphere. All right. Thank God. I graciously accept this award. Move out of the way. Give me that award. I don't want to be a part of it. Cancel me. All right. Thank you. Okay. Yes, this is a great moment, man. I've been waiting for this. The leadership of the manosphere has canceled me, and my viewership is up. Look at us. We had 1,000 live viewers in the first 10 minutes. They didn't even have 1,000 live viewers in the whole canceling stream. Okay. I am the enemy of the state. Yes, indeed. I have all these titles. It is the Exodus. We are in the Exodus in 2026. You don't have to come, but I'm not taking the whole manosphere with me. But what is the manosphere without me? All right. You have to ask yourself that. Yes. I graciously accept this award. This is a great award. You guys realize this opens up so much content for me. I'm free to talk about anything that I want. Okay. I'm free to talk about anything that I want. You can't keep me to manosphere subject matter. Why are you talking about this? I have now been free. Yes, indeed. Dark side. We're here. Trick season. Hey, millionaire tricks. The millionaire tricks. We tricking.
Yeah, that's not something you really want to run behind, you know. And this is the thing. Black men always run behind tricking. And like there's so many goofies in the tricking spaces that tricking within like come January, the tricking trend is gonna be gone. So it's like why align your brand with that? Like this hasn't been a ongoing topic in the space for the longest time. You know, being a card carrying trick is crazy. What's going on, Coffee? Good to see you, player. Good to see you, man.
Oh, yes. All right. We are free agents. This has been the best free marketing campaign I could ever imagine. In fact, we're for CGA be free. CGA be free. Yo, this is going to be the best CGA you've ever seen. You will not see a better CGA than the CGA that you have ever seen since I've been canceled by the manosphere. It ain't so. Well, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. What am I going to do without the manosphere? Now, some people say they leave the manosphere. I didn't leave. They canceled me. So it wasn't my fault. Don't be mad at me that they canceled me. I was trying to help.
I mean, who is they? I mean, but then again, there was people in Coach Greg Adams' chat saying, yo, Coach, I like you. And I rock with you, but you lost to Andrew. You know what I'm saying? So that, you know, that will hurt a nigga, you know, a nigga's soul right there. Like, damn, I thought you were rocking, you know, but hey.
But apparently they don't want my help. They got me out of there. Woo! Way! My lanes of content have opened up tremendously. This is the biggest freedom you will ever seen. I'm capitalizing on, first of all, I won the debate.
I feel you.
Let's just get this plain and simple. There has been no proof of a loss from the people who proved that they won. They literally had to give him a therapy session. They literally had to give him a therapy session to collect a group of men to pat his ass on the back for not a job well done. They had to go in 5, 6, 7 on 1. 5, 6, 7 on 1. And I'm literally 20 to 30 minutes away from them. I'm right here. And not only that, I was on stream at the same time and I had more viewers on my stream. Like, think about this. Think about what's going on. And listen, I don't want no beef with the manosphere. I don't want any beef.
Well, that's what's happening right now, Coffee. This is another civil war, but the global manosphere and the white manosphere is involved now too. I mean, Andrew's going through it also. You know, they're trying to cancel him also, so they're really kind of hyping up this beef. You know, if they do a second debate, though, it got to be quick though, because you know. Might start a little winter trend, y'all.
Just let me walk away. You cancel me. There's no need. I mean, you guys can take shots if you want. You guys are giving me free advertising at this point. I mean, because nothing has been going bad for me. All right. So whatever it is, please just let me go. Let me be free. Let me walk away. The Black Manosphere had canceled me a long time ago. So it's no surprise that the Black Manosphere is cancel me again.
Now the funny part, look at how hypocritical the manosphere is. They were canceling Coach because he was doing some goofy shit too, but Coach was trying to be SYSBM, and they canceled him because he was telling guys to date white women. Ooh, big whoop. But let's go.
So that's not a surprise. Shout out to the angry man and, you know, anybody else. And you don't have to agree with me.
They canceled canceled Phil from the Advised show, and even the Black canceled him. They were going in on him because they said he was dating a Mexican woman and she got a box body. They said his wife was built like a box truck. I said, that's fucked up. Don't say that about that man's wife. I never seen his wife. But, damn. And I cursed out Phil from the Advice. I said Phil from the Advice show. Philip Scott. He done changed his name over so many times. But I forgot what we got into it about. And then because he's a hypocrite. All of these guys, they grift. And here I am staying the same. I can barely get support staying the same. All of these guys grift. Abandon y'all. O'Shea not gonna be a passport bro next year. All these dudes grift. I'd rather be the damn broken clock if I don't grift. At least I'm right twice a day. We just set the time back, so it might be 4 times. I don't know. Somewhere. Alright. 2 hours and 4 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Support the show. It's Friday night. Help a brother out. I got you guys, alright? Civil War pending. I told y'all this was going to happen. I just didn't expect this to be the reason why this happened. But it needed to happen anyway, Kwapi said it's like you made it up the ladder. Or at least going up when these niggas see you at their channels, they don't speak. Even if you super chat or Cash App, like they progress to move the needle. Yeah, I remember Kevin Samuels. I support. I support and acknowledge everybody here. Kevin Samuels, he just stopped reading them. He just keep it coming. I said, damn. He didn't even acknowledge people. I feel you, Kwafi. UFO said, "How the fuck they gonna cancel somebody if they can control who people? If they gonna cancel somebody as if they can control who people decide to watch or support? Getting pricks. They kind of can. I mean, if you got somewhat of influence, and a nigga say, hey, don't go to this guy's channel. A lot of people ain't gonna go to that person's channel." But sometimes the opposite happens. Not even sometimes, all the time, the opposite happens. They go looking for that person. So I'm pretty sure Andrew lost some folks and went to see. And some of them are, subscribed to CGA or subscribed to him just to keep up with the beef. That's another thing too. People would subscribe just to keep up with the beef. It's like cross-pollination. I mean. You've seen me time and time again tell guys, if you don't want that person's audience, don't beef with them and stuff like that. That's why I didn't beef with a lot of people, because I'm like, damn, if you in this nigga audience, you ain't got 2 brain cells to rub together. I definitely don't want niggas like that in my audience, but I like to surround myself with smart people. I like to surround myself with people that's gonna, throw some mental chewing gum out there, drop some game to edify the brain, But hey, something like this might be good for the space, but like I said, it's going to turn racial real quick. And it already has. As you're going to see. So, a lot of black people that probably thought Coach lost. Hey, look, they got to do that whole, race solidarity thing all over again. I told you that shit a motherfucker, man. All right. So please support good content by hitting the Cash App, hitting the PayPal, supporting the show. Got a full-fledged show coming for you guys. We just getting started. It's Player Talk Radio. Stay tuned.
I think that I won, but we are here. The manosphere. I told you the manosphere and the clanosphere has been
New world order.
Right, Coffee. Right.
All right.
Shout outs to Coffee.
I told you I told you about the manosphere a long time ago. It's been weakened, but now I'm not a part of it. All right. So thank you for the cancellation. I humbly accept this award. I quickly accept this award. I did this morning take a look a little bit, and I was like, boy, that's a wonderful therapy session. And a lot of these people want hope. And shout out to the men. You guys want hope. You don't want to free yourself, free agent lifestyle. You want to believe traditional marriage is coming back. I told you Gen Z. I've been telling you for years. Gen Z. I know you guys think Gen Z are kids. Gen Zs are adults.
A lot of these guys don't know what they're freeing themselves from. Keep that in mind. So
brainstems have been
a lot of your future supporters are coming in. You know, a lot of your supporters are coming in the future. You know what I'm saying? A lot of guys need to experience fucked up women and heartbreak before they like, damn, now I get it. You know,
developed. Right, the frontal lobes are still developed.
And listen, sometimes they need to find the devil at church before they see how deep the game goes.
They're still emerging adults. They're still the least successful adults on the history of time. But Gen Z are not children. Gen Z are adults, and they are showing you every single day they don't want nothing to do with traditional marriage. You can't force them into traditional marriage. You can't force them into traditionalism. 1950s. They don't give a.
And I think it's split too, because you know, you got some Gen Zs that you know, they get groomed into the whole shit and some more shit. I mean, you know, teacher can't tell you not to have an Instagram. What's all over Instagram? Random women twerking. So, hey.
Fuck about the 50s. These are a different breed. It's a different breed of women. And I know you hopeful people, because a lot of you hopeful people are in your 30s and 40s, but you got to think about it. Gen Z is 18 to 29 at this particular point. They are the future. New. So you're trying to hope that who becomes traditional.
Yeah, a lot of people think
that there are going to be some traditional Gen Zers in there, but overwhelmingly they not. I've been telling you for a long time.
Right, UFO, but guess what? These people, in a lot of cases, the algorithm tells them who to watch and what to watch and stuff like that. That's why the algorithm exists. A lot of these people don't know who and what to watch. It's always been like that since cable TV. Remember, regular TV, I mean, stuff just happened to be there, but you had to choose to watch regular TV because you were limited. The internet is unlimited, and people still don't know what to click on and not to click on and watch and stuff like that. So this is where the algorithm comes in.
Watch out for Gen Z. And they fired the first shot by electing a democratic socialist communist mayor of Gotham City. Yo, you better find out. See, what here's the thing. When I say that there's no traditionalism returning, everybody's like, yeah, but what are we going to do? We need them to survive. No, we don't. We're still going to survive. We're going to thrive. Our society's going to change right from underneath us. It's probably not going to change the way you want.
You're going to have to relearn all the shit that you lost, though. That's the thing about not keeping. I mean, I'm not saying that y'all should keep up with the past, but people can be able to reintroduce bullshit to you and be like, oh, this is brand new. And it's like, no, if you knew the past and you knew your history, people wouldn't be able to reintroduce stuff that already was a concept and trick you. See how that works? Then on top of it, you're gonna lose a lot of knowledge. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know the past, you don't know where you're going. You don't have a compass. But believe it or not, a lot of the Gen Zs, they want to be traditional. Because guess what? Go look at all those videos they got on YouTube. These guys never been on a real fucking date. The women never been on a real fucking date. That's why they don't know how to act. The women and the kids don't understand that gesture. Gen Z don't have foreplay. They don't have PDA. They don't have chivalry. They don't have real romance. The internet is way worse than television. Imagine growing up with the internet telling you how you should feel or how you should look at things and how you should shape things. And the next generation gonna be worse too, because they're open to AI teaching them. AI teachers and AI everything. They've acclimated themselves to AI. So you got what's called a human lockout. You got a lot of people that's not gonna, you got a lot of people that's gonna be like several generations not understand general human interactions. That shit is watered down for Generation Z. Let's go.
That to change. So it's going to seem like it's going to change for the worse. All right. But it's going to change the way society needs it to change. Nobody needs to get married. You can have kids. Nobody needs a family. I mean, listen, it would be great if we had it. Things would be safer. Sure, there's degeneracy. There's always been degeneracy. The traditionalisms just hid the degeneracy. In fact, many of these traditional homes had so much degeneracy in them that they had to hide it. They had church reverends sleeping with children. They had church reverends having homosexual relationships in these traditional households. So there's always been degeneracy. We just did a good job of hiding it. Today, we don't hide it. We just put it out in front of everybody and we eat off the plate. So you guys think that there's going to be more degeneracy. There has always been degeneracy. There has always been abuse of women. There's always been these traditional men that have been abusing women left and right. The traditional male, I've said a long time ago, are the biggest abusers and haters of women than anybody else that you can ever find. These traditional men who want to keep women down and control them because they use laws and all those ways to control them. These are the biggest abusers of women and the biggest haters of women you can find. I've been saying that for years and it's been proven out. See, you can argue with me and make yourself look good for an hour on a live stream, but the reality is going to be the reality. These traditional men are the biggest simps. I've been saying that, and there's so many simps in this manosphere that only way they can win is control women when you can control your own life. Haven't I been saying that? The only way these men think they can win with women is if they can control them. So they need laws to control them. They need the church to control them. They need social pressure to control women. I've been saying that for years. And I said, this sounds like true misogyny. This sounds like true hate. And it also sounds like
and it's funny because his response to it sounds like misandry.
True terrorism. And in fact, the guy told me that the organization that's going to lead them into the political forefront is already registered by Barack Obama as a terrorist organization, the MRAs. Now, do I think they are? No, but the world thinks they are, and so does the government. So how are they going to lead you back to traditionalism? Y'all think I lost, but y'all going to look back and show that I won.
Yeah, a lot of the women got way more game than the men. So a lot of young cats are compromised. They got teed out. They got turned out, Kwafi. So a lot of dudes fell for that stupid ass trick. We talked to a couple of them here in the space. Niggas don't know what they talking about.
All right. Because you can't defeat reality. You're not going to defeat reality. And I'm real.
Oh, it's not gay when a woman does it, head ass.
Okay. You guys hope, but I'm real. All right. I told you guys that this is going to be the truth. This is the truth over here. There's no hope, if, wish, coulda, shoulda, woulda. We're going to all unite and get together and band together, or none of that shit. There's none of that coming forward. But for the people who think we can't survive without traditionalism in marriage, you're wrong. We've been doing it ever since the 1970s. Look at all the broken homes and all this shit. Has it led down to a social decay? Yep. But what am I supposed to do for it? Okay, I can't stop it. All right, I'm Thanos, but I can't stop the bullshit. All I can do is snap my fucking finger and collect Infinity Stones. All I can do is free myself.
Back to me.
So it's not Andrew Wilson's, it's Andrew Ifson's at this particular point, and he needs a whole bunch of ifs to happen in order for his shit to go down, and he needs a whole bunch of ifs to happen for you clowns to believe him. Okay, he's selling you a book of fantasies. The Manosphere is selling you a book of fantasies. What CGA is telling you is you need to free yourself, and I agree with him. Not getting state marriage is a good idea, but thinking you're going to avoid the family court is not going to fucking work. Andrew Ifson. Because Wilson, what is his name? Wilson? Will ain't going to happen. It's going to be a whole bunch of ifs. Okay? CGA has been kept out of Manosphere if you're just joining. If you're just joining us. So the free agent lifestyle is going to win in the end. The de-evolution is going to win in the end. You better figure it out. Hollywood CGA has spoken. Anyway.
New world order.
All right. Where's my therapy session? There wasn't a group of men that I needed to rub my back. You did okay. Don't worry. Don't worry. We'll gang up and get them. All right. We'll get them for you. All right. We'll finish them off, and we'll ban anybody that actually supports CGA in the super chats in the chat room too. All right, we're going to make it look like we won and everybody agrees with us. Coach gang, I am the third man.
New world order.
It's just like, can I have a hug?
This shit is so bipolar, though. It seemed like, you know, he done calmed down and he's having fun with it. So let's go.
He did say that. Can I have a hug? Okay. And who would have thought? You know, I was the underdog. But as you can see, I'm still standing. Yeah.
Same here,
You got to watch out for these religious zealots because them niggas get desperate at times. So, you know, you got to be careful. But here's what I'll do. I'll step to the side. You can have your lane. Leave me alone. The after pill is here. All right. I don't need anything else. But apparently they tabled the debate. Fresh wasn't there. I contacted Fresh. He didn't know anything about what was going on. Okay. Apparently. But all I'll say is the debate has been tabled, and apparently the winner wants a second chance, which is odd. If you won, why don't you just walk away? But apparently he wants another chance at CGA. That's interesting because he won. Why does he want another chance? Well, because he lost, but that's okay. That's okay. Believe what you will, but apparently,
yeah, I gotta say that if you did win, there, your demeanor different. You know what I'm saying? If you win, your talk is different. You know, you're not gonna, replay talk, not replay talk, but rematch talk is really for the people that lost. You know. You go back down. I mean, maybe you go down a notch or two, but it's like, yeah, So
he wants another chance. All right. Well, listen, that's fine. He had to go research who I was. He's like, apparently and
it's crazy because it's like, why don't you play to the bed you won? There's a lot of people that's saying Coach won. There's a lot of people that's saying Andrew won. Guess people can't say we won. But let's go.
Estimated that nigga. Well, here's the deal. This is what I'll do, and we'll get on with the show. I'll accept the second debate. I'll accept the second debate, and I'll even lower the fee. So I will ask that group if they want to. First of all, the first option is leave me alone. All right, let me do my thing. Let me go my way. You cancel me, it's fine.
I think they're gonna take this option, but still decide to talk shit on the way out the door. Maybe it might happen. I don't know. They might have to put hands on each other.
But if you do want the second debate, I'll reduce my debate fee from the $50,000 I usually charge to $25,000 because I gave you the first L for free. All right. So I beat you for free on the first one, and you're going to hold that L. But when I beat you the second time, it's going to cost you $25K. All right. And I think I'm doing you a favor. So I want $25,000 sent to me in wire transfer one before the debate, the second debate. Is that okay? Give me that $25,000. If you're so good, you're going to embarrass and humiliate me. $25,000. And apparently they want Myron to moderate because they didn't think the first moderator, they're blaming the first moderator for that L. So let's go ahead and say, I'll accept Myron as a co-moderator. And what I'll do is I'm going to have my own moderator there. Oh yes. So he's not going to be the only moderator. There's going to be my moderator.
If they do what he says, even though some of these claims are egregious, it would be interesting though, nonetheless.
Because apparently y'all was all sitting there together, chummy. You think I'm going to let you 2-on-1 CGA? Absolutely not. We're going to have two moderators. And then what we're going to do is we're going to debate this on my private platform. Nope, we're not going to mirror the stream like we did last time. We're going to do it live, and we're going to do it live on my private Coach Gang platform, in which he can promote to his Crucible. He can promote my private platform on my pay-per-view live stream. That's what we're going to do. And I collect all the proceeds. For all the broke people who want to go ahead and join, you're not going to see the replay. All of the Crucible, you're going to come over to my private platform, and we're going to hold debate number 2 right there. And I collect all the proceeds. So I'm going to make up for that $25K discount that I gave you by getting my $25K on the back end. All right. That's what we're going to do. I call the shots on number 2. I call the shots. And not only that, yep, y'all tried to bury me, but I'm still here. So I'm calling every single shot. I call every single stipulation. And here's another one. It's going to be at the studio that I choose. And you will get the studio notice 3 days before. And no managers. There's going to be no Avengers, no Crucible. No members of your team will be invited to this studio. You will be left out. It's going to be at the Desert Storm bunker. Not at this Desert Storm bunker, but it will be in the Desert Storm bunker area. All right, but you'll get notice 3 days before. I'll give you 3 days notice so you can hop on a plane and buy a first class ticket to the second dub of CGA.
I mean, look, if the debate goes down and Angry Man's the mod and Myron's the other mod, that shit gonna open up a wormhole. Fresh and Fit getting involved. Shit.
Now, here's my other stipulation. You cannot smoke in this building, all right? Or in or around. No cigarettes to help you out. So we're going to disarm you. We're going to bring you in there shaking.
You know, he ain't going to do that. He going to need a nicotine patch.
And going through nicotine withdrawals. All right. I will have no cigarettes 24 hours before the stream. 24 hours before the stream, you cannot consume one cigarette, but definitely an hour before you arrive, you cannot consume any cigarettes. And I will send a car to pick you up from the location that you are to bring you to my studio. So there's that. Here's the next one. There's no religious talk. You can't bring up religion because you brought it up. I tried to get you to change the conversation. No religious talk will be allowed on the second debate. You cannot bring up God, Sky Daddy, religion, church groups, church pastors forcing women to fuck you. Okay, we are not bringing up any church issues. No religious talk, nothing. We're going to have this all 100% secular conversation, and I'm going to decide what the debate topic is, not you. So you can't just pivot the debate topic to a position in the corner where you can just win and keep repeating yourself for an hour. All right. I get to decide what the topics are. And yes, we'll bring the angry man in. We'll bring Valdez.
He going to try to control the whole thing. It's like, bro, this ain't going to happen.
As the angry man in as my co-moderator. Valdez, angry man, if you humbly accept, I will fly you in and we will have Angry Man Valdez as our co-moderator. So it'll be Myron Gaines and the Angry Man as the co-moderators with me and my security team, flanked by my security team, which you guys are going to pay for. Yes, you're going to pay for my security.
Look at all of these stipulations. Like, god damn, bro.
Team. All of my security detail is paid by you.
He's like, I'm going to go pick up Andrew. I'm going to fly the plane.
Because I gave you a $25,000 discount. I'll make it up on the back end, but you're paying for all of my security detail and you're bringing in no security. I'm picking up Andrew Wilson by car, by limousine, and I will take him to the studio and return him back safely. Okay? No one nut men in the ball sack will be out here allowed at the studio. No Avengers, no managers. I will have a wonderful green room for you. I choose the date, and I think I'm being 100% fair since I won the first one.
Now I wonder if that's a diss to MTR, which is fucked up. If you threw him in there like that.
What do you think, gentlemen? What do you think? Am I being fair?
I think so too, UFO.
Now, here's one more thing. It's $25,000 now, but if I hear you call me an idiot one more time, it's $50,000 right up front, plus every stipulation that I just said after the fact. So I want you to watch your mouth about how you talking about me. Okay? I'll give you a second debate. You call me outside of my name one more time, it's $50,000 for you to get a chance to reclaim your failure. All right? Yes, that's what we'll do, and that's how we doing it.
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me.
Now, my audience thinks that's 100% fair because you guys gave me free marketing and publicity, so I'll give you that. But I gave you a freebie, and I handed you that L. All right, so I freely came to you, but there's no freebies anymore. It's boss up motherfucking season in 2025, and I'm showing my team and the coach gang it's boss up.
Boss up, nigga.
It's boss up. We doing business from here on out. Everybody in the red pill space and the manosphere, anybody that want to collab, CGA is not free anymore. All right, let's do a free stream. No, motherfucker, it's pay the fuck up. Right? You see what these niggas do to you when you show up free and fair as a friend and you think you're getting a fair exchange. You see what these free motherfuckers do? They use you. There's no more freebies. We're going to take this shit seriously like gentlemen, and we're going to have a dress code at the next one. We're going to have a dress code. We're not going to look sloppy coming up. All right? So dress up next time like you're ready for and to take me seriously. $50K the next time you say something out of your mouth or you don't get another chance. Okay, that's what we're doing out here. I'm holding this shit hostage, or you could just walk away and take that L. Walk away and hold that L. And anybody that thinks he still won at this particular point, seeing what's unfolding after the fact, the aftermath proves that I won. All right, but anyway, that's neither here nor there.
New world order.
He having too much fun, y'all.
The aftermath, everything is showing you that I won clearly. It's crazy, but you know, like I said, we can all walk away from this like gentlemen, or we can do business. But there's no more free CGA. Anybody that wants to do something with me, they gonna have to pay up. Period. Point blank. Because you see what free people do for you. You see what the people who supposedly are got your back do. You know what I mean? Well, if that's what you're gonna do, well then pay up. My man Leo K said 100K. You see how vicious the coach gang is. But I'm trying to do you a favor because I want this second debate. I do want it. I want this second debate.
See, so he's saying he wants this second debate. They're not going to do it his way. They got to meet in the middle.
Because you were scrambling and scraping for shit on the first one. Nobody clearly saw it.
Scrambling and scraping for shit is fucking funny. He is literally quoting Diddy.
Where's all these people at? All right. He says, can't be a winner if you got to jump in. Facts. You got to jump me after the fact. All right. Oh, I won, but let's jump him. Nah.
That's true, UFO.
You got to bring 7-on-1. Got to bring 7-0 more dudes on the screen to help you out. Nah, bro. That's not a win. Anybody that thinks that's a win, you're crazy. But I'm going to give you 25K. Okay. I'm going to give you a 25K, but if you keep talking reckless about me, it's 50K, but I'll give you a chance to redeem this. And I think I'm being 100% fair. Anyway, let's get to the earlier contributors to today's show. All right. But you see, CGA got a boss up, and I'm going to show and demonstrate and prove that that's what it is here. Yes. 25K is a gift. You're going to pay the down payment on my new Rolls Royce. So yeah, somebody said, you see what happens when they're used to debating kids? And now they're debating a boss. He was supposed to have a knockout punch and a whole win to celebrate, but he doesn't. He don't even have the footage. He don't even have the clips to celebrate it. All right. But now you're not debating college kids. You're not debating college kids anymore. You're debating someone that was fully prepared to deal with the ifs, coulda, shoulda, woulda, and that bullshit, Sky Daddy bullshit. Get that shit up out of here, bro. We ain't talking about that over here. All right, anyway, let's see what we got. Somebody said that 100K. And look, the more they talk, the more I see these Avengers, the more they keep saying they canceling me, the more they got to jump me, the price is going up. All right, so I would just assume y'all be quiet. All right, but you know how they work. They work on the back end. All right, that's how they try to get you. Shout out to our brother. It is Avery Foot says, helping us unplug from the Matrix.
New world
Thank you,
order.
sir. Shout out to Danger says, superb performance on the debate. Appreciate you, sir. And shout out to our brother Preston says, I hate the apology guys for you and Farrakhan. He says, I think you meant you have. You have to apologize, guys, for you and Farrakhan. If you ask what they disagree with, they have nothing. Yeah. Indeed. But what my thing is, what points did he get me on? Basically, they're saying I lost points. He didn't score points. Okay. He lost points because he had to do this. He lost points because he lost the debate in points because he got emotional. Okay. So he didn't cook me. I lost. All right. Shout out to you. Shout out to our brother here. It is no government name. SD, one of my JUCO regulars asked me to borrow a big face bill. I told her, sure, just send me your latest bank statement so I can see what you're spending money on. She wouldn't do it. You were right again, coach. CGA is always right. We are at war. We are right. That's what we're here for. But there you go right there. Okay. There you go. So they don't want to show you what they're spending it on. Nah, they just want you to hand over that money. No government name BH. In today's stream, when responding to a super chat, you said a valuable nugget of wisdom for success in business that I will put to use. When it works out for me, I'll let you know.
Shout outs to Anthony Southeast in the building. Good to see you, man. Happy Friday on the check-in. He said, now all the white dude needs is, in his defense, is a picture of CGA handing a pro some money for... That's funny as hell. Yeah, you know, send one of them OnlyFans girls from Fresh and Fit to compromise them. Bro, if you openly talk about buying coochie, bro, you openly saying, yo, I can be compromised. Just send me my flavor.
Shout out to our brother here, our supporter, no government name, BH. Yes, indeed. Shout out to our supporters here. Shout out to our brother here. It is no government name. Andrew Ifson won't show up if he can't ring up Sky Daddy and smoke. He can't arrive 15 minutes without putting things in his mouth. Oh my goodness. Jesus. All right. Here's the funny thing about that. Damn. Hey, yo, chill, son. He says CGA and Angry Man versus Step Dummy Ifson and Myron. That's an easy dub for CGA. Make it 200K. They cancel you and cost you millions in demonetization for sure. All right. They owe me money. I mean, I could make it 200K easily. And anybody saying you got to raise it up there to avoid it. Nah, bro. I won clearly the first one. So shout out to Jamie says, Coach, you've been canceled. Now I'm following a crippled dude in a wheelchair. Rolo turned me on to you. Now I got hoes. All right. So Rolo turned you on to the crippled wheelchair dude that get hoes. All right. Shout out to you. I've been canceled. All right, man, for people here. That's the crazy thing, man. That is a wonderful development here. Cancel. And now you have who you have in front of you. I mean, I guess, you know, take what it is. Take it for what it is. But I appreciate and humbly accept this award. This is a good day. Shout out to our brother Jamie. Shout out to, where was he at here? I'm going all the way down to the bottom. Look at all these donations. Jeremy says, Coach O live stream on the Coach Greg Adams channel was fire. I think the vertical thing made it more watchable from the phone. And since your stream over there in the evenings, we East Coast niggies are in bed watching. Great video. Keep grinding. It's Boss Up 2025. Shout out to you. Thank you for supporting yesterday's stream. Or last night. Daniel McGee says, about to take my first 3 airport solo cross-country flights without an instructor. A niggy is nervous. Better boss up. nigga. On the other side of the friendly skies. Shout out to Mr. T. I took a screenshot of your live stream last night. It showed 39K live viewers. How can I send it to you? Shout out to you. You can email it to me at Coach Greg Adams 1 ONE spelled out at gmail.com. I would love to see that. Shout out to the infamous NYC. Love the content. Boss Up 2026.
Boss up, nigga.
No one is coming to save you. Okay? No one's coming to save you. All right? That's my message to dudes. They think, oh, we need a savior. We need something to happen. No, you don't. You don't need something to happen. You know what you need? You need to make something happen for you. Okay? Because this is what I've accused the world of doing, is that what people do, and this is losers. This is how you know you're a loser, is that you attack things that are larger than you that you can't control. I want you to listen to this. This is what I want you to listen to. I have to say it slow because when I say it fast, people act like they don't understand me. Okay? Oh, you're incoherent, and I'm not an incoherent. You have to listen because I have so much knowledge. You have little knowledge. I'm kicking it to you so fast that you can't hear it. People who are losers focus on bigger things that they can't control, so that when they become the loser they were going to become anyway, they can blame that bigger thing that they can't control. I'm going to say it again. Okay. Somebody said what he got to do with it. He hosted the show. That's like if I facilitate somebody that doesn't like somebody, all right, he facilitated it, but that's neither here nor there. All right, that's okay. I'm gonna say it again. You're such a fucking loser that the things you have to focus on to make you better are so much bigger than you, and you can't control it, so that when it pans out that it didn't work out, you can blame that for you being a loser. That's the same thing. Yep, it's scapegoating. It's what you're doing is you're saying, if these things happen, and if these impossible things happen that I can't control, if these things happen, then we'll have this. And yeah, they didn't invite me either. Okay, so he facilitated it and didn't invite me. So there you, and I was 25 minutes away. But let me just keep the thought on. So you guys focus on all these things to give you hope. There'll be a better day if I'll be better for this. I'll get the woman I want for this. If they cancel OnlyFans, because he brought that up, cancel OnlyFans. Then what happens is, if that happens, then I'll get my chance to have success. So then if it doesn't happen, you can blame that for you not having success. Mm-hmm. But I'm like, that's a loser's approach. So if I got to get the MRAs to be funded, I get to get the church. I got to get people to church. I got to get women to accept an ecclesiastical marriage. I got to get the laws to change. I got to get propaganda on the TV. All these impossible things, all right, that is not going to happen. So when it doesn't happen, we can continue to grift and get money from the people who have hope. So when it doesn't happen, we can blame that. We can blame feminism. We can blame all these things for you being a goddamn loser. Now, my approach and philosophy, we got to outlaw abortion, literally mission impossible. And so we can mitigate divorce.
Yeah, the Just T girl been going in on him for a good minute, and Anthony. Been going in on Andrew for a minute. I don't even know which video to click. I said, fuck it. God damn. But like I said, it's hypocritical, because if Coach Greg Adams married a woman that got 2 baby daddies, niggas would have a field day.
From 50% to 30%. I want you to think about that. Think about that's what he was selling you. And I'm like, we have to stop selling men that. And society's even saying that. We have to get men out of this hole, and they have to do better and be better. Not just for women, not just for society, but for themselves. And that's why I agree. It's boss up. Control what you can control. Control yourself. Stop blaming the outside forces that you can't control. Control you. Don't sell me hope. And that's why I'm getting attacked, because I don't sell game. I don't sell hope.
I think they said she got 2 baby daddies. I guess third time is the charm, y'all. Alright, definitely don't want to stop the show to do this. If you guys could please look out for the cookout. Let's at least try to get 1 sponsor before it hits 3. Please support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. I got something special I want to show y'all in a second after this. Please support the show. Let's go.
Nigga, you got to be better. No, you got to boss up. Go pay for some if you can't get none. You getting pussy, that's your choice. I say the struggle didn't choose you. You chose the struggle. My whole message is about you as an individual getting yourself better individually. Even if you're married, I say don't cheat on your wife. Take care of your kids. My whole message is you. And I hold married men accountable. I hold married women accountable. What have I said? If I find out a woman's married, I don't fuck with her. I don't fuck with married women. And if a married woman persists, I tell her to go suck her own husband's dick. I've been very consistent by saying, the only thing you can get me on is the JUCO. All right. Which you don't have to do it.
So he knows he can get got on the JUCO. I'm glad he knows that. Shout outs to Coach. All right. At least he's smart enough not really to defend that, but let's go.
Okay. But y'all want a savior and y'all want hope, and y'all want hope in a savior. Y'all want Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. This shit is not happening. This is loser talk. Y'all want game. Y'all want to approach 100 women to get 1 bitch to sleep with you. This is all loser talk. This is loser talk. I've been exposing this loser talk for
now, mind you, the trick in this loser talk also. The trick in this loser talk also. He said she had 3 baby daddies. Oh, God. Yeah, they shit a little bit messy, man. But at least they present the perfect marriage.
So long, that's why I've been canceled by the Manosphere, because that's not Manosphere talking points. That doesn't sell. It doesn't sell. It sells for me. It sells books for me. But I can't, they don't invite me to the studio to talk my part with a group of men that going to sell them that. All right. Yeah. So that's why I get canceled, because they're like, how do we keep him? He hurting our pockets over here, or he hurting our platform. All right. And not only that, he's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? Like he's keeping consistent. So I'm not keeping you hooked. I say every day, look at your fat stomach. The reason why you aren't successful is because your fat stomach. I always blame you. I always say, look at you. Don't look at the outside world. The book that I had, The Evolution, was not to rail on feminism. It is to show you what women have become and will.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, UFO and everybody here. That's why I was like, doxing him doesn't make no damn sense. Black people ain't gonna hold Andrew accountable. Shit, the white people they about to pretend like they ain't hear nothing if they ever heard it. And then also to the credibility of a black woman doxing him, like, just the tea not that bright. I mean, you might as well just pay a white girl to do it, and just hand her the paperwork and sit back and watch. And y'all split the proceeds. Some random white woman come out of the cut doing that shit. That'll make a lot of money. They don't care. She lost the debate, but care when a white woman cries. They don't care when you cry. Oh, well, they do. black women lie and say they're not protected when they super protected. But yeah, that's the part that they don't show you. When you peel back the layers, their marriages and their situation be like super janky, if not more jankier than black people's. And there's a lot of couples like that, honestly. It is ratchet and messy, though.
Continue to become. So your choice is, how do you fit in that? All right. How do you fit into the new world? Okay. Not how you change the new world. All right. The new world is going to be new. We're not going back to the 50s. We're not going back.
And mind you, they're religious.
Back to the 90s either. It's dead. Even Gen Z has a phrase called, we done with the 90s. Gen Z. So to me, the major piece of information is Gen Z. Okay. And that's what people
See, that's that race loyalty thing. UFO.
And to leave out. We need to do this and we need to do this and get people married. They talking about 30 and 40-year-old fucking losers. All right. What about the 18 and 25-year-olds? What are you going to do with them? That's who you need to get on board with your programs.
And then this is coming right after the death of Charlie Kirk.
I told the black community the same thing. Y'all want me to save the black community? I've been saying for a long time, fuck the black community. It's not even worth saving, because the number one thing you have to do is not fix these old Generation X and millennial losers and fix their fucking life. You need to get them YNs on the same page. And I've been saying for years, you ain't never gonna get the YNs on the same page. You need to get the YNs and these young Strags and these motherfucking young Miamis and shit. That's who you need to get. And they ain't going. Right? They ain't going. Them young bitches gonna be up under old niggas for money and have a pookie boyfriend. Them young niggas gonna go over there in ski mask and pookie shiesty masks and do what the fuck they want to do when they want to do it. So you can't save the black community without Gen Z and men and women 18 to 25. They need to be in church and they need to be doing exactly what you tell them. If you can't get them saving 30 and 40 and 50-year-old motherfuckers in the black community, ain't going to do a goddamn thing. It ain't going to move no needle. Okay. So when y'all.
This is why I said stop teaching these young boys how to trick. Bad enough, the option is there. Sort of.
Look at me and say, what's your solution? Your solution is you. Solve your own problems. Don't think you can solve the world's problems if you can't even fix your own fucking problems.
All right. I need you guys to hit the like button. Let's try to at least get like 2 supporters. Give me a second. Let's wait till we get like 2 supporters real quick before we get into the next segment. I got a debate I want you guys to take a look at. At least get 2 supporters real quick.
That's why I do.
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna sit here and wait. Let's try to at least get 2 supporters. All right, I got you, Lou. I got you, bro. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to New. Hold on.
Than on stage.
That's a fact.
Interview Eddie Griffin. Interview Eddie Griffin, and you will laugh your ass off and wonder why you didn't pay for that interview. He's funny when you interview him. When you interview him and he just talks off the top, off the cuff, he's hilarious.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. I agree. I think people got different steeds, like people got different like talents from like comedy, movies, interviews, podcasts. People got to find a niche. It's like me on my YouTube. Like I got to find, like I'm still finding my niche, but people are just good at different categories. Not saying that everybody whack, but if like DL Hughley, if like he would have did other things other than like stand-up comedy, he'd have been fucking dope in any comedic podcast or anything else. But everybody need to find their niche, you know, for people to be like, okay, this is where he needs to be at.
But without the audience, DL can't thrive without the audience. He needs to kind of fuck with the audience in order to do his routine.
But
he can't stand in front of a mic and just be funny.
Yeah,
that's not a bad thing necessarily. Like interactive comedy has like a certain kind of charm to it if you do it well. Because even Patrice did that shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You know, like with the stone face Indian and all that stuff. Like if you could do it and you could pull it off, it's good. I don't, you know, I ain't against that. It's just be funny.
Backgrounds is dope.
And
dude.
after a while, DL, like I agree with you, BMP. Like his original stuff, not his original stuff, but when he first came out, it was funny. But I don't think I don't think his comedy ever evolved in any way.
Right.
So it just kind of like dried out. It's like, I heard this before. You just replacing. It's just a modern version of the same shit. You didn't evolve in any way. Now you're doing politics. I think he's trying to do like
politics.
Oh shit, yeah. That's killing niggas' careers, bro. Like
pro-black now.
Fucks them all up, man.
Ain't nothing funny about pro-black, except if you're Oswald Bates.
He said Kevin so funny hurts.
Yeah, it's just not.
Yeah.
Do y'all think Corey Holcomb is funny?
Sometimes
my brother likes him.
I think he's a
Yeah,
hit
that shit is fire, bro.
Like it depends on the topic he's talking about. I think Corey Holcomb is more so like a miniature Jap. I think they need to collab because they the same motherfuckers to me. I think they need to
they need
follow
props.
that same steed. Yeah, like
they need props.
Yeah, man. But like he's funny, but it needs to be when he's in this element. Yeah.
All right. Shout outs to Shaka Nulu. Make sure you guys subscribe. Like I've been telling you guys before, to head over to his channel and subscribe. Brothers over there kicking it, chopping up some real game. Yes, sir. All right, let's try to get at least 2 contributors so we can at least try to get. I got some debates lined up for you guys. Into this one first, real quick.
What I do is so that men understand that they need to be the leaders, and to be the leader, you need to have these things in place and also understand what you're dealing.
Yeah, man, I got to learn how to do eCam. That shit looks good. That shit is fire.
With on the other end, because women of 2025 are no longer the women of 1955, which guys make this egregious mistake and think that they are.
That's where we would differ. Is for me, the prescription is it is your duty as a man to honor her, to respect her,
of course,
to provide her,
yeah,
to protect, and I would put in there monogamous.
As long as the guy's making that decision and he's monogamous because he wants to be, I'm cool with it. I just don't want guys being monogamous because their wife tells them, "Oh, you better be monogamous because X, Y, Z."
Now, does this ever?
Yeah, Kwafi, definitely subscribe to New.
Do you ever get in hot water? Because you're a lady, lovely, fetching lady. I think like a lady out there. I don't want to speak out of turn. Does it ever hurt you in your relationships where they hear you go like, "We're all players"? Do you have to? So you're gonna go back and she's like, "You have some splaining to do," you know, in Sudanese.
But yeah. Yeah, she'll say to everybody, "No, we need to talk." So they don't, because like I'm very open about that. Like I tell girls all the time, I'm not going to be monogamous to you. I tell them all the time, men lead, women follow. And you know, and I do want to be important, because this is another thing that people kind of misconstrue about me. I don't tell guys to run out there and be like a womanizer like at forever. I just want guys to be able to understand women, and I understand for you to truly be able to understand modern women and the way that they move nowadays. Unfortunately, like religion and culture and all the things that used to keep women in place, the church and shame, all these institutions are pretty much gone or eroded significantly. So like women are incentivized to be whores nowadays. So I tell guys, look, get in a position where you understand women, where they can't hurt you, like whether it be with marriage or the divorce court, or you know, you're paying alimony or child support. Understand them and then go in with your eyes wide open. And unfortunately, in today's day and age,
all right, absolutely. Shout outs to you, Coffee. Shout outs to Shaka Nulu. If you guys aren't subbed, make sure you guys do so. Let's get it.
I think guys do have to get a less when they deal with women, but I just want them to do it on their terms versus doing it on the woman's terms, which is what most guys end up doing in society.
I think that's good, because I know you've had conversations with, you know, a friend of mine, Andrew Wilson, and we agree on a lot of the, like, I think you're unabashedly red pill, you would say. And then I get lumped in with that, where it's like, we would have very different prescriptions going forward, but it sounds to me like you're saying
we all identify the same problem.
The same problems. Yes, exactly. And I think that's where we kind of diverge and we can talk about it. But that's actually good for you to clarify, because I've heard you say, like, you know, bang a lot of bitches, to use your, you know, your culture, your colored nomenclature.
Yes.
But you're basically saying do it on your terms. So if you want to be monogamous, if you want to not be promiscuous, then make sure you're approaching it the right way, where you find that kind of woman. But if you want a whore, then, you know, go to the whore store.
Yeah, and be able to identify them. So this is the thing that, like, so I get in a lot of fights with a lot of, like, conservatives over this topic. So, like, one of the things, right? So I have 5 things that I think every guy should have. And I think we might have even had a discussion on this before a couple years back, and it hasn't really changed too much. You know, make 6 figures a year, at least $100,000 a year as a guy, be 35 years old, have 6 months to 1 year of savings, be in good shape, and have sex with 50 women. Now, this 50 women thing is what has a lot of people.
It's the 5th thing.
Yeah. This is what pisses a lot of people off. Now, this 50 isn't a hard and fast 50. I just want it where guys are able to get to a point where they understand women, to the point where they don't get into a relationship with a girl and she's telling them like, you're not going to get any nookie unless you take out the trash. Oh, you're not going to get XYZ unless you do this. So I don't want guys to be in a position where their girlfriend or their significant other can leverage sexuality for compliance from them, from his perspective. She should be giving that to you all the time, and she should be actually the one trying to initiate if, you know, you do everything right, correctly. And the reason why I say guys need to have these 5 things is because in the age of Instagram, in the age of dating apps, in the age of where women have all these, you know, opportunities, relationship and sexual opportunities, you need to be what I call like an entry-level higher status guy. And these 5 things will put you in a position where you can at least be the leadership figure in that relationship, where she's going to respect you and most importantly submit to you guys, submit to you. So that's why I say these things. Now, could it be 20 and you'll be fine? Could it be 10? Could it be 1? Hell, could you even be a virgin, maybe understand this stuff? Sure. But what I've realized is, like, most men don't really figure women out until they've had a significant amount of experience, and I've noticed it to be somewhere between 30 to 50. Now,
do you mean that relationally, or do you mean that sexually?
Sexually, so that you understand women.
Shot out. 1 second. Thank you, everybody, hitting the like button. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the show. Let's keep the support going. 3 hours into the madness, I got another surprise for you guys. Something that you guys may have missed. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to Anthony Southeast. Dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Thank you, bro, for always supporting and keeping the support going. Please, guys, hit the PayPal, hit the Cash App, $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. Kind of throwing this on as a filler topic. Let's get into it. I heard Steven Crowder, the guy that he's not necessarily debating with, but interviewing with, recently got divorced, or some BS happened with him and his wife. But let's go. Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to Anthony Southeast. Thank you again, bro.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Yeah, he said a lot of people have the problem with him at the 50 mark. You know, of dealing with 50 women and stuff like that. So apparently, they did a stat, and they said like men only sleep with like 3 women in their lifetime, or maybe 4 or 5. Now, me personally, I'm not a number cruncher guy. I'm not really a stat in the hats type guy, as you guys know. I really go off of wisdom and life experience, and just from what I know. I would tell you, I would think that a man deals with at least 10 women in his lifetime. But maybe I'm wrong. You know, I could be wrong. That's just an estimate for me. I'm like, okay, well, don't guys at least have like 10 women that they really have dealt with in their lifetime? Like, even over time, you know, long-term relationships and stuff like that. Because, you know, if you're in a long-term relationship, you're about the game a little bit. So I was like, okay, a healthy, you know, a healthy 10. A healthy 10 is good. Okay.
And appropriately so that you can identify. It's like, like we look at World of Warcraft, right? Like you got to kill the little like monsters or whatever, like the shitty ones to level
I
up.
thought we were talking about women. You went to World of Warcraft.
This is the problem.
Kryptonite to women.
How many women do you have your World of Warcraft?
Well, you got to kill the like little.
Do you hear that? That's the sound of all women drying up.
Or like, you know, you spar with a bunch of people in boxing, right? So that when you finally have that final match against the boss, like you know how to appropriately, you know, duck and weave and you know do what you got to do to be able to win the fight. Because I do think like when it gets to marriage and long-term relationship, that's going to be the hardest thing for you versus just womanizing. So you need to understand women's strategies and proclivities and everything else like that. So I think having that number and having that experience will, number one, put you in a position where you're attractive, and then number two, give you the prerequisite knowledge and sexuality where women can't leverage sex against you anymore. Because so many guys are like, I got my, I'm going to do whatever she wants, and that's like the beginning of the end.
You've been talking with Robert. He says that a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
okay.
he says that. I'm like, Robert, you don't understand the dynamics of female-male interplay. But I will say, I get it. And then the Christian right prescription is, hey, you know what? The truth is people figure out sex, and the truth is people who are virgins who get married and then have sex, have fewer partners, are sexually happier. Now, maybe because they don't know what to compare it to.
They are.
But so what? You know what I mean? I also
and
think
ideally,
that
just for clarity, ideally, if a guy and a girl can get together and be virgins, that's the best scenario.
So you would say that too?
Yeah, statistically speaking, that is the best way. But me being pragmatic and understanding how women are nowadays, where the average 21-year-old girl is going to have more sexual partners than the average 21-year-old guy, like I can't in good faith tell guys to get married as a virgin and them not being destroyed because they don't understand female nature and how women are. And like, unfortunately, the church, religion, society, shame, all these different things that used to be in play back like in 1955 are no longer in play in 2025. And women have no reason to really sit there and submit to you and do what they're supposed to do because they're incentivized to not.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, do you think, so I think you're right. We have identified kind of one of the problems in society.
Yeah. Dry skin in your...
is that what it is?
No, it's gone.
All right, thanks, appreciate that.
Yeah,
I went like this. I scratched my nose right before we went on the show. Yeah, exactly. Do you think though that there is a way to incentivize guys to only look for the right women, and eventually this problem goes away because women won't be able to find any guys because they're not looking for women that are sleeping around. They're actually looking for people that have some character and some the qualities in women that we've always looked for. So instead of incentivize like saying, hey, go out and sleep with 50 so you understand them, just don't play their game. Just find virtuous women, and therefore we will get rid of this problem by doing that.
The only problem with that is that so when women run game, what they do is when they find a guy that they like, they'll sell purity. And we all know, like, we sell success.
Seen those stories, yes.
So like my thing is like and this is another reason why.
All right, what about an app, a purity app? Follow me here. No, I'm just kidding.
You could ask some questions to it, and then I can.
Dating a water? What is that?
But yeah, like the thing is, guys need to be able to identify when girls are lying to them and they're selling purity. And this is why I tell guys actually like date a girl for 6 months to a year before you ever like claim her and make her your actual girlfriend and actually getting serious, because you need time to see where she stands in her characteristics. And then another thing I tell guys is like, see if she does acts of service. Like, will she do things for you? And because a good woman is going to come in, see parts of things that you're doing that could be optimized. Like for example, let's say you like coffee, right? But she shows up at your house, you don't have a good coffee machine. She just takes the initiative and buys you one, right?
Yeah.
Or she has a cup always ready for you when you wake up. Little things like that, and you don't even have to tell her. Like that's a really good sign, because now she's becoming like almost. I always say men need to be problem solvers in the real world. Women need to be problem solvers in a household with the guy, and making them better so that they don't have to think about the little things, so they can go focus on the big things. That's where I think a woman is best. And people get mad at me when I say, oh yeah, she needs to basically be your assistant. But I truly do think like women thrive in that assistance role, because it puts you as the masculine leader and the dominant figure. It puts her as the subservient, which is what they wanted.
Well, this is what I was talking about over at Didi earlier today. If you're not a guy that really if you don't got nothing going on in your life to a certain degree, or you can't bluff or fake like you got something going on in your life when you start dealing with women, they really have nothing really to serve. Like if a woman feels that her life is more interesting and she got more stuff done with you, more stuff going on than you do, man, good luck.
Anyway, and she's helping you become better. And I think that's like the best way it can go. But guys won't be able to identify these types of women or be able to figure this out until they date them for
I'm gonna figure out the hard way why I tell you why you gotta have an edge.
good amount of time and see where she stands with these types of things.
Do you think, because you said women's nature, and again, we would agree on the descriptions, maybe not the prescriptions, where I still think finding a chaste woman is ideal, but I also agree, blind spot, women lie in the modern world, because sometimes they're going against their nature. Their nature is not to be, is a term you use, hypergamy. Hypergamy.
Yes.
Okay. They don't want to be sluts, put it that way. They don't want to be dime.
Women don't practice hypergamy. And y'all got to stop this. And I talked about this yet again over on DD's stream because it was brought up. Let's go. Y'all already know my answer to this.
Store whores. A lot of them don't, right? But they've been told that it's empowering. And so sometimes women are trying, the same way that guys who simp and say, hey, I'm soft, I'm sympathetic, I'm sensitive, they're trying to fill an archetype that they have been told is appealing, which actually flies in the face of our nature sometimes.
Yeah.
And we see more people who are sort of acting anti-naturally, women acting masculine, acting tough, boss babe, and men, and I don't want to use the term beta, but men acting weak and subservient, and no one's happy because it's all a fake out.
No, you're actually precisely correct. I say it all the time. Feminism is the blue pill for women, right? So for men, right, blue pill guys are simps.
I will say you're a top percentile man, UFO.
Feminine, think that women can lead and, they can, do certain masculine things and they can like defer that to her. Like, yeah, it's okay if my girl like bosses me around and tells me what to do, like, cause they're idiots and they don't understand female nature. Same exact thing with women. Women, the blue pill for women is feminism and thinking that chasing a career, acting like a man, being masculine, challenging your husband or challenging your man is like, empowering. That is the blue pill for them. And they bite it even worse because advertisers and society in general, like women are easier buyers. Like they're the target.
Let me tell you, what he's saying is not wrong, but I'm gonna take what he's saying a step further. The blue pill for them is feminism, but that's the red pill. It red pills them though. Feminism definitely red pills women too. So the crazy thing about it is that feminism makes them blue pilled in their world, but it red pills women in our world. That's why you have to be red pilled to deal with them in your world. And you can clearly see the delusional world that they live in. Let's get it.
Demographic for advertisers because women are the consumers. They like to extract value, and with them, they are you. When I always say like when you lie, women buy, and that's what they do. That's why like with the Gillette commercial, we can even put in the clip here if you guys want.
Which one, the tranny mustache one, or the one the guy's like you shouldn't actually tell the woman she's hot? Which one?
Boys will be boys.
The one, the boys will be boys one.
Yeah.
Bullying, a problem among kids here in Indiana.
We can't hide from it. We can't laugh it off.
Who's the daddy?
Impact sales.
What I actually think.
Making the same old excuses.
Boys will be boys.
Boys will be boys.
Boys will be boys.
Boys will be boys.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. And in that commercial, I love to use that because that commercial exemplifies the problem that we're in. We have a men's razor company, right? A men's razor company literally shitting on their target demographic of customer to appease to women. And if that doesn't prove that women are the majority consumers and they run, we live in a gynocentric society, I don't know what else does. And I always tell people like, well, they're like, oh, why is that a big deal? Men do need to be better. A lot of guys are, toxically masculine, whatever, because that was one of the commercials that pushed this whole toxic masculinity thing. And I'm like, all right, well, what if Victoria's Secret did a commercial saying, hey, stop being sluts. Stop cheating on your boyfriend. Stop being attention whores on Instagram. Like, start making those goddamn sandwiches. Do you think Victoria's Secret would have a problem? They probably would. We'd all be losers
because it would be out of business.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't want that to happen. It's one of the few, like that and Yankee Doodle Candle Store. Those are the only reasons I go to the mall, usually by myself. One point I would say is I agree. Spencer. One fundamental difference, though, and I think you would agree with this, but single men are very large consumers. Once they are in a nuclear family household, women are the consumers. So the marketing changes when they're single. Men tend to buy a lot of things, electronics, cars, toys, right? Sure. Once you're married, it's often women. And here's how I know I got a good woman. She's Latina, by the way, they're all nuts. But she buys men's razors. And I go, why? She goes, yeah. It's cheaper. It's the exact same thing. And that's how you know she's not a feminist, because women go, the pink tax, get a black razor, bitch.
Yeah.
You don't have to have 18 strips and Venus people singing, doing synchronized swimming in the commercial. It's literally a tax on a color that costs more to produce and you pay more. You could just buy a plain black razor. Yep. And mine does. And that's why, she doesn't have to cover up the bruising with makeup. But no, it's like
sometimes you gotta, you know what I mean? Hey,
I don't
do.
But I will say, I do think a big part of this is recognizing women who identify that problem, because the truth is all women still have that proclivity of no matter what happens, but recognizing that, hey, we do tend to be more emotional. Hey, men are in positions of leadership. And the way I sort of present it when I discuss this with women is I go, you think leader, follower. There's no unit that exists in a business, in government, in the military where there isn't a hierarchy. So how about, hey, this guy's a general and you're a colonel, meaning everyone else is below you. Everything else in the household, everyone outside of your household is someone, your man will defer to you, just not when it's an issue of your difference of opinion, because he's the general or he's the Secretary of Defense.
I mean, it's even sad that you got to dupe women into that. It's sad in the West that you have to dupe women into that. Reason with them and negotiate. And they know too, when you're duping them into it or talking to them about this stuff, you really don't believe that shit.
And you're a general, or he's the president and you're the Secretary of State. Like, it's literally the next position from the top.
Absolutely.
But nowhere else do you go, we got two people calling the shots. Someone has to be a tiebreaker.
Yep.
And that's not dishonoring. That's as honoring as it can be outside of the one general.
Yeah. And I always tell people, like, basically, like, she's like the consigliere, if we're gonna look at like Italian organized crime or something like that. You're the boss, she's the advisor, right? And then obviously whatever, obviously you make the final decision, but her input does matter to a degree. And obviously the longer you're with her, the more value she's added to your life, the more and more her opinion matters. But my biggest thing is I just want guys to be in a position where they're the leader, they're the final decision maker. She doesn't wear the pants in the house. When you're out in public, she's not embarrassing you, which is another thing. Like, she's, you're self-deprecating like a simp, and she, all this other stuff.
Like Steph Curry's wife?
Exactly. Precisely.
Yes. Dude, my soul died a little. Yeah. When she's like, I've had to take him to, I've gone to therapy, and it's just, I was like, what? Your man's one of like the best at what he does on earth, and he's loyal.
And he seems to be a good guy.
He seems to be a good guy who loves his kids. Yep. And she's just like, oh my God, he'll take a call during dinner. It's like, is it the president of Nike?
Yeah.
Or the president?
Yeah.
So
and it's like, it's just absolutely nuts. So that's where I want guys in a position where like their girl's never doing something like that to them. And the only way is like when she, number one, she doesn't, she sees you as a superior, and when she does talk about you, she should be excited and be like, oh yeah, I love him so much, blah, blah, blah. And I can actually tell the way a woman talks about her man when he's not in the room tells me everything I need to know about the relationship. If she's like, infatuated with him and she looks up to him and she's impressed by him, she's like his biggest cheerleader. Building him up. That's how you know, like, okay, this guy has his stuff together. But when it's like that, where she's over here like bad mouthing him and complaining and stuff like that, it's like, dude, you don't have strong frame because your girl's over here saying this wild stuff about you. And the thing that kills me is like, yeah, like the guy is extremely competent and good at what he does.
Yeah. Well, and that also goes back to Gerald's wrong point, which is, look, like it seems like he did everything right, and she still is miserable and ungrateful. As far as Steph Curry.
Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about you. You've done everything wrong. What I'm saying is, but Steph Curry, no, you've done it mostly right.
But this is the thing, though. A lot of women get mad when you do it right, because like when you're too on point, it makes them mad also because there's nothing, like, you're bulletproof. Like, there's nothing they can really complain about. And wildly enough, if you don't know, that's something to complain about in itself. Real talk.
He got really lucky. His wife is awesome.
I got very lucky, yes.
Yeah. He just...
How long have you guys been together? We got married in 2019, so 6 years.
Okay. Into his 30s. You know, I'm not...
Late 30s.
Yeah, I was like, it's not
like,
gonna...
how long were you guys dating before that? We literally dated 1 year. We got married on our 1 year anniversary.
Okay.
We were late enough in life where kind of figured all this stuff out.
Yeah.
And everything lined up like we were talking about. Like she'll say to me, like, I can't believe these people were talking bad about their husbands. Why would you do that?
Yeah.
You know, like that same kind of stuff. Exactly. Yeah. Right.
And Gerald knew that I thought he was going to be single for life. Where I was like, I don't know, I just need to give it up. That he was so excited when he was like, I want you to meet the, like, I think she's the one.
Strong dad? Me?
No, her. Like, does she have a strong dad or
very strong personality dad? Yeah.
Okay, sure. So okay. Because what I've noticed with women like that just get it without you having telling them anything. 9 out of 10 times, strong father or a strong brother or uncle or somebody in their life that like put these values in them. Like, yo, you do not do this type of.
Well, and she was a woman of faith. Like she was looking for somebody to lead, and that's why I was going to say one of the failures of the Protestant church has been feminism.
Yes.
Like, and I know you're Muslim. I'm going to talk to Jay Dyer here in the next couple of.
He's the Halloween 3 of the.
Yeah. But that's one of the failures. Like putting. Kind of inverting everything you described about women just a second ago, about kind of the role and that partnership is described in the Bible. That's the biblical prescription for it. But we've taken that and perverted it in the church, and nobody's happy because of it.
Well,
women aren't happy, and men are not
women
happy.
Have taken it and perverted. That goes to consumer. In the Protestant church, it's women who, and that is a failure of leadership from men. Yes. A lot of men didn't prioritize faith, and so women are the ones who take the kids to Sunday school. Women are the ones who are often so the Protestant church has catered to them.
Yeah.
And
very much.
We've read it's a real problem.
Yeah.
Where you will hear pastors sit down and talk about what a man isn't and what a man needs to be. And if you ask, well, what is a wife? He'll just tell you, well, I'll tell you what submission doesn't mean. Yeah, but what does it mean? I'll tell you what it doesn't mean. This, like, yeah, but can you call half of this place to the mat? And they don't.
Yeah, and that's, I'm really glad that you said that. And that's just not a problem within the Protestant church. That's a problem in society in general, whether you know, whether in the confinements of religion or not. Like, women's roles nowadays are ambiguous. They can behave like a man when they want. They can behave like a lady when they want, and they're able to kind of what I call the proverbial double dipping, where they can demand on one end, you better pay for the day and treat me like a lady, but on the other hand, they can say, I'm a boss babe and I don't need to listen to you. And this puts us in a very weird position because now she wants me to adhere to all my duties, but she's not adhering to hers. She could talk back to me, but I'm responsible for anything if it goes wrong. So I have basically all this responsibility with no authority. And my thing is, whether, you know, it's the advice I dispense with having those 5 things in place, with the 50 bodies, certain money, being in shape, etc., or, you know, vetting a girl for 6 to 12 months. My biggest thing is I just want men to be in the position where they are the decider. You want to be monogamous?
But that's the thing, though. It's really up to you if you feel you want to take that type of behavior or treatment.
Monogamous, fantastic, do it. You want to have multiple girlfriends? Fantastic, do it. But you need to be the one dictating how things go, not the women. That's really the only biggest, that's why I do what I do, is so that men understand that they need to be the leaders. And to be the leader, you need to have these things in place and also understand what you're dealing with on the other end, because women of 2025 are no longer the women of 1955, which, you know, guys make this egregious mistake and think that they are.
Yeah, that's where we would differ. For me, the prescription is, a woman should, and if she does provide those things, it is your duty as a man to honor her, to respect her, to provide her, to protect, and I would put in there monogamous.
Yeah.
But you know, I will say that
as long as the guy's making that decision and he's monogamous because he wants to be, I'm cool with it. I just don't want guys being monogamous because their wife tells them, "Oh, you better be monogamous because X, Y, Z." Like,
well, I understand your problem with it too.
Yeah,
I understand, because the truth is, if a man can.
Shout outs to everybody over on Rumble. Please hit the like button on Rumble. And if you can, hit the Rumble chat. Let's go.
commits to monogamy, and again, I fully support monogamy, not like this bigamist over here. I'm half thinking that's how you know it's a cult if someone gets to bang everyone at the top.
Yeah.
But
that's a power grab.
I will say,
it'd be like the Branch Davidians, man.
Right.
Come on. Yeah. That's what we're here next to Dallas.
There you go. Yeah.
Not too far away from Waco. Like, come on, man.
I don't think you'd want hypergamy with those people.
No.
But I will say, like, if you promise monogamy, which I believe should be promised, the problem is you are promising something that is like 80% of the equation for a woman. If you're a man worth, committing to, and we do have to understand relationship dynamics. There is leverage at play sometimes, and you've given that all up. Woman's like, if I know this man is a good man and he is going to be monogamous, I can use it against him. I'll summarize it this way.
Absolutely.
I have, despite what people try to say, you can even look at court records, never laid a hand on a woman, never would. But I've been with women who have been with guys before me who hit them. And I've said this where I've gone, you know what? I'm not going to. And the messed up thing is, I know that's being used against me. I know that you're talking to me in.
That's some real shit. I've said this before a couple times on this show.
In a way that you wouldn't to your former Puerto Rican boyfriend or whoever it is.
Yep. Or Jamal.
And you're just like, and so what do you do? Like, it doesn't matter how stern you are. It's like, you can be walked all over. And that is a problem that I think a lot of men just don't know how to solve.
And the other part is that they actually want you to put hands on them. That's what they like to respond to. And hey, look, like I said, these are strangers. These are people that you meet. I can't tell you what to feel, what love is, and how to feel loved and all that other stuff. If you feel that that's your love language and that's how somebody shows you love, cool, that's up to you. But to go to jail behind that, y'all niggas dumb as hell.
Where they can be hit, where they can be cheated on. A woman can hit a man, and I've said this where I've gone, you know what? I'm not going to. And the messed up thing is, I know that's being used against me. I know that you're talking to me in a way that you wouldn't to your former Puerto Rican boyfriend or whoever it is.
Yep. Or Jamal.
And you're just like, and so what do? Like, it doesn't matter how stern you are. It's like, you can be walked all over. And that is a problem that I think a lot of men just don't know how to solve, where they can be hit, where they can be cheated on. A woman can hit a man, cheat on him, leave him and take half, and so they're checking out. And so I do think that the Protestant church has come up short with a lot of solutions. Now, I certainly wouldn't go to Islam, but
we smack our women. No.
I know a lot of you do.
We Sean Connery them.
Yeah. So I do understand that. I still think that is what we should strive for. And I don't think that going down the path of polyamorous relationships is a solution, but I get it. And I remember going, ooh, the fact that I'm not, because in other words, it's a promise I've made to myself where I'm not going to swat you, where if you were a guy, you'd be going off the balcony, and I know it's used against me.
Yeah. And since and I'm glad you said that, since we can no longer use violence to curb women, shucks. We have to stop it. We have to, oh man, damn it. We have to use something else. And what I always say is the only leverage you have as a man is your ability to walk away. Now, am I saying, guys,
right? And that's what I was getting at.
Run around and smash a bunch of girls or whatever? No, but you being able to not be monogamous is what keeps women in line. Because I always said, when you have other women in line, your girl will be in line and follow what she's supposed to do, because she knows that you can get up and leave because you keep your sexual market value high. You stay the guy.
Can we change the language? Because I agree with what you're. I think maybe it might help if you change the language to, as opposed to like getting what you want. Like, in other words, if you are going to meet her expectations. In other words, like, if she gets what she wants, she has to meet expectations. Because women think like, hey, you're treating me like a dog. And I understand where you're coming from, but it's true. It's like, hey, we both have expectations. You got to meet yours. You can't hold me to a promise if you're not holding yourself to yours.
Yeah, no. And the problem is that guys don't hold, make sure they don't hold the woman to a standard, which is
the legal system forbids it.
Yeah, precisely. And she has every incentive to actually break said contract. So yeah, what I tell guys is like, this is why you got it. This is why I'm so big on you. You need to go to the gym. You need to make money. You need to be successful. You need to have all these things in place where you're an attractive man. And most importantly, other men respect you and other women want to be with you. You walk into
enough about me.
And women are looking at you, right? And that helps, because now your girl sees, oh, she's given a constant reminder, oh, I'm with the best that I can get. Because I always look at women as like, they're kind of like, well, they're the buyers, right? So like if you get a car, right, you get a really nice car, right, as the woman, right? I'd like to normally make the women the car with the high mileage, but we can go ahead and do it on the other side. So if she feels like she bought a car, right, and everywhere she goes, this car is getting, people are enamored by it, asking questions like, oh my God, so how'd you get that? Blah, blah, blah. That thing is rare, blah, blah, blah.
A lot of women can't handle that though.
Like
that's something that people don't know. A lot of women can't handle that. even though it can put them in a special place of attention, a lot of women cannot handle that, and because they want to be the baddie, they want to be the one looked at like what Myron is describing. And the delicate balance is that it's good that they know this. A lot of women get insecure when it's open that their man is the prize, and then their quote unquote man is not putting them on the pedestal. Especially, and it's funny because it's a pedestal that they put themselves on. It's like an imaginary pedestal, but it's real. That's what messes up.
And she's constantly getting attention and compliments on it, or like people are looking at it. She knows that she got a good deal. But if she's not constantly being reminded that her guy is that guy, she loses attraction a little bit. And that's the thing that's kind of sucks with women, which is another thing I need to tell guys is like, because they don't understand this. Women are attracted to status and women are attracted to men that already have other women. We don't need that because we're decision makers on our own, and we're capable of like independent thought. Like if, for example, right, let's say all of us were single, you guys weren't married. If Gerald saw a hot girl and down the street and he's like, oh man, she's hot. And we said, dude, she looks weird. What are you talking about? He'd be like, fuck you guys, I'm gonna go talk to her anyway. He doesn't need us to co-sign that girl for him to be attracted to her. Women aren't like that though. They need to, they might be attracted to you, but if they see other women attracted to you, it goes even further.
The best people to kind of give a compliment, and I hate to say it, and to really get your woman's mind right is her friends. Her close circle of friends.
So they need like the community to approve of you, and there's a bunch of biological reasons for that. But
it's a competitive drive.
It's a competitive drive for them. So guys need to be that dude where, and this is where the monogamy thing kicks in. Fine, you want to be monogamous, that's fine, but she needs to know that you could leave her at any second, and I think that's what keeps women in line, because you can't smack them anymore.
What do you? Okay, but let me ask you this, because this is, and I know people will be, no matter how we have this conversation, people will criticize me and you, and vice versa. Because I'm totally fine. I'm trying to be as fair as
toxic misogynist.
But does love enter into the equation? By that I mean, let's say, for example, you're General Patton, right? And you're the baddest mofo on the block, the person I can think of.
Yep.
And then you get hit by a car, and you need some help. Are you saying that women would leave that guy because he's not desired by other women at that point, or do we allow for, hey, knowing that he was that guy and knowing who he is, but sometimes you actually do need to be each other's support structure?
Yeah, no, of course. I'll say that, if she's a good girl, she's gonna stay by there for you. But I think every woman is gonna have a time clock, right? Like, how long will she sit there as you're like, disabled, not able to provide and have that security? And I think this is like the more carnal and bad side of female nature, where women are literally designed to like find the strongest man and align with that. So like if you can no longer provide that security that you used to, it's inevitable that she's going to lose a level of attraction for you at some point. So that's why I always tell guys, like, if you lose your job or anything else like that, like, don't cry in front of your girl. Like, figure it out, talk to your guy friends, don't cry to your girl, because women are literally designed to be repulsed by weakness by men, because that affects their security. So like if they see you crying or they see you get beat up by another dude, even though they might say, oh no, open up to me or I'm going to support you, like there's like some visceral reaction in the back of her brain that's going to say, oh, this guy might not be able to protect you. You might, need a change. And I've had so many girls on my show. We've had like 4,000 girls now at this point. A lot of them say,
you personally?
Yeah, on our show. On the show, yeah, different number. Yeah, girls that we've. You're talked. like
Magic Johnson.
Yeah, well, I didn't.
He's not banging. I'm not kidding. Magic Johnson straight as an arrow. Great movie theaters. Please continue.
His son not so straight. But yeah, so like one of the things I've always noticed is like when girls like lose attraction for their guys, there's some like this one pivotal point. It's either he lost his job, he cried in front of her, he showed weakness, and then she just never looked at him the same, and then the attractiveness just dropped off from there. So I'm not saying every girl's gonna leave you when you're in that vulnerable position, but there's definitely a time clock that's starting.
So is there ever? Because a lot of people say, well, that seems.
The gasoline that's burnt when that time clock is started is your respect. Your respect is the gasoline being burnt.
Cold and bleak, and I hate to use the word transactional because all relationships are transactional to some degree.
Sure.
But is there a scenario where appropriate, assuming confines, assuming expectations have been met, where a man can be vulnerable or should be to trust that woman? Can she ever cross that threshold in your mind?
I think vulnerable, but in ways that won't necessarily hurt you. So like, If you have a dog and she sees how much you love your dog and how you show so much affection to it, and she sees the soft side, that's a good way, right? We're being vulnerable because it shows like your caretaking ability, or with your children, playing with them.
Your vulnerability got to be observed by third person. For sure.
And showing that you can be a very loving. I think this is good, but like when it comes to like you as a guy like crying or showing any type of weakness, I don't know what I'm gonna do about these bills, blah blah. I think most women would prefer for you to just solve the problem silently on the side, and she doesn't even.
Or someone else has to call it out.
Know about it, then bring that problem to her and have her help you with it. Now, am I saying that she'll leave you? Of course not. No, right. she'll be like, yeah, let's go at this together. Where it's us against the world. Someone will embrace it and love it.
Yeah.
But you don't know, because every girl's different, and until they're met with that problem, you don't know how they're going to respond. So I look at it like, why roll the dice, right? We were talking about revolvers earlier. Why play Russian roulette with your relationship, right? Why, if you don't have to? Because women respond so strongly to security or a lack of it. I wouldn't even chance it.
Yeah, and I think men respond in kind of to stability that's created by the woman in the home. That's a really big thing. I mean, either you're out sowing your wild oats, but when a man settles down, like he's only settling down because he wants stability in his house that he doesn't get from the world, and that's super important. That's both sides of the equation.
And for her to have to feel like the house is going to be stable, she needs to know that you're stable too, because you're the reason why she has the roof over her head. So like, I look at it like, when you have your problems, your masculine problems, you should always go to your guy friends with it, never to your girl or to your woman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
All right. Shit, and you should barely go to your guy friends with it. Some of them might go to your woman. All right. Let's try to get at least 2 more supporters. Let's get into another debate you guys may have missed. Yep, that's who you think it is.
In the chat, I think that's probably the whole reason why I got invited to this in the first place, because of some of the statements he made in that, which was about
I'm not even gonna say the same, but that's who y'all think it is. Let's go.
Regarding women's rights and rights being given or enforced by men, right? Things of the sort. And I found a couple things that were a little bit misleading with those statements that he made, and the girl he was debating didn't provide a whole lot of pushback, which was interesting. But so he was talking about, because it seemed like there was a mixture of different things, right? And the undertone of what I sense he was getting at is part of the reason why men are the enforcers of rights, quote unquote, is because it seemed like it was more predicated on males' physicality, right? Our willingness to be able to be physical in actions and things like that, right, over a woman. And there were even examples used if there was, if all men decided to go against all women type of thing like that, who would win, even with modern technology, all those different statements, which kind of led me to believe that he's coming from a purely physical perspective when he talks about this and rights enforcement. So we're gonna play that video now, and then I want to go ahead and ask a couple questions on what he means by that, and then we can get going.
Well, just to clarify, so this is the opening statement. So you just talk, and then you can ask the questions once he makes his opening statement.
Women can't make decisions about their own rights because they can't enforce their own rights. So since they have no enforcement mechanism other than men, all their rights come from men, so they can't actually be equal. There's always going to be a differential, and that's a necessary biological truth. It's not saying that women can't be equal in the eyes of men as far as, you can't murder them, abuse them, things like this within the commons that you would do with men. But there can't actually be egalitarianism. It's not even possible because women have no enforcement mechanism. So since there's no enforcement mechanism, there's just it's a laughably absurd idea.
They didn't have no enforcement mechanism.
Okay, that was the clip. So do you want to elaborate on?
She's not even listening. And what he said made sense.
Yeah. So, I'm sorry. Is it him, or do you want me to elaborate a little bit?
No, yeah, it's still your opening statement, dude.
All right, perfect. So basically, you heard that statement where he was saying women don't have enforcement mechanism for the rights, and women's rights are inherently given to them by men, right? So what's confusing about that statement is we're talking about a couple different things here, and this is where I want to clarify, and I'm gonna actually pass it on to him when he's ready to make his opening statements. But what type of rights are we talking about here, right? Are we talking about human rights? Are we talking about natural rights? And it seemed like when he was going into the debates, he was kind of like conflating them.
Women need men to enforce their rights. Conversation over.
Both of it, right? Where it's somehow in some arguments you refer to natural rights, and then other arguments you refer to the human rights argument of things, whether it's like, or God, or at least that's what it seemed like he was hinting. So I want to go ahead and get into a little bit more detail, but I think this is it for my opening statement. We can get cracking.
Okay, cool. Andrew.
Yeah. So that really didn't tell me much, and he didn't really make an argument. Let me kind of go through this.
Your audio just cut out. It got really quiet. Your mic just.
Sorry about that. Is that?
It's good. It's good now.
So I did take the time to review my opponent's material. Usually my opponents don't actually review mine. I don't know why this is, but people don't seem to take debates very seriously. They just kind of operate off of pure emotion, and they don't even understand argumentation or structures for arguments. I did go through and take a look at his video where he kind of briefly addressed this, and I was less than impressed. In his video about just for pearly things being exposed, before he got to the section where he was obviously confused about my arguments, he claimed at the 29-46 minute mark that the last draft we had was in World War II. This was after pulling the date live, and the date saying 1973, which would be the Vietnam War, not World War II, but I thought that was kind of funny. And then in hour 14, in the same video, he restates my position that women's rights come from men, and then after a giggle, he actually had no argument and then went into some odd ramble, which was totally unintelligible. He starts by claiming we live in a structured government based around the Constitution, which is a non sequitur, and it doesn't even address my position or my argument. He then goes on to say hilariously that ever since women got the right to vote, men can't collectively take those rights away. Obviously, this is absurd, and it's self-defeating, because who did they get the right to vote from in the first place? He then goes on to say that I brought up make-believe examples to make my point, and now that he's right about, these scenarios are called hypotheticals, and they're designed to be make-believe examples to test your logic. He then says historically societies were moving towards egalitarianism, which is also laughable. He then finishes by claiming only Eastern cultures oppress women in their framework, which is again hilarious because it actually proves my point. As far as kind of what he said in his opening statement, he again didn't really give me very much. He just said that from my perspective, he's asking if it's a physical perspective, which relies on enforcement. The answer to that would be yes. He then brings up a category of rights, which I guess we can get into, but I probably reject his framework of what rights are. And then, kind of past that, if he's asking, who has rights, I don't think that we have rights. I don't even think that there's a such thing as rights, at least not unalienable rights, meaning rights that can't be taken away from you. So that's kind of it for my opening statement. I probably would have had more to say, but I haven't actually heard an argument or anything from him. So we can kind of move on from there.
Cool. All right, we're going to get to the open part. So here's the part where you guys just have back and forth and kick it off.
All right, so this guy's saying he didn't hear an argument, although we just posed one. So I guess you're trying to be nonchalant about this, which is cute. Okay, so you're used to, speaking the way. I mean, in fact, you're already saying I'm emotional and make people making emotional arguments, and then you're basing it off a video that, firstly, was just off statement about you, and second of all, realistically, didn't even have a whole fully fledged out explanation for it, because that's not what the show was about. It was just briefly mentioning it, but we're gonna do that on this podcast. So my first question to you is, when you talk about rights being able to be taken away or being enforced by men, what type of rights are you talking about? Are you talking about natural rights, or are you talking about human rights?
What do you think the distinction between the two are?
I'm asking you.
Well, are these physical? So I don't, any right that you would consider to be something which is physical from a secular framework, I would consider those to be right. Whether you call them natural rights or you call them whatever you want, it doesn't matter from my perspective.
Okay, but what I'm saying, what do you consider rights, right, that can be enforced and that can also be taken away if men collectivize?
Well, so I would make the distinction in two ways. The first would be an unalienable right. So if you look at the framing around our Constitution, there's only 3 unalienable rights. So the unalienable right would be a right which cannot be taken away under any circumstances. So the 3 unalienable rights would be the right to liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and what's the other one? It's life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So those would be unalienable rights. So everything else would be a negative right in the Constitution, or the way that we at least perceive rights. So none of them are positive rights; they're all affirmed in the negative, meaning you can't do X. It's not a positive of what you must do or should do as a right, but rather it's a restriction on what you can't do, that type of thing.
So what would you say then, where would you say your definition of your rights, where do you believe that comes from?
I don't think we have rights.
Well, you just got done explaining inalienable rights, right? The ones we were talking about enforcing and being able to be taken.
He said, he doesn't think that we have rights, because if the right can get taken from you, you kind of really don't have it. He literally said that 2 times.
These are conceptualizations, though. Right? I'm just giving you conceptualizations, not what I believe.
We actually have laws that
just stop. Hang on.
Don't tell me to stop.
I need you to understand. Well, I need you to understand my position before you ask the question, because I'm answering the question. So what I'm giving you is a conceptualization of what an unalienable right is. Doesn't mean I believe they exist. It just means that I'm telling you what they are. And then I'm telling you what a negative right is. I'm not saying that those things actually exist. They're all social constructions from my perspective. They're socially constructed. They don't actually exist in physical reality. They're made the fuck up.
If they don't exist in physical reality, how can people enforce it?
They're enforcing a social construction. So the person exists in physical reality. The other person exists in physical reality. But whatever the conceptualization is of what you want to enforce does not exist as some physical metric. So you can't, like, for instance, I can't point out.
And it kind of really don't exist unless it is enforced.
Oh, right. I can't point to it or taste it or smell it or touch it or any of those things. They don't actually exist outside of your own brain. They're just conceptualizations of things.
I'm sorry.
That shit went smooth over Duke's head, man. Smooth over Duke's head.
All right, so you're saying rights don't exist outside of your own brain, but yet in the physical world where rights are actually important, and in your argument, actually in the previous argument that you mentioned, can be enforced, and also if men in your hypothetical world were to collectivize can be taken away, you're also making the same argument that those rights just exist in people's heads and there's no real world consequences towards that.
There's no performative contradiction between the two. So if you have a conceptualization that something is a right, right? You conceptualize that this is true, even if
But
it's not.
how about we don't conceptualize it? Let's just look at the rights right now.
Because it's a concept. It's a concept.
Constitution in your last example, right? We're talking about inalienable rights. Let's talk about that. Because
if you don't want me to conceptualize it,
it's a legal document that exists. So it's not something that is in your head. It's actually written down, and we've been following those laws.
Bro, if you don't want me to conceptualize, okay, if you don't want me to conceptualize it, then point to where one is. Point to a right.
Okay.
What does a right smell? What does a right smell like?
Amendment.
What does the Second Amendment smell? What does the Second Amendment smell like? What does it look like? What does it taste like? What you can't point to. It's just a conceptualization of a thing,
no, you
right?
can point to it. There's a
well, then point to it.
Printed thousands of times that basically says, "Hey, this is what your rights are." And guess what? There's enforcement mechanisms put in place to enforce that document. So you're saying that's just a concept to you?
The piece of paper is real. You would agree. I would agree with you. The piece of paper and the ink and everything else, those are all physical things. But the rights, which are enshrined on that piece of paper, those are conceptualizations. They don't exist. You understand that? They don't actually exist. A right doesn't actually exist.
Bro, like Anthony, like he literally said this twice. And this is the thing when you playing games. You damn near gotta when you don't understand something, you damn near gotta commit to the stupidity, bro. You gotta commit to the stupidity, or else you think the other person won. Or it looks like the other person won.
Exist. If it does, show me where it is. It's just a social construction. They're made up. They're made the fuck up, dude. Made up.
So here's the thing, because you're this is where you're going with this, and it's actually kind of interesting that you're taking this route, right? Because I understand where you're coming from. You're saying it's something that we conjure up. It's a concept, all right? It's one of those things where it comes from our minds. We put it out there, but at the end of the day, it's just a concept. You can't point to a right. You can't point to a thing. But again, these are the same things that have very real world consequences. Whether it's human rights or whether it's natural rights, these are very things that affect people in the real world. Societies build structures and systems around these certain rights, all right? Especially the ones that you consider inalienable. Even the same one you used as an argument when you talk about enforcement mechanisms being the men, all right? So how can men enforce something that doesn't exist? How can they point to something and say, all right, well, that does, like, you understand how you're taking it from your conceptualized world and it doesn't make sense in reality. You understand?
Right.
He already won, and this is why I wanted to play this for you guys, to show you guys and give you guys a different perspective that no other YouTuber is going to show you guys of him debating another black guy. But this one is like a slam dunk case, man.
Right. There's
right.
So things. Well, I'm talking about reality here, rights, not concepts.
Yeah, so but hang on. But in reality, they're in reality, they're just concepts. You can afford societies and structure societies based around concepts. We do it all the time. Social constructs.
He should be taking notes. He up there confused as a dingbat, man.
Social constructions, especially, for instance, take a school. A school isn't anything other than a building where people go to learn. What makes it a school? What makes it a school is that we call it a school. Right? Yeah. Well, no, that's not what makes it a school. A school's still a school, even if there's no people in it, right?
The structures of the school, right?
Right. So it's all.
You have the teachers, you have the janitorial staffs, you even have the students to make it all work. So at the end of the day, this empty building, for instance, can be repurposed to anything else.
Let me finish.
At the end of the day, time out. At the end of the day, it's the people that make it up, right? They build the institution and the system that turns it into a school. The exact same people that build up the system, all right, from a fictional conceptual document that you want to call the Constitution, and as long as those people abide by those document, it becomes real. So in your other argument,
no, it's not real.
Okay.
So backing up,
back to concepts again.
Well, that's all school is it's a conceptualization of a thing that we call a learning center.
Education is just a concept.
Let me finish a sentence, dude. I let you talk and express whatever you wanted. Let me at least respond before you cut in. So try to understand that what you're talking about is a conceptualization which is applied. Morals operate this way. Almost everything in your life operates around social constructions for normalcy. A stop sign's a social construct, right? There's a physical sign there, but the fact you're supposed to stop there is socially constructed. It's made up. It's not actual reality that you must stop at a stop sign. You just do because you operate as though it's reality. So when you're saying, hey, let me finish, man. So when you're saying, hey, these things are applied to reality, they map onto reality, I agree with you. That's how we talk about concepts. So I'm willing to engage with the concepts being applied to reality, but you need to first...
It's really not hard for him to grasp that. And that's the thing, like, playing like you don't know, or if you actually don't know, getting stuck on a concept this simple is crazy.
Start with, these are just concepts and they don't actually exist physically anywhere.
No, I can't start with that premise because that doesn't make any sense. Though to me, from everyone else's standpoint, even you using...
It actually makes a lot of sense, and it's good to clear the air on something like this before you start tackling deeper subjects.
Example of the stop sign. Okay, yeah, I get it. What does anything really actually mean, right? Unless there were certain laws assigned or governed to it, just like anything else. So the stop sign, it's a pact that we sign with the laws of the society we're currently living in that said, hey, if you see a stop sign, you stop, because if you don't, well, guess what? You're more likely to cause physical harm to other people that exist. So it becomes a real thing.
It's
so
still a concept. It's just conceptualism.
Listen, I understand the concept you're talking about, but when you bring it to reality, they have real world consequences. So we can't be arguing, okay, well, it's a stop sign, it's a law, it can mean anything or it cannot mean anything. You can't really point to it, but at the end of the day, they still affect people in a very real way, real, tangible, and practically effective.
Yeah, but so what? So saying that a conceptualization can map on reality based on you behaving as though it's real, I've already conceded must be true. It's the only logical way that can be true.
No, it is true.
Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just heard what you just said.
So then you have to start with the presupposition that these are concepts, which you just categorically rejected. So you need to say these are just...
He is not listening to a damn thing you said.
Concepts. They're not real. These aren't real.
But they have real world consequences. That's what you're not understanding. You're bringing it back to concepts.
No, something that doesn't exist has no real world consequence.
It's a real enough document that it's governing a whole country and in relations to other countries, that it's real enough. It's no longer a concept. You don't need to conceptualize the concept.
No, it's still a concept.
It's there. You don't even need to, even when it comes
No, you still need to conceptualize it. You still have to conceptualize the rights.
Explain.
Well, because they don't exist in physical reality, dude. What are you not getting about this? None of these conceptualizations.
Do you believe that even before the concept of good and evil or right or wrong, do you believe that people just didn't know the difference?
What? That's a total non sequitur. What does that have to do with anything?
No. I'm getting to a point though. Because
what's the point?
The point is, no matter what, even if it's in your head, you're talking about what's the concept of right, what's the concept of wrong. Realistically, we all know there's a natural law that lets us know that there's something good and there's something bad. The natural law of justice and injustice, moral or immoral or unmoral, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? So those things are something that you would classify around human law, human nature or human rights, right? Because we all kind of know that stuff already to begin with. So you can call that a concept, you can call it whatever it is, but even though you want to categorize that as concepts, they still have real world consequences to how humans govern. So for instance, someone who wakes up isn't going to just go murder their parents because they know that's bad. Now, are you going to say there are people that do that in the real world? No, there are people that do that, but the vast majority of people understand the morals. So even if they're concepts, which I don't deny, there are concepts, they have real world consequences. And I'm talking about the real world while you're trying to bring it.
This is like, I don't got no problems with Duke. He's a Nigerian dude, but just, bro, wrap that shit up, bro. God damn.
Back to the concepts.
So again, you can act in such a way as though a thing which you conceptualize is real, and that will create.
I see. God damn. I see.
Consequences. But the consequences are coming from the things in physical reality, in this case, human beings acting on those conceptualizations, the conceptualizations of rights, the conceptualization that that's a school, the conceptualization this is private property. All of these things are conceptualized, but they don't exist in tangible physical reality. So what you're really talking about is human behavior. And I agree that human behavior has direct impacts on other human beings based on however you conceptualize why they're behaving that way, what they're behaving that way for, what they're going to do in the future, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We all operate on, I think the conceptualizations are necessary and social constructions are necessary for us to live, but that doesn't mean that they exist in reality. So when we're talking about rights, try to understand my position here, which what I'm trying to flesh out is that rights themselves don't exist. Acting as though that they do, I think we can do. And sure, that gives us some impact because of human behavior, but rights themselves don't even exist. They just don't exist. So we're talking in abstracts here. When you say, can you take these rights? When you say, can you take these rights away from these people? It's like, I don't know that they have rights to begin with, especially not unalienable rights, meaning they can't be taken away. That seems paradoxical to me.
How?
Can you roll that clip again, Alex, real quick?
Not listening.
Sure. I think you guys are also kind of going about semantics.
said.
You guys largely agree. Yes.
No,
right?
that's what I'm saying. Because like
semantics are important.
Hang on. Stop. Let me just clear this up. So you guys both agree that rights aren't something tangible you can see, but they both have real world consequences. I think you guys can move on to the next part because at this point, this is like we're just semantics. But yeah, I can place the clip.
Women can't make decisions about their own rights because they can't enforce their own rights. So since they have no enforcement mechanism other than men, all their rights come from men, so they can't actually be equal. There's always going to be a differential, and that's a necessary biological truth. It's not saying that women can't be equal in the eyes of men as far as, you can't murder them, abuse them, things like this within the commons that you would do with men. But there can't actually be egalitarianism. It's not even possible because women have no enforcement mechanism. So since there's no enforcement mechanism, there's just it's a laughably absurd idea.
Women have no enforcement mechanism.
Okay. So
The girl in the video not listening either.
On tape, we're not even talking about concepts. We're talking about reality.
We were talking about concepts.
No, you weren't talking about concepts. You were talking about reality because
we're talking about how people
enforcement is a reality. It's a physical, tangible thing, right? So when you're sitting there saying that women don't have enforcement mechanism for their rights, you are then conceding that it's a physical thing. So moving forward from that, because we both now understand that rights have physical.
No, we can't move forward from that because you're wrong.
Well, because now you're gonna drag it back. I'm trying to move forward from this.
I can't move forward until I get a concession out of you.
So where
I
the
have
rights
to get a
come
concession.
from? Where the rights?
They don't come from
the
anywhere.
guys
They don't exist. They don't exist external of your brain.
So you see the position he's taking on now versus the position he took on last time.
The position I had with her,
it
with
wasn't
Farah.
the same one. It wasn't the same one. I watched the whole thing, buddy. And no, you guys were arguing a physical, tangible thing. We weren't arguing concepts. Now
Okay.
the whole conversation has changed the concept. So now that I ask you,
I don't.
Rights
Maybe
come
you just
from,
don't get
you
it.
can't even
Dude. I
answer
don't
the
know.
question.
Do you just not understand? Like even
No,
when I
don't
was
think
debating.
you understand. I really don't think you get it at all.
Well, why don't you give me? Why don't you give me?
Right now, if anything else, that's
Why
what
don't you give me a second and I'll try to re-explain it
Sure,
to you.
take as much time as you need.
So
to
starting with the Farah debate, just because I can entertain your ideas, and I told her specifically in that debate, I don't view rights the same way that you do, but I can do what's called an internal critique. So if you assume that these things are real and you apply them in life, I can internally critique your position to even see if it makes sense. That's the point of a debate, is an internal critique, which is exactly what I did with Farah. I explained to her and expressed to her, I don't see rights the same way that you do. I'm not even sure that we have rights. Not even sure about that. right? I could be persuaded if somebody gave me a good enough position that we did, but just like I told her, I'm not even sure that we do. But I can internally critique your position where you say, I think that we do, and here's where I think that our rights come from. Here's why I think that they need to be enforced. Just going into somebody's worldview and arguing with them based on what they consider a thing X to be, whether it's a unicorn, a leprechaun, rights, whatever the fuck it is, you can entertain their ideas without believing in them, even if you take the opposite position, man. I don't know why that's complex for you.
The opposite could be true in the same sense as me, because I don't need to go into your world to believe it's just a concept and then just argue from there. So do you see how the opposite could be true at the same time? So why don't we just come to a middle ground? If we're going to talk about the realities or the real worlds, no need to go back and forth with what your idea of rights are, what the idea of rights are. Let's talk about what everyone generally understands as rights, and then move on from there. So it doesn't. But that would be granting. It doesn't have to be your definition of what you think rights is. All right, but generally the rights. So for instance, right, when we talk about voting, okay, now we talk about what is the hot topic right now? Abortion. All right, that's a thing, right? So women abortion rights, that's one thing they will consider that, right? So both Republican women and men voted to remove female rights to abortion in certain states. So that's a physical, tangible thing that actually has real world consequences, because that's a situation. In your last argument, you're saying that women don't have rights because women don't have the enforcement mechanism. But my disagreement is, no, women do have the enforcement mechanism. Since we're not going to go into your definition of rights, what I define rights are pretty much given by governments. Governments, not given by governments, but it's kind of like protected and enforced by governments, which is the system or whatever society that you're living in, right? You sign a pact, they say, okay, you give up some of your rights, you give up some of your authority to us, and then in return, you get to live your life however, pursuit of happiness, live free, do whatever, as long as you abide by these rules. That's the part of your authority you give up, right? So if you sign that pact with the government or whatever society you decide to live in, all right, they also enforce those rights for you and make sure that doesn't get taken away. So essentially, people who participate in these systems are both women and men. So realistically, I would agree with you if you want to talk about the enforcement mechanism at the end of the day, overwhelmingly becoming men, like in law enforcement, military, or whatever you want to add, throw that into. Yeah, but to argue it and say that women lack the enforcement mechanism to be able to enforce their rights is just wildly absurd.
So so I kind of trying to piece this together so I make sure I get this correct.
Retarded, bro. What the fuck? Easy answer. I don't think you get it. I
don't. Well, you're right. I don't even understand what you just said. So can you give me a more concise version? Yeah, give me more.
Go back in La La Land. That's what you got to do. Go back in the concepts.
Can you give me a concise version of what your argument is as to why you think that it's not a paradox that there's egalitarianism if men are affording the rights to women?
How is that a paradox if men are affording rights to women?
Well, because the word is egalitarianism. You know what that means, right?
I never used the word egalitarianism.
Well, then you're straw manning my argument, because my argument is about egalitarianism, not rights. Equality.
I'm not straw manning your argument.
So here you are, because it's about egalitarianism. Men and women can't ever be equal. It's not fucking possible. It's paradoxical to say that the people you have to go to demand to ask them to benevolently bequeath unto you rights, that you're equal with those people. That's a paradox.
Well, then we have to define what those rights are, right?
Conceptualize that, though.
Well, who cares what you define them as? It doesn't matter what you.
But okay,
it wouldn't matter if it's a right to a Snicker bar. So what are you talking about?
So the rights that we have right now, right, that women have, same as men. All right. So that also gets enforced. You're not going to impede on a woman's right to pursue happiness or liberty or whatever it is that she wants. You're not going to impede on a woman's rights to do any of that bullshit. So there is an enforcement mechanism there. And there are certain things that are listed that are there. So to say that it's something that is given to us by men, it's not, because we're operating under natural law now. You understand that, right?
Are we operating under natural law, or are we operating under constitutional law?
Constitutional law is natural law.
What makes it natural?
What are you talking about?
What makes it natural?
Natural rights that come out of it.
What makes these rights natural? What makes them natural? What makes them natural?
That you sign a pact with the state, or whatever society you're living with.
Why is that natural?
Why is it not?
Well, I mean, you're begging the question at that point. So I asked you the question.
Are you trying to conflate that with human law?
Well, no, you conflated
human
it.
law.
So I said,
you can give it up to God. You can say God, because as long as you exist as a human by nature, you can, as long as people don't try to kill you or anything like that, and justice or injustice, typical things like that, then you're fine. That's.
Well, what rights do you think God gives you then?
Whatever people believe in religion.
So
it depends on what religion, and most of the stuff comes from Eastern religions, anyways. Like ancient Judaism, like Roman societies, Greek societies. They all had that style.
Okay, so when you're talking about constitutional law, you're saying that constitutional law is an extension of natural law. And what do you consider natural law to be?
Well, it's not an extension of natural law. It's an extension of natural rights.
Okay, what do you consider natural rights to be? Where are they coming
Rights
from?
Given and protected under a government or whatever civilization you're living in.
So these are
or whatever laws that are governing. So whatever laws, you can't kill people, you can't steal from people, stuff like that.
Got
you
it.
Get locked up for.
So your rights, right? so your rights ultimately are coming from people.
Yeah, just like the same people that make up the schools. And
so if we're going to delineate, got it. So if we're going to make a delineation as to which group of this people's makeup are the ones who are the enforcers of these rights which people have made up, which person group would you say out of the two sexes are the most responsible for that enforcement mechanism?
Those who are allowed to vote and participate in the government system.
Well, not every country you can vote, right?
Well, yeah, okay, so what country are we specifically talking about?
Well, who cares? It doesn't matter, just as far as a conceptualization. Okay, so we'll
talk about the United States. This is a country I know. I'm not familiar with other countries. So let's talk about
United States. Women got the vote in 1919, right?
Doesn't mean they weren't influential.
Well, who gave it to them? Who gave them the vote?
Oh, he was, what do you call it, men?
Men. Yeah, men gave them the vote. So thing is...
Who made up the government? Who made up majority of the government then?
Men.
Okay, perfect.
Who makes up the majority of the government now?
Still men.
Men, yeah. So it's
women,
always men.
The crux of the argument is, listen, I agree. I already agree with you that men can act as the enforcement mechanism, right? But what I don't disagree is.
So then you have a paradox.
What are you talking about?
So if women can't enforce their rights and they have to get their rights from men have to grant them their rights because they're the enforcers, then it's paradoxical to say they're equal.
If you want to talk about it comes from a system of participation. So if you're talking about before women getting the ability to vote and things like that, then fine, you have a point and I'll concede that to you. But if you're talking about after women got the right to vote, they participate in the electoral process, whether it's local, state, federal, it doesn't matter. So whatever they choose to vote for, whatever is their self-interest, they essentially have an enforcement mechanism, which is the power to vote. So if we're talking about in today's time, then yes, women do have an enforcement mechanism to be able to impact their will. That's it.
So let's say a woman votes that she wants to be able to have abortions, that women kind of collectively come around and they vote that in. And let's just say, for the sake of this argument, you're in, like, let's say Afghanistan or something. But even here in the United States, it would apply. Let's say that men said, yeah, you voted for that, but we're still not going to let you have abortions. Do you think women could still have abortions?
That goes against the legal process.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Do you think that women would be able to have abortions if men said you can't have any more?
If we're arguing in the United States, then if the women vote and all of a sudden people just want to overthrow it, if the men collectivize and say that wouldn't work.
Why wouldn't it work?
Because the way the system is set up.
The system is set up at the whims of men.
What?
The system is set up at the whims of men. If men decide if the men decide collectively that the system is no longer.
And I don't understand, because like you can literally be like a surface. This is why a lot of I've noticed this as a content creator for the longest time. This is where a lot of content creators go into like exposed content, because like all you really need is just like two brain cells to rub together. Not calling him dumb, I'm just saying in general, bro. All you need is two brain cells to rub together. Sometimes the content creates itself. And you might need to be somewhat of a conduit, just to sit there and kind of explain some of it, but it's like it's self-explanatory. You just got to gather the information, put it together a little bit, and blah blah blah. Right? You can do surface level content. It's all surface level content. Anyway, let's get back into it.
Applicable? It's no longer applicable.
Well, that doesn't happen though.
It does happen. It not only does it, not only no, it's happened twice here. It's happened twice in the United States.
What country we're talking about?
I'm talking about the United States. Talking about the United States. It's happened twice in the United States.
Bro, the thumbnail is hilarious, bro. I got a couple of them, man. Good to see you, Link. Happy Friday. Hope you're doing well. Let's go.
Men collectivizing to try to take over the government, it's damn near impossible.
No, it's happened twice. It's actually almost happened 4 different times. But the first time it happened, the first time was 1776. You know what happened then? Then the second time was during the Civil War. And in that point, they were extremely successful. They formulated their own government, an entire Southern government.
Even though foreigners do be knowing this stuff and the Americans don't, Duke is Nigerian. He's not going to really look up shit like this. Just saying. All right, let's go. Give me 1 second, guys.
Made their own new charter of rights and completely rejected the rights of the North.
Right, but you're still talking about when the country was in its infancy and it was still developing. You're always going to have those civil unrest.
The late 1800s was not infancy.
Listen, what you're describing happens to multiple different.
The late 1800s was not infancy.
But if we're gonna, here's the thing. If we're gonna, but what we're explaining is what happens to countries at their early stages. There's usually a split off from their original colonial masters or colonial superiority, and then there's some kind of civil war fostered. Yes, that's always. Listen, that's always the case.
So yeah, but so what? So what?
African countries right now.
What?
Hang on. Well, so what? It just
so what?
goes back on your point that you're making. You don't
no, it doesn't.
Yes,
how?
It does.
Well, tell me that part.
The point I'm making is this stuff happens when countries are in their infancy. So you're gonna have those early stages of we call it destabilization. But over time, as a country forms their laws and they forms their strengthening.
So what?
They put safe. So what? So what is there safeguards put in place to prevent against that? Why do you think all those 2 times that shit didn't happen anymore?
And if men decide that those safeguards aren't there anymore, they won't be there.
Well, then, but here's the thing. The only difference is those same men have a huge wall of bureaucracy they have to fight through to even make that happen.
No,
it doesn't take them just collecting a bunch of guns. It doesn't take brute strength to walk up into the government and say, well, I'm going to take it over because, we're sick and tired of the system.
They've done it. It's been done globally more times than you can count.
17, whatever, bro.
No, that's recent. That's the Shah of Iran. What are you talking about? The Shah of Iran. The Shah of Iran, Afghanistan.
Iran right now, or are we talking about the United States?
What I'm saying is that if this can happen, Duke, if this can happen there, why couldn't it happen here?
Because we're well established.
They were more well established.
Do you know how destabilized
the United States is one of the youngest nations on planet Earth, sir. One of the youngest nations.
Exactly my point. What I was saying earlier.
He fishing for something and just making horrible points, man.
This bullshit only happens to young nations in their infancy.
This is one of the youngest nations on planet Earth.
It's difficult for men to do that. So we're going back to the West. The idea of the West, a bunch of dudes who are all of a sudden sick and tired of, the way the government's running, and they take up arms to overthrow it. It's not going to happen because the government's way too established. So when you're making my point, it's only in younger countries when they're highly influenced.
The government is shut down. Let's go.
And in their infancy, that insurrections and you have the changing of guard and civil wars that happen. But when we get into established nations, there's safeguards put in place because they learned from their lessons when they were in their infancy.
I don't think they learned, bro. I doubt that's learning, bro. I doubt that's learning, bro. Like people just be like. Maybe Andrew, I don't know, man. Maybe this is stuff that I think about. Imagine just arguing with a bunch of random people that you truly never know if you're like actually smart or a great debater because people just want to debate you. No, it was an inside joke. This happened way before the government shut down. Or I think right before the government shut down. Maybe just because everybody just want to debate Andrew, they make him look super smart, probably. I don't know. You know. But one thing I do know is shout outs to Link dropping the Q and sponsoring today's show, dropping the huge $10 on the Cash App. As always, thank you so much, bro, for supporting the show. Link says for the intelligent homie and the thumbnail. You dig? Shit. Getting that body count down. Shout outs to Link. Let's go.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
We're gonna talk about it in detail, man. A lot of people in New York they're thinking that, you know, with their new mayor, that's what it's gonna be like. New York about to be fucked up. Listen, if you are on the East Coast, get the hell out of New York. For sure. For good.
That's how they work.
So what
you
you're
might have a case back in the day, but in today, you're wrong. Women do have an enforcement mechanism. It's called
what is
the
it?
federal,
You mean men?
which is largely men and women. So it's not solely men.
Well, no, it's mostly men who are the enforcers, though. So politicians don't.
Now you got women in the police forces,
politicians,
people in the military.
Politicians don't enforce laws, right?
They create. Well, no. Time out. Okay. One branch create laws, the other one judges it, and the executive one sort of.
So all non sequiturs I don't care about. Who enforces
so now
the laws?
Non-sequiturs. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, they're not addressing my argument, which is you can say who makes the laws, and I would agree with you who makes laws, but who enforces the laws?
The government.
Yeah, but
that's holding.
If you were
when you sign a contract with when you sign a contract with the state, aka your citizenship, you're basically going into a societal agreement. All right, you agree to give up.
I know Andrew tired of talking to niggas, man.
A certain amount of your rights, and
I know he tired of talking to niggas, man.
So that we will protect whatever's left of yours. All right, so that's the whole thing. So if anyone, meaning any other.
I'm tired of listening to niggas trying to sound smart, man.
Other human being, all right, that breaks the laws, meaning they accost you in some kind of way where they steal from you or they try to kill you or your family members, all right, your rights will be enforced by the state because that's the contract you signed. So they act as the enforcer. Now, if you want to get into the weeds of who are the people actually going in and arresting these people or doing the investigations, yeah, you can have a say and say, yeah, the majority of them are men, right? Because they make up the police forces and they make up the military and things like that. But doesn't negate the fact that there are women in these positions too. Not only that, there are women that serve atop of those hierarchies that enable the enforcement of the rights of other people.
So we've established then that men are largely the enforcement arm of rights and laws that politicians
They're
pass.
largely, but not solely.
I didn't say they're solely. I just said
in the last argument, it kind of seemed like you were hinting at that because you didn't say it.
So largely,
Just
they
gotta
are.
be specific.
Largely, they are, right? You agree with that? So if that's true,
yeah, I
if
agree
those,
with that 100%.
So if those men,
it's a no-brainer.
So if those, men,
what's going on, War Master, on the YouTube side of the game? Oh my God, this is a this is annoying. This is annoying. Shout outs to War Master in the building. I know I don't know if you just got here, because listening to this would rack your brains too. Andrew is probably tired of talking to niggas. What do you think, Insane One? Do you think Andrew's probably tired of talking to Negroes?
Decide that they're going to stop enforcing those laws by the government if they just decide to do that. Let's say they go on strike or something like this.
Which department?
Or the police force.
The Army, Navy, police.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't even matter. Like, let's just.
Okay, so remember, there was two guys in the space. If you guys don't know, and it's funny because I think I'm in some of their discords, but I don't post, right? You said it's buzzing my high Kuda. I'm telling you, bro. I just wanted to show y'all Andrew does debate black people. And maybe a little bit of the difference between black people, Coach Greg and Duke and Don. I know he looks a little bit different now. Y'all haven't seen him in a while. Him and the other guy, LTTV, kind of discuss. There's not too many gossip content to do and people to expose. Or maybe there is. They just fell out of my algorithm. I don't know. But these guys do the gossip content, Really don't take that much intellect to do gossip and expose content. My bad. Content. You say you stay open in Portal, but War Master said I'm tired of listening to fools. I think Andrew is too. But he hasn't even gotten into any of the stuff that he really wants to get into because Duke can't grasp simple concepts. Andrew literally said that laws aren't real, and he basically explained how like they are real, but they're really not if they're not enforced. And honestly, a lot of them are social concepts that are put together by the people and and quote unquote enforced by men, but if they're not really enforced, kind of really don't exist, which is easy to understand. Well, think about it like this, War Master. If you were to walk into a debate, and I know this because you know what I'm saying, you're very intelligent. You're a super smart guy. I know an Xbox joke is coming, so I'm gonna get my jokes off first. You're a super smart guy until the police puts his flashlight in your face, right? These guys going into a debate, they need, I hate to say it, but it's gonna come up, but they need, see, I knew it, I felt it, I knew an Xbox joke was coming, see y'all, I'm fucking good, see, I know my shit. I got mine off. No, I got mine off right before that comment popped up. No, I got mine off first. Jinx. Look, I got my shit off while he was typing. I got him first. No, but listen, Linda, listen, right? Black people need the race card in a debate. Like I was saying, see, War Master is smart, so he knows the laws, he knows the Constitution, he knows a lot of stuff right? What's going on, King? He knows a lot of stuff, so he doesn't have to go for the race card first, which a lot of skilled black debaters don't have to go for the race card first. But guess what's going to happen? At some point, it's going to come up, and black people need to leverage it and use it in a debate where it really doesn't matter. Or not even. Because when you see them use it in the debates and stuff like that, they're kind of using it out of context. And they really only use it after a couple of ad hominems get thrown. If y'all haven't picked up on that yet, between his debate with Coach Greg Adams and now his debate with Duke and Don. You know? Shout outs to Link. Let's go.
Just take a look at the riots that happened, the BLM riots that happened. If police forces are told to stand down, right? There's nobody around to enforce your rights. Who's there to enforce your rights when someone's throwing a brick through your window? Who's there?
We'll see if Coach Greg Adams is going to get this second debate, because he, you know, they both talking saucy, and he said he want Angry Man to be his moderator. So
to enforce your rights when neighborhoods are down. Who's there to do that if people just decide not to enforce your rights for you?
Well, you know what actually happens in those cases? Especially in those cases where anarchy starts to form. All right.
If men with guns enforce their own.
Right. So you get people who come out with guns and they enforce it, right?
Yeah, men.
And those men can enforce it on behalf of what? To protect
themselves.
Their families, right?
Yeah.
And those families usually include moms, daughters, sisters, aunties, right? So one can argue that they're being influenced by that.
See, and this is like talking to a woman, because this is a simple concept. Duke's a big buff dude. Like, you mean to tell me you don't understand that laws doesn't exist until men can enforce them? You mean to tell me that? Like, you can't understand the concept that men enforce these laws? Men enforce the law. Laws are enforced by men. Same thing with women. Women aren't going to sit up there and enforce the law. What they're going to do is they're going to call men that can enforce the law. It's not a hard concept to understand. Women need men to enforce the law.
Who cares who they're influenced by?
Men need men to enforce the law.
They're the enforcers, bro.
Be hurt, right? So there's a motivation to enforce that right if the government fails. So either way, it's not still solely men. Even if men decide today that collectively we're going to go to war against women, hypothetically speaking, I mean, it's never going to happen. But if in that case, the reason why it'd be impossible, because there would be other men who would stand up and fight against that. By definition, and even biologically speaking,
so that's my
men
argument.
are the enforcement arm of women. So
then I'm right.
So exactly, that's the point. But in your argument, you were saying you were making.
Imagine trying to go intellectually deep into your argument and then you end up proving Andrew right. No, see, you're not thinking that deep, and it's like, I already did. I'm at the finish line right now. But I'll let you think, quote unquote, deep. And come to the same conclusion. War Master said Angry Man is fire. Yeah, I think you missed it a little bit earlier, so I'll probably play it again if you want. Coach Greg Adams, he's like kind of enjoying this moment right now, and now Andrew's kind of on the aggressive side. So there was, more clips from the show with Sartain, Myron, Skeletor, Rolo, and Andrew. And Coach said he'll debate him again, but he said if Myron is gonna be the moderator, he said he want to bring his own moderator, And then later on, he said his moderator would be the Angry Man. If Angry Man takes it, that's going to be pretty interesting. I think this debate is going to start like a civil war, or nothing might come of it, because he was saying that to pay him 25 grand to debate. Ain't nobody finna pay him 25 grand to debate. Boxing match maybe, but debate, nah. So y'all might want to look forward to Aaron the Plumber fighting either Adrian Bronner or Blueface this year, because unless he folds on some of his demands, Greg Adams probably ain't gonna go against Andrew again. They're probably forth over online, or maybe on an online panel. Yeah, Angry Man is waiting for that. Nobody told him though. I was gonna go over to a show earlier today and tell him, but I already had a live fired up. War Master said, "I'm tired of all this nonsense." Alex Stein says, "There's a shortage of big booty." Yeah, that shit was funny, man. I didn't know that's his name, bro. Y'all, let me see if I can find that clip. He was in a courtroom, and not even in the courtroom. He was like what was it, like a town hall meeting and stuff like that. He's like, "I like big booty Latinas. And what you gonna do about it if I call you a big booty Latina? Aren't you a big booty Latina?" Bro, I don't know if masculinity is coming back or leaving these days, bro. I am so confused, but that shit was funny. They had to get him up out of here. He's like, what I'm saying ain't illegal, which was true. And did you see the lady's face, War Master? She kind of was amused by it. Like the further it went on, she was bending. What's going on, Malcolm? You said Adrian Bronner with 2-piece and a biscuit to the plumber. I don't know. We might got to make some bets over here. I think LT Man said that he's with Aaron the Plumber. Bronner been slacking on his diet and his workout routines over the years. Charleston was like, now is the time to go after Bronner. It'll make you look good. It'll put you in position, which is true. It would like his debut. Like, imagine his debut knocking out Adrian Bronner. Nobody's gonna care about Adrian Bronner's diet. His physique. People just gonna say, "Yo, Aaron the Plumber's legit. He knocked out AB." I said, since you put it that way, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Blueface got bigger too, so he probably slow as hell, And I don't think he's training with Mayweather or seen Mayweather since he got out. Also too, man, I didn't get a chance to see it, but we got to go over Kanye apologizing, because that's some funny shit in and of itself, But like I said, it's like Charleston White. He'll apologize, say it's his bipolarness, and then next week he back on the bullshit. So.
It seemed like it was solely men. If men decide,
Alex trolled AOC. He said, "Oh, I like big booty, a big booty Latina." He said, "Now I can't look at AOC unless the booty's in focus." That's funny as hell. I'm gonna see if I can find that clip. Hold on, guys.
It is.
And take the rights.
Yeah.
It still doesn't.
It is solely men, because what you're saying is that men would have to be the ones who stopped other men from taking away women's rights. So it's solely men, bro.
By their women.
It's still solely men.
By their women.
Who they're influenced by doesn't matter.
It does kind of matter, because your reasoning for doing something kind of makes sense. You wouldn't just do something for nothing, now would you? You wouldn't just take up arms and defend what their
motive, bro. What their motivation is irrelevant.
I shouldn't have typed in big booty Latinas. I typed in big booty Latinas in an actual video of big booty Latinas popped up. That's a nice ass right there too, y'all. It's on YouTube, all right. Hold on, y'all.
Big booty Latinas can stay. Protect big booty Latinas. Man, what's up with that? Don't come over here disrespecting our women. Well, I'm trying to protect them. I don't want them to get deported. Fucking racist asshole. How is that racist? I want big booty Latinas
This is something completely different, but this is funny.
protected. Dude, I'm on your side. Tina, what are you doing?
You scared, my boy?
I'm not scared at all. What's going on? Get
Fucking push me.
Hey, I'm not
Don't
touching you.
fucking
I'm trying to protect you. Yes, I am. You're a big booty Latina.
Hey, you say
I
that
wanna
one more
protect
time.
you.
If he says that one
What
more
I
time.
say, big booty Latina. What are you gonna
Say
do?
that one more time.
Big booty
Say
Latina.
that one more time.
Big booty
Say
Latina.
that one more time.
Big booty
motherfucker. Fuck you. Fuck you.
Big booty Latinas get to stay.
Let's go to the back right now. Hey, let's go to the back right now. I'll show you how much
Yeah.
let's go. I am.
Oh, I'm real scared.
go.
I'm real
Let's go.
scared.
Let's go.
Protect her. I want to protect all big booty Latinas. If she's a 9, she's fine. Protect big booty Latinas.
He's calling me out, but he won't go to the back with me real quick.
I'm not gonna wrestle with 2 twinks and some fat Mexican.
Hey, just me. Just fuck with this fat Mexican in the back.
If there's a taco truck right there, maybe. We want to protect big booty Latinas under all costs. Big booty Latinas. Big booty Latinas are welcome to stay, not big booty Latinos. His ass, he's got to go. Big booty.
He said his ass, he got to go. Yeah, he called them a twink. Bro, what is going on in the world today?
The fact is that all women's rights, all of women's rights are come from men because men are the enforcers of the rights. You agree that that's true? You agree that when anarchy,
that
let me finish,
don't
Duke.
have enforcement mechanisms.
Duke,
That's
let me
where I
finish.
disagree, because
Let me
women's
finish,
enforcement
Duke.
mechanism are men,
Let me finish my point,
and in
then
modern
respond to
societies,
it.
women as well.
Are you ready to let me finish my point? You tell me when I can finish my point. I just let you go on your whole diatribe, and I didn't even interrupt it. So just hang tight. You agree with me on these.
Dude, chill, bro.
You agree with me on these concepts. The conceptualization here is that men are the enforcers of rights. You agree that that's true. You agree that it would necessarily take men to stop other men from taking away women's rights. We also agree that that's true. So no matter which way you cut this, the rights of women come from men. And so therefore egalitarianism or true equality is impossible. It can't be done because it's always just begging men for the rights. And you can say, but women can influence men to act as their safeguard for rights. That's true. They could do that. They could use sexuality or bribes or any number of different mechanisms to do that. But they're still utilizing men as the enforcement mechanism for their fucking rights. You can't get away from this. It's circular.
So okay, but here you go again. All right, but it's not largely men though. You got to understand that, because when we're talking about governments, it's
Oh my God, this is a little bit more entertaining than that.
Hey guys, it's me, Alex Stein. I just want to say this has been a terrible meeting. I mean, it's been so boring. I just listening to all these people drone on. And let me tell you something, Jennifer. I love big booty Latinas. So I sit here and I see, yes, I love.
You are out of line.
Well, I can't say I love big booty Latinas. How do you figure that?
That
Wait,
is
how
the
is that
first
a
response? I'm
so
gonna
my first
The sister, they're confused.
my First Amendment right? I'm allowed to say I like big booty Latinas. How is that a crime? Is that because you're a big booty Latina?
That is the second time.
Wait, how is
Do
that?
you have a comment
No, I
to
do
make
have a
about
comment about technology, but you're yelling at me because I'm talking about big booty Latinas. Like, listen, AOC is my favorite big booty Latina. You're my second favorite big booty Latina. So don't get all, butthurt about that. I still think you're a beautiful lady, little thick, but I like them thick. I mean, I don't want some skinny mini girl. I want somebody that has some cushion for the pushing. You know what I mean, Jennifer? So this is the problem: is the tech here in New York City? It's absolutely ridiculous. Now my wife has got her OnlyFans on mycity.com. She's on My City showing her vagina for like $5.99 a month. And I know that you could probably make some money. Yeah, that's what My City, Jennifer. What? What's wrong? Keep it clean. Well, do you know the First Amendment? I'm allowed. Hey, no. See,
Twice already.
do you not understand the First Amendment?
I
I'm allowed to say whatever I want. No, you don't understand the First Amendment. Okay, then I'm allowed to say big booty Latina.
Have him run his
Big
time.
booty Latina is not a crime to say that, officer. But this guy is such a dummy. He doesn't understand. It's not a crime. I can go to a meeting. I can call him a dummy. I can call you a big booty Latina. I can call you an idiot. I can call you a mask wearer, probably 5 times vaccinated. And I know you're probably going to get my. I can say all that. I'm a pimp on a blimp. Y'all don't understand this. I've sued y'all, and I've won.
I'm a pimp on a blimp. Yo, this guy is a lot of people's spirit animal. I'm a pimp on the blimp.
So I can call you a big booty Latina. I can say whatever I want.
Thank you.
Primetime 99. Yeah, y'all gonna learn the law. I'm a pimp on a blimp.
Then she took the
Don't think
compliment.
y'all can play with me. Look me up, Jennifer. Look me up. Pimp on a blimp.
I wouldn't waste the data on
No,
looking
you wouldn't waste it.
Oh my God. Bro, when I saw this the other day, I said, oh my goodness. This is crazy. What's going on, JR?
It's a system, meaning there's men and women. So you would have there's a wall of bureaucracy there that includes both men and women when we're talking about governmental societies, right? So there are women that play a part. Some of them, if they're higher up in the hierarchy, right, they play a higher role in the enforcement of certain rights, and they use men. So if you want to talk about using men as the strong arm, right? Yeah, you're right. But if we're talking about overall, yeah, women have a heavy influence in enforcing their rights.
Well, when I tell you that black men don't even matter if they're FBA or whatever, when they get this like power that we lost, this king and queen kingdom power, I'm telling you, when they get that power, they are going to fork it over to Keisha. The worst of the worst black women. They are going to usurp this power and fork it over to the worst of the worst black women. You want to know why? Because it don't even be their wife. Like a lot of these guys, especially that's in the manosphere or management, once they get a girlfriend, and their girlfriend is like, man, I don't like that guy. I don't like those red pill guys and how you talk like that and how they talk like that and stuff like that. You know, that's a shit test. And this is how those women get over on you. You know, that's a huge shit test. And what they do when they say that. And I heard he got taken off the air again. Y'all pray for Tommy, cause this is why I used to let my ex and all them other people. I used to watch Tommy all the time and got them acclimated to watching Tommy. Cause I'm like, shit, if you can watch Tommy, you can handle damn near almost anything. But anyway, when you sit up there and become a white knight, when you sit up there and become a damn paladin, because she says that she don't like the red pill or she don't like somebody from the red pill or the ideology and stuff like that, then she gonna bring it to you too. She's testing to see if you're a man. And if you sit up there and throw away a whole ideology that she knows that you agree with, by the way, when you throw that ideology under the bus or start fighting on her behalf, she knows she's not dealing with no real man. Especially with no resistance. And don't be the type to give her a little bit of resistance and then still bend the knee, because that's even worse.
You can say that women can influence men to enforce their rights for them, and I wouldn't disagree with you.
And
I think
still
that's
using it.
I think that's possible, but who are they relying on? They're not relying on them. They're relying on men. So still, it's due to the benevolency of men that women have rights. And
I'm not sure what Tommy did. What didn't he do? I'm gonna they probably mad because he came back, but I'm gonna do some research and I'll have some answers for you guys. You know, I found out his channel got terminated right before I went live.
And the opposite isn't true. The opposite's not true. So we don't need women to enforce our rights. That's the distinction, and that's why you can't have egalitarianism.
I disagree.
You disagree that we need women to enforce men's rights?
Yeah, because if you're voting, what do you think? 50% of women are the other half of the voting block. What are you talking about?
So again,
it's men and women that got abortion banned.
The vote is allowed
men
because
and women took away men and women, and due to certain beliefs, work together to remove the rights of other women. It's the same thing can happen backwards. We don't just work in a system that requires brute strength of men. We work in a system that has working pieces that involve both men and women. And some of those women are in leadership positions, which have a bigger influence when it comes down to affecting other people's rights and influencing and enforcing their rights as well. So for you to, because it seems like you're making.
Who enforces their right to vote? Who enforces their right to vote? Who? Which sex enforces their right to vote, Duke?
The government.
Which sex enforces their right to vote? Overwhelmingly. Which one? Which one is it?
Both sex.
Both sex overwhelmingly are the enforcement arm, huh?
Well, if you're talking about sex, well, we're gonna talk about who majority is in office, right? We'll say men.
No, the enforcement. Who's going to enforce the woman's right to vote?
Okay,
it's going to be men. It's going to be fucking men.
We're talking about
Slam dunk. All of them. All enforcement arms. All.
We can agree that it's largely men in these positions and roles, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so then now we're getting to a conversation in terms of what men naturally gravitate to versus.
Oh my God, Andrew was already there. Oh man, these people be educating themselves at the expense of other people in the middle of a damn debate, acting like they aren't, and then just throw the whole debate away, man. Can't even get nowhere because it's hard for you to grasp that men enforce the laws.
What women naturally gravitate to in terms of work, right? And that'd be based off of biology, because men biologically fill up these roles, right?
You said I'll give my power to a big booty Latina, says Kobe.
Yeah,
the roles, right?
That's right.
Women
Yeah,
fill other roles, their support structures, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so be that being said, it's basically people working together to make that happen. It's not.
Oh, sure. I think that men and
BBL, big booty Latina.
Just the men, and that's. Just
I think that men and women have to cooperate. Of course we do. I think that that's in our best interest to do. But
War Master, it's not how, it's why. It's not how, it's why.
That really doesn't change the point, which is that you say, wait a second, Andrew, women can vote. And my argument to this is like, they can only vote based on the enforcement mechanism of men. Yeah. They can't enforce their own right to vote. They can only allow the...
Careful with the word BBL, War Master, because somebody gonna say it means big black lady.
Enforcers to enforce their right to vote. And you just kind of agree with me in the circular loop over and over.
To the point that it's already done. But if we're talking about after the right to vote, if men try to take that away, they're going to run into a wall of bureaucracy that'll make it impossible for them to take away rights for women to vote. There's too many special interest groups that rely on the votes of women. The American corporate...
What point does he not understand that men don't have to take away women's point of view? I mean, they don't have to take away women's rights. Just don't enforce them. You don't have to take people's rights for them to not have it. Just don't enforce them. Not enforcing them is just as good as not having them.
Lives off the votes of the women.
And who runs most corporations?
Governmental policies.
Who runs most corporations?
They live in what?
Which sex are most of the lobbyists, and corporations largely are run by which sex?
A lot of women.
Largely by which sex? What's the biggest demographic of people?
Who head corporations?
Yeah.
Yeah,
men or women?
In leader, well, no, time out now, because we gotta figure it out, right? Are we talking which level position?
All levels.
Oh my
okay,
God.
now which type of corporation are we talking
Doesn't
about?
matter. All corporations.
Like, only way you should use a tactic like this is if you're stalling and you're trying to get him to slow down and you're trying to like move the goalposts or turn the conversation into something else. Take that do-rag off. No. Take that do-rag off. Oh, hell, man.
All
We gotta be
corporations.
specific because we're talking about.
Why do we need to be specific? If you're you weren't specific on which
a lot
type.
more educated in today's society, and they're filling up a lot of these C-suite,
bro. Even he had to laugh when he said, "Take that do-rag off."
Corporate jobs that you're seeing out there, and a lot of these men aren't competing right now.
Bro, at the top levels, the hierarchical institutions are run by men. All of them are run by men. The entire enforcement is men.
Do you see why I wanted to specify? I said which level. You said it.
This is why you don't white knight for women, bro. This is why you don't white knight for women, bro. Because they'll watch you get sliced and diced at their accord, bro. This is why you don't white knight for them. You're done.
Didn't matter. Now you're going in specifics. So that's why specifics are important when we have this conversation, because we're talking about top level. There's no doubt there's a lot of more male CEOs out there. Matter of fact, if you want to talk about top levels of governments, there are more males.
So all these checks and balances for enforcement are men.
Different sections.
So all these top levels. So
you start to see a different statistic.
So all these things that you quoted as being differentials of power, which women could utilize to enforce their rights, are all run by fucking men. Largely run by men, almost overwhelmingly run by men at every single level. The enforcement arm of the police, the military, the corporations, everything is run by men.
What you're denying right now is the influence that these women embedded in these corporations, embedded in these governments have within. So much so that a lot of these men who are headed a lot of these top institutions are heavily influenced by the women, to the point where a lot of them, they have special interests in voting for women, right? They have a lot of special interests vested in that. So
that's right.
You can't just look at that situation.
They have a lot.
But then you're looking at it purely from a physical and a job perspective.
Look, you're totally right. Look, there's nothing to even argue. You're totally right. There's lots and lots and tons.
It took him more than a half an hour. It took him 45 minutes to come right back around to what Andrew was saying in the beginning. And let me tell y'all something. Dudes will do this tactic to come right back around to the beginning, hoping that people in the audience forgot. It's like nigga, I'll check out until logic eventually sinks in. You know? You said the intellectual level of the buff chick is really low. Not the buff chick. You said don't white knight for women with a do-rag on. That will make you a pookie paladin. I think we just unlocked a whole new term. A pookie paladin. Y'all go look at the definition of paladin. Cecil.
Oodles, hang on, let me finish. Let me finish, Duke.
Final Fantasy joke, y'all.
But you're leaving out some parts that I have.
Let me finish, Duke.
I want to make sure we're not sitting here in the agreement of the same. Listen,
okay.
Because you're saying it's solely men.
Well, Master, you're not gonna believe me, but that's not a do-rag. It's actually a hat. And if your hat's that tight on your head that it looks like a do-rag, it's crazy.
I'm saying no. So just keep it at that.
Okay, so Duke, what you're saying here is that if women go vote for their own rights, that all the checks, balances, everything, which is the enforcement arm, is run by men.
By men.
I totally agree that women can influence men to protect their rights. I'm just disagreeing with you that women themselves can protect their own rights without men, and that men can protect their rights without women. We don't need them to protect our own rights, which is why when you take the anarchy situation where you have like the Black Lives Matter riots, you say, look, when the police don't show up, what happens? Men grab guns and they begin to enforce their own rights. Women aren't doing that. They were not grabbing the fucking guns. They're not enforcing their own rights. They're not doing any of that because they can't. They can't protect themselves against men.
Enforcement.
What's that?
A paladin is like a white knight of the highest order. A paladin is like a legendary white knight of the highest order.
What do you consider enforcement of rights? What
Threat of violence. Threat of violence is
the threat
enforcement.
of violence.
Yeah,
So,
that's
okay,
enforcement.
Well, if we're arguing off of that, then yeah, you have a point because my thought of enforcement.
Well, what else could it be besides threat of violence? It can't be anything.
You don't have to locking somebody up and arresting them for violating somebody else's rights.
That's threat of violence. That's threat of violence.
That's the threat of just detaining someone.
That's wait, hey, whoa, hang on. What happens if you don't want to be detained?
Well, then you get arrested.
Well, how do they arrest you if you don't want to be arrested?
They put you in handcuffs.
They beat your fucking ass, right? And then put your
what? So okay.
You say I don't want to be arrested, officer. Fuck off.
Jesus Christ. And it's not to insult men, but arguing with certain men is like arguing with women, man.
And you turn around to walk off. Are they going to
reading from the same playbook?
Tackle you? Are they going to use physical force in order to subdue you?
So they're going to use physical force, but they're not going to beat your ass right off the bat because remember, they're
but that's threat of violence. That's violence.
That if violence. Actually assaulted the people they're arresting, they are liable for that.
That's violence. That's violence. Do you understand that that's all violence? It's all threat of violence. If you don't want to be arrested, the only reason you turn yourself in.
Like, how are you that big and buff? Pause. Super pause. And don't understand this concept
because you're told to.
It's threat of loss of freedom.
That's violence. If you hang on,
violence?
Because if you try to escape from prison, what happens?
They catch you.
How? Well, what if you don't want to be caught and you resist?
They physically restrain you, and if you they only get violent. Are you trying to say they only get violent if that civilian gets?
I think that was one of the movies that was recommended for movie nights. The Jumper.
Violent.
No, what I'm saying is that the threat, the enforcement of all rights is the threat of violence. It has to be necessarily. Because if you don't,
listen, I have a different definition of that. The enforcement is the threat of loss of freedom. That's it. That's really. I'm not. I mean,
how can you have your freedom?
But like, here's the thing. The thing is, checks and balances are also, although it's not followed perfectly, they're checks.
Shouts to everybody in the building. Almost 5 hours into the madness. Please hit the like button. Support this show. I gotta suffer listening to this shit too, bro. Let's go.
Some balance in place when you talk about law enforcement and how they engage with civilians, even civilians who don't adhere to authority right away. There's still levels of engagement. Police forces teach this stuff all the time. They're not gonna go straight.
They really don't. Wait, we really have a problem with police officers learning how to de-escalate. A lot of the police officers escalate the situation and it leads to violence. Again, going back to what Andrew was talking about. And you know what's funny? If Andrew played dumb with the whole police thing, he would have gotten Duke and Dawn to basically secede, and probably turn his whole ideology, not his whole ideology, but he could have got Duke and Dawn, to basically make the police are violent argument for him. War Master said, I grab my shoe, beat you down, and leave a crown or two. Ice Cube, you can't fade me. Yeah. You know, Ice Cube is smart as hell. A lot of people don't give him his credit. I tried to on the last show, y'all. As y'all know. If y'all were here for the show. I know War Master was here. Link says, let me find out Blueface can box. I'm watching him now. Blueface know how to box, but you got to look at him before he went to jail. Look at him before he went to jail, Link. He was really good. His squabble game is really good. Let's go.
The punching you and beating your ass, they're gonna go through these different steps of engagement
As long as you
before
comply.
they get to that point. And for them
Right.
to get to that point, they have to feel the threat of violence coming from the opposite
Man, you getting pepper sprayed and they about to punch and beat your ass.
person. So
Well-
from your perspective, if the person is actually being physically violent, then yes, that force has every right to meet with violence. But
Well, no,
when
they
you're
don't
trying
have to be-
restrain someone, it's not usually violence. It's usually just the threat of loss of freedom. That's
So,
it. Loss of
Duke,
freedom and
Duke.
loss of the rights that you signed with the government when you were born or when you
Hang on,
immigrated
hang
to
on.
the country.
Hang on, relax. You can't sign an agreement when you're born, by the way. But that aside,
It's called a social security number.
that's not signing an agreement.
And you
But
don't sign that.
that aside,
tell that to
as
Uncle
you
Sam.
as you walk out, if you're in prison, you've been imprisoned, okay, and you just say, "Fuck this! I don't want to be here anymore. I don't like this whole being imprisoned thing." And the gate opens one day for no particularly good reason, and you just walk out. You're not using any violence at all, and police officers come out to collect you, and you say, "I'm not going to use any violence, but I'm going to keep walking this direction, no matter what." Right? Will they use physical force to restrain you and drag your ass back to prison?
Yeah,
That's violence.
that's physical force.
It's violence.
They won't.
What is
most
violence
police
then?
policies won't. They classify it as restrainment. That's a legal term.
Yeah, but it's still violence.
It's
always threat of violence. They're using violence to stop you from doing X
But they're
thing
not.
you
They're
want to
not
do.
straight punching you or beating you or shooting you.
That's, you know, it's crazy. Andrew couldn't even get into any real game because they're still stuck on this man not realizing that men enforce the laws and rules. This is crazy.
Not
In some
violence. You don't-
cases, yes, but they
just-
use restraint. They have their own level. They have literally, they're like, what is it, like 5 steps in like these police departments of threats before they get to the point where they're using violence. So they okay, so
Bro, now we're gonna pretend like police don't pull up on black men at level 6. See, this is why sometimes you gotta be smart enough not to make certain arguments with black people. Just make them make it by themselves. Because if Andrew never threw this out there, he would have told you that police at some point was beating black people's ass. I don't know when he came back. Let me see when this happened. I haven't seen him and the LTTV dude, even though I seen he was posting stuff. This was 6 days ago. Oh shit. Damn, never mind. Look. People in the audience saying what I said. This debate couldn't go anywhere because he couldn't understand what a concept is.
if you're using law enforcement,
If you
they
grab a
have their own
person's arm
classification
and they
of
don't want their
violence.
arm grabbed, are you being violent with them?
No. You're
No?
restraining. That's a form of restrainment. I think punching somebody is a form of violence.
Operating under natural.
If they actually, if
That's
police
violence.
officers actually assaulted the people.
They're saying exactly what I'm thinking. Bro didn't really know what a concept is. Bro watched 2 debates and thought he could do this. So if this guy reads Harry Potter, does he think Hogwarts is real? All I hear was I was raised by a single mother, end up being the best human alive, so my mama can't be wrong. Therefore, she is strong, independent, and don't need no man. Never seen a person talk so much without making a single point. I was waiting for the smoke detector chirp. I realized when I was about 9 years old that if all men wanted to do whatever they wanted to do, all women in the world, they wanted to do to all women in the world, that there was nothing they could do. No idea how this dude can't comprehend it, despite someone walking him through it step by step. Damn, Duke is a goofy and emotional. You know what? Let me give you some game, because now this changes everything. Thanks again, Link, for for enlightening me on some stuff that I should have checked out, right? This interview probably won't get picked up because the Coach Greg Adams interview overshadowed this one. For
When
sure.
you're arresting, they are liable for that.
That's violence.
They lose
That's
what's
violence. Do you understand that that's all violence? It's all threat of violence. If you don't want to be arrested, the only reason you turn yourself in
it's threat
because you're told to.
It's threat of loss of freedom.
That's violence. If you hang on,
violence?
Because if you try to escape from prison, what happens?
They catch you.
How? Well, what if you don't want to be caught and you resist?
They physically restrain you, and if you they only get violent. Are you trying to say they only get violent if that civilian gets violent?
No, what I'm saying is that the threat, the enforcement.
If they're not enforcing no type of power, how can you physically be restrained? Think about that. If they're not enforcing any type of power, how in the absolute blue fuck can you be restrained? If they're not enforcing power, how in the blue hell can you be restrained? How can you be restrained? Huh? How does that work? Super huge. Shout outs to War Master. Dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App as always. Thank you so much for supporting the show and sponsoring today's show. War Master says Xbox is better than Do-Rag. Let's go.
More. Wendy.
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to War Master. Dropping the huge 20 on the Cash App. Thank you so much. War Master said Xbox is better than Do-Rag, bro. I'm thinking this is my thoughts. I'm thinking he just didn't want to say Andrew was right about something because that would have been an L. You know? You said why do the dumbest of us happen? I don't know. Andrew debated Coach 2-3 days ago. So this one had to be first. But guess what? Y'all won't never hear of this debate because the Coach one overshadows this one. So shout outs to Link for that detail. Y'all probably would never hear about this debate, or the average person in this space is not going to hear about this debate because the Coach Greg Adams one overshadows this detail. This will be good news for Duke and Don. Aside from us and the few people that probably seen it, this is good news for Duke and Don. Because people ain't see it. People ain't see it. That's all I can say. You know when they were about to get in Cardi B's ass because she got on the internet and she was saying how she used to drug and basically be worse than Diddy to black men, and people wanted to pretend like they cared for a little bit. And then I forgot somebody died or some big story popped off, and all of a sudden it went away. All of a sudden people forgot, you know? No, I don't think this one tainted the debate with Coach Greg Adams. I think Duke was just so dense in this debate. Andrew didn't even get a chance to be passive aggressive or get his shit off. I think that's what happened, bro. This is bad. No, we're okay. If y'all don't remember, where Duke fell off was, remember when he was trying to expose Fresh and Fit with Fresh and the Daisy Fit Chen, the Chinese girl. And remember, he was deriding the Daisy Fit Chen girl because he had her on the show. And remember, she was trying to play him, and he fell for it. And remember, she tried to play Abba from Abba and Preach. Abba didn't fall for it, but Duke and Don fell for it. And then Duke and Don fell out with the Just Tree 411 woman, who is also an exposer. Remember, they fell out and started going at it and stuff like that because he was cool with Daisy. And then him and LTTV fell out. All of the people that was exposing showed how fake they was and fell out with each other. And then if you go look over at was it Tree of Knowledge or the Tree 411 girl, bro, she got videos dating back to like a year and a half to almost 2 years of her going in on Andrew, because I guess she lost the debate with Andrew or something like that, or Andrew probably fried her up and called her dumb. So she been spending the last full year. I just checked it out earlier in today's show because UFO was telling me that she put his information out there. So she been doxing Andrew for the last year and some change since she got roasted up somewhere probably. And then this is what happened. I guess she put out that Andrew dated a black woman, Akeisha, and then I didn't know, but Andrew's and I found it out a little bit earlier, but it was really confirmed on this show. I knew Andrew's wife was a baby mama, like she had somebody else's baby, but I'm hearing she got two baby daddies. She got two baby daddies, and then on top of that, she got. This is funny. I mean, because listen, white people be going through, and this is what y'all don't understand. White people be going through the same shit as black people. They just don't broadcast it. But I think her son, I think Andrew said that she has an older son, and he's like damn near out the house. You know what I'm saying? Like oh no, never mind. That was Cooley. Cooley also, his wife had kids. So a lot of these guys in the manosphere or manosphere adjacent, they're stepdaddies. They step pappies. They're step pappies. So she got two baby daddies. But see, this is the fucked up part. If this was the other way around with Coach Greg Adams, because usually Coach Greg Adams is in the Andrew chair, and Andrew's in the Coach Greg Adams chair. race-wise. Usually, the white man's the atheist, and the black man is talking about religion. Usually. So this gonna throw a lot of people off anyway. Coach Greg Adams everything Coach Greg Adams would have said would have been inadmissible because he had a 2-time serial. His baby mama got 2 baby daddies. It's basically like a reverse Future. Yeah, Duke and Don has returned, but he got fried up by Andrew here because he tried to pretend like he didn't understand the concept of power. That's crazy, man. He said, I just told you that Tree of Logic is basically an exposed channel these days. No, she been an exposed channel. I was basically going over how she fell out with Duke and Don over the Daisy Fit Chen joint. You know, because a lot of people kind of really forgot where the fall off really happened. This is why when you do exposing, this is why I don't do like the Mike TV and I don't do that type of content, because them niggas, it's a money grab and it's goofball content. Because after a while, them niggas, they gonna get eaten up by their own wolves. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna get eaten up by their own wolves. Be careful.
Of all rights is the threat of violence. It has to be necessarily. Because if you don't,
listen, I have a different definition of that. The enforcement is the threat of loss of freedom. That's it. That's really. I'm not.
How can you have your freedom?
But like, here's the thing. The thing is, checks and balances are also, although it's not followed perfectly, there are checks and balances in place when you talk about law enforcement and how they engage with civilians, even civilians who don't, adhere to authority right away. There's still levels of engagement. Police forces teach this stuff all the time. They're not gonna go straight to punching you and beating your ass. They're gonna go through these different steps of engagement.
As long as you comply.
They get to that point, and for them to get to that point, they have to feel the threat of violence coming from the opposite person. So from your perspective, if the person is actually being physically violent, then yes, that force has every right to meet violence with violence. But
no, they don't have to be.
Someone, it's not usually violence. It's usually just the threat of loss of freedom. That's it. Loss of freedom and loss of the rights that you signed with the government when you were born or when you
hang
were
on,
in the country.
Hang on, relax. You can't sign an agreement when you're born, by the way. But that aside,
it's called a social security number.
That's not signing an agreement. But that aside, as you walk out, if you're in prison, you've been imprisoned, okay, and you just say, "Fuck this! I don't want to be here anymore. I don't like this whole being in prison thing." And the gate opens one day for no particularly good reason, and you just walk out. And you're not using any violence at all, and police officers come out to collect you. And you say, I'm not going to use any violence, but I'm going to keep walking this direction no matter what, right? Will they use physical force to restrain you and drag your ass back to prison?
Yeah.
That's violence.
That's physical force.
It's violence.
They want
now he's trying to pretend like, now he's just playing dumb. He's trying to pretend like violence isn't a part of physical force. Good God. Good night.
Well, what is violence then?
They classify it as restrainment. That's a legal term.
Yeah, but it's still violence. It's always threat of violence. They're using violence to stop you from doing X thing you want to do.
They're not straight punching you or beating you or shooting you.
That's
right
not
away.
violence.
In some cases, yes, but they use restraint. They have their own level. They have literally, they're like, what is it, like 5 steps in like these police departments of threats before they get to the point where they're using violence. So so if you're using law enforcement,
if you grab a person's arm and they don't want their arm grabbed, are you being violent with them?
No. It's a form of restraint. I think punching somebody is a form of violence.
So if somebody was strong enough to hold you in place physically and stop you from moving, you don't think that that's violent?
It depends on how.
They're just holding you and you can't move.
That's restraint.
Yeah, so that's not violence in your mind. So if
That's
somebody
restraint.
who's super strong,
where
so
in
if you
terms
went,
of violence, where in terms of violence is while they're restraining that individual, they're punching them. They're committing some kind of
okay, so hang on. So if a 5 foot, let's say you were dating a 4'9" woman, okay, and she was 96 pounds, and you went over to her and said, "You ain't leaving, bitch," and you grabbed her. You didn't hurt her, but you grabbed her and you held her in place and said, "You can't fucking move from this spot until I say so," and you wouldn't let her go. You're saying that.
Shout outs to Insane One. This is right. I know the irony of your name hits you daily, bro. Cause it's like, bro, am I the insane one or these people? Shit. This nigga got muscles and the Rock tattoo on his right arm, and is having a hard time with the concept of strength. We're gonna go over to Duke's page because this is almost done. I wonder if there's a part 2. We're gonna go over to Duke's page and see if he did a follow up or a response to this.
That's not violence.
Legally, they call that a tort.
Is it violence though?
It's technically just a one step below battery.
So is it violence?
What are we talking about? Are we talking about your definition or legal definition?
Your definition is that violence?
I'm talking about the legal definition. It's a
well,
tort.
what is your
misdemeanor tort?
You don't think that's? Do you think that's violence or not, Duke?
I think it's restraint.
Do you think that? So you don't? Would you say then the answer is no, Andrew? You're not being violent with this woman.
Physically restraining someone is not being violent.
So then just say no. Just say no. That's not
assault.
Violence.
You can classify that as assault. I would go with you on that definition. But saying it's violence, and that starts
assault.
to lead to a slippery slope.
Assault is violence. Jesus Christ.
Because anyone who says, "Oh well,"
even if you get spit on, they call that assault because there is a violent. I know it sounds crazy, but there is a violent nature with being spit on.
Like the way that guy grabbed my arm, that's also all of a sudden considered violence. That's
so that's not. So then, if you grab a 4'9" woman and you're not hurt,
you can leave a bruise on somebody if you grab them a certain type of way. All right, hold on now. This is over.
Her, but you won't allow her to move, and she wants to move, and she wants to leave, and you won't let her, and you're holding her in place. I need you to tell me. I need you to hang on, Duke. I just need you to say
this shit ain't going nowhere.
Hey, Andrew, that's not violence.
No, that's not violence. It's restraint.
Okay. Well then.
What up, guys? We are live.
Oh my God! So this is a full debate. Oh, never mind. It's from 2 years ago, guys. So they repurposed it 6 years ago. Okay, all right. From 2 years ago.
And then in hour 14, in the same video,
we might have to pick this apart. He posted this on his Crucible channel 2 years ago. So good. We might have to pick this one apart on the next show, because this one we gotta clean.
I think that's
we gotta clean our palate for this one. Hold on. Now I did see something here. Hold on. Okay, it went away. I wanted to show y'all this one debate with Andrew, but we're gonna do a whole. Actually, we're gonna do all debate shows Sunday. Well, later on today for you guys, because it's Sunday already for you guys. We're gonna do nothing but debate shows this weekend. So let me go back to this real quick. We're gonna go over this one more again, to close out, because now you see the difference between Andrew debating somebody else that's black, you know? Other than that girl that looked like, I ain't gonna lie, I kind of go after those type of women because she was kind of hot. I don't know about the hairstyle, but she is kind of hot. And like I said, to get women like that, you just don't take them seriously at all, and you tell them to run along and stuff like that, and they still kind of swoon after that shit. But anyway, you kind of see the difference. All right, so this is what Coach is proposing, and we're gonna let it rock out.
All right, but I had a live stream last night. Thousands and thousands of viewers on this live stream, in fact. And apparently, while I was on the live stream, there was another live stream going on at the same time. But at the same time, my live stream had more viewers, and I was just in a sweatshirt. But I do have to report some sad news, and this is sad for the people who've been supporting the Red Pill and the Manosphere for a long time. You guys know I've been associated with this particular group. Apparently, last night, I was canceled by the Manosphere leadership right here in Las Vegas. Oh, man. And I was like 20 minutes drive, maybe 30 minutes drive away. And people they were reporting to me like during my stream last night with more viewers that they were over there canceled.
So let me ask y'all a question. Do y'all think this is real beef, or do you think that this is all staged and set up to run a bag up? Let me see what the people are saying real quick. The villain arc of CGA is going to be legendary. Yeah, he kind of did turn heel. The Manosphere have been canceled since Kevin Samuels died. Wow. I'm shocked at how influential Kevin Samuels is after his death. He's still relevant. Why are they talking about Kevin?
All right, they were over there going in on your boy. I hadn't had time because I had a JUCO right after my stream, and then I went to sleep, and I woke up, kicked her out, and she was 21 years old, but she went home. She had to go to school. She got tired of a thumb up her butt. But apparently I had been canceled by a group of people that were basically giving therapy to a guy that supposedly won a debate. All right, there was a therapeutic moment, and they were trying to big up the guy. He had lost his mojo, and they were trying to big him up. It was a 5-against-1 tag team championship match. Typically what happens in the Manosphere is somebody they don't like, and they try to take them out individually. They can't, so they got to team up together and form an Avengers group or a collective or a Marvels association, and then they got to get on there, and then they got to go 5-on-1, 6-on-1. I mean, this has happened before with CGA, and it's not turned out well. Right, it's not turned out well. So he couldn't take me out alone, so they get together, and right, they get together, and somehow they got to get together. Yeah, Thanos is here. I told you CGA is Thanos. You know what I mean?
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me.
Back to me. Where did that bring you? You cannot live with your failures. Where did that bring you? Back to me. All right, Thanos is in the building, and shout out to the Angry Man. All right, and some people have done some. I haven't had a chance to see all the reviews, and believe you me, there's still more reviews to come. This has been the best free marketing plan of CGA, the After Pill, the villain arc CGA, Hollywood CGA. This has been, guys, the timing could not have been better for this particular event to happen. You guys know, if you've been watching me, I've been on that pivot. All right, I've been out here trying to find one reason or another to create, the villain arc CGA, Hollywood. All right, Hollywood CGA. All right, you guys knew, if you've been watching me, I know the new viewers and the people who forgot about me, you guys see the kerfuffle that happened. A guy that supposedly won has not released any clips, no evidence that he beat me, not yet. All right, that's not been one clip released by his camp. He deleted the live stream off his channel. He supposedly won a debate. If you won a debate, you would have clips and proof of you winning, for the short attention span niggas. All right, not one clip. All right, not one clip, not one short of him cooking me, not one. But Hollywood CGA is here. All right, and I've been freed. All right. I have been freed from the grips of the Manosphere. All right. Thank God. I graciously accept this award. Move out of the way. Give me that award. I don't want to be a part of it. Cancel me. All right. Thank you. Okay. Yes, this is a great moment, man. I've been waiting for this. The leadership of the Manosphere has canceled me, and my viewership is up. Look at us. We had 1,000 live viewers in the first 10 minutes. They didn't even have 1,000 live viewers in the.
I think and I think he's still, like I said, I think he's referencing even the guys in his chat was cooking them up a little bit, but I hope he's not saying that Myron, Rolo, and all those guys are the Manosphere that's kicking them out, because I'm not even gonna lie, I don't even consider them Manosphere. I remember when Rolo Tomasi used to talk big shit about the incels and the Manosphere and some of the guys in the space before he realized that was why his books were selling. I remember that. I also remember when Sartain started talking a little bit of the red pill talking points, he used to talk down on guys too. It always starts off, and these guys don't know what they're talking about, and they talk down on guys that they think are incels. And then next minute, they're over in these spaces talking to a bunch of guys and repeating our talking points later on. It always happens, It always happens. Even Rolo had to update a lot of his old books that didn't have Manosphere talking points in them. And guess what? On the updates, Manosphere talking points automatically pop up. And honestly, it's just a case of guys running their mouth before they realize. You know what I'm saying? Hell, even at one point, ARC didn't know his books were popular amongst the guys in the space, because people would be hating on people, so can't get mad at somebody when they're like, hey man, I'm about to pop my shit. But there's a time and place for everything. You end up popping your shit, and then it's like, oh shit, this is my audience. Because some of these guys, their real audience then, outgrew some of that stuff, already got their little girlfriend or whatever, got about the game. They're not, worried about no damn body count. But let's go.
Whole canceling stream. Okay, I am the enemy of the state. Yes, indeed. I have all these titles. It is the Exodus. We are in the Exodus in
I remember when Coach Greg Adams
2026.
got here. I remember when the Angry Man got here. And O'Shea. And Obsidian. I remember some of Barbarossa's first videos. Keep trying to tell y'all, the mixed black man really started the Manosphere.
You don't have to come, but I'm not taking the whole Manosphere with me. But what is the Manosphere without me? All right, you have to ask yourself that. Yes. I graciously accept this award. This is.
And low key, I think Coach probably always knew that he wouldn't be the mascot of the Manosphere. They're still actively looking for a mascot, y'all.
The great award. You guys realize this opens up so much content for me. I'm free to talk about anything that I want. Okay? I'm free.
And the funny part is that his ideology does align with Kevin Samuels. Kevin believes in tricking too.
To talk about anything that I want. You can't keep me to Manosphere subject matter. Why are you talking about this? I have now been free. Yes, indeed. Dark Side. We're here. Trick season. Millionaire tricks. The millionaire tricks. We tricking. Oh yes. All right. We are free agent. This has been the best free marketing campaign I could ever imagine. In fact, we're CGA be free. CGA be free. Yo, this is going to be the best CGA you've ever seen. You will not see a better CGA than the CGA that you have ever seen since I've been canceled by the manosphere. Oh, say it ain't so. Well, I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. What am I going to do without the manosphere? Now, some people say they leave the manosphere. I didn't leave. They canceled me. So it wasn't my fault. Don't be mad at me that they canceled me. I was trying to help. But apparently they don't want my help. They got me out of there. Woo! Way! My lanes of content have opened up tremendously. This is the biggest freedom you will ever seen. I'm capitalizing on, first of all, I won a debate.
Not gonna lie, he probably got, like I said, he probably got some new subs from Andrew. You know? And like I said, the irony of it is the guys that would actually listen to Andrew are probably black suburban kids. More than the white suburban kids that he probably probably would go after, you know. Shout outs to Truth Only in the building. Cooking with Adams. Minus the twerk. He gonna have the cigar in his mouth. Cooking with Adams.
All right, let's just get this plain and simple. There has been no proof of a loss from the people who proved that they won. They literally had to give him a therapy
Cooking with Juco
session. They literally had to give him a therapy session to collect a group of men to pat his ass on the back for not a job well done. They had
shout outs to Truth Only in the building.
To go in 5, 6, 7 on 1. 5, 6, 7 on 1. And I'm literally 20 to 30 minutes away from them. I'm right here. And not only that, I was on stream at the same time and I had more viewers on my stream. Like, think about this. Think about what's going on. And listen, I don't want no beef with the manosphere. I don't want any beef. Just let me walk away. You cancel me. There's no need. I mean, you guys can take shots if you want. You guys are giving me free advertising.
Now, again, remember when Coach Greg Adams was canceled a couple of years ago because he was promoting dating white women and was on like the SBE, not the SBE, the SYSBM, trend back in the day.
At this point, I mean, because nothing has been going bad for me. All right. So whatever it is, please just let me go. Let me be free. Let me walk away. The Black Manosphere had canceled me a long time ago, so it's no surprise that the Black Manosphere is canceled me again. So that's not a surprise. Shout out to the angry man and anybody else. And you don't have to agree with me and think that I won, but we are here. I told you the manosphere and the clanosphere has been new world order. All right. I told you I told you about the manosphere a long time ago. It's been weakened, but now I'm not a part of it. All right. So thank you for the cancellation. I humbly accept this award. I quickly accept this award. I did this morning take a look a little bit, and I was like, boy, that's a wonderful therapy session. And a lot of these people want hope. And shout out to the men. You guys want hope. You don't want to free yourself, free agent lifestyle. You want to believe traditional marriage is coming back. I told you Gen Z. I've been telling you for years. Gen Z. I know you guys think Gen Z are kids. Gen Zs are adults. The brain stems haven't developed. All right. The frontal lobes are still developing. They're still emerging adults. They're still the least successful adults on the history of time. But Gen Z are not children. Gen Z are adults, and they are showing you every single day they don't want nothing to do with traditional marriage. You can't force them into traditional marriage. You can't force them into traditionalism. 1950s. They don't give a fuck about the 50s. These are a different breed. It's a different breed. of women. And I know you hopeful people, because a lot of you hopeful people are in your 30s and 40s, but you got to think about it. Gen Z is 18 to 29 at this particular point. They are the future. So you're trying to hope that who becomes traditionalists. That there are going to be some traditional Gen Zers in there, but overwhelmingly they not. I've been telling you for a long time, watch out for Gen Z. And they fired the first shot by electing a democratic socialist, communist mayor of Gotham City. Yo, you better find out. See, what here's the thing. When I say that there's no traditionalism returning, everybody's like, yeah, but what are we going to do? We need traditionalism to survive. No, we don't. We're still going to survive. We're going to thrive. Our society's going to change right from underneath us. It's probably not going to change the way you want it to change. So it's going to seem like it's going to change for the worse. All right. But it's going to change the way society needs it to change. Nobody needs to get married. You can have kids. Nobody needs a family. I mean, listen, it would be great if we had it. Things would be safer. Sure, there's degeneracy. There's always been degeneracy. The traditionalisms just hid the degeneracy. In fact, many of these traditional homes had so much degeneracy in them that they had to hide it. They had church reverends sleeping with children. They had church reverends having homosexual relationships in these traditional households. So there's always been degeneracy. We just did a good job of hiding it. Today, we don't hide it. We just put it out in front of everybody and we eat off the plate. So you guys think that there's going to be more degeneracy. There has always been degeneracy. There has always been abuse of women. There's always been these traditional men that have been abusing women left and right. The traditional male, I've said a long time ago, are the biggest abusers and haters of women than anybody else that you can ever find.
I mean, a lot of simps are haters too, but I don't know. We're going to see how this pans out, because Myron and Andrew are zooming in on the JUCO. You know, they're zooming in on the JUCO. Zooming in on hey, don't get married. Fuck with hoes. See, this is why even if you fuck with hoes and you are into, tooting or toots, at least disguise it as you're just out here short-term to long-term dating. Because guess what? Squares can do that also. Yes, squares can say, hey, you know what? I only want to date for 4 or 5 months. Just become mode 1 with square dating. Listen, I would like to spend 7 months of your time. And if we like each other more than that, we'll take it further. Up front, told the truth, not waste your time, and still was willing to leave some coochie on the table. See, you can argue the cons, because you're being truthful. But just straight up saying, hey, yo, go, don't get married, go F with some hoes. Because I swear, if he had let that out on the first debate, Andrew would have won. He would have, that's like blood in the water. So Andrew probably finally did his research after, and that's what he's going in on, the JUCO. But let's go.
These traditional men keep women down and control them because they use laws and all those ways to control them. These are the biggest abusers of women and the biggest haters of women you can find. I've been saying that for years, and it's been proven out. See, you can argue with me and make yourself look good for an hour on a live stream, but the reality is going to be the reality. These traditional men are the biggest simps. I've been saying that, and there's so many simps in this manosphere that only way they can win is control women when you can control your own life. Haven't I been saying?
I said on DD's stream, men got to modernize themselves, because you being traditional will get you exploited. By modern standards, traditional males are somewhat simps. Let's go.
That the only way these men think they can win with women is if they can control them. So they need laws to control them. They need the church to control them. They need social pressure to control women. I've been saying that for years. And I said, this sounds like true misogyny. This sounds like true hate. And it also sounds like true terrorism. And in fact, the guy told me that the organization that's going to lead them into the political forefront is already registered by Barack Obama as a terrorist organization, the MRAs. Now, do I think they are? No, but the world thinks they are, and so does the government. So how are they going to lead you back to traditionalism? Y'all think I lost, but y'all going to look back and show that I won. All right? Because you can't defeat reality. You're not going to defeat reality. And I'm real, okay? You guys hope, but I'm real. All right, I told you guys that this is going to be the truth. This is the truth over here. There's no hope, if, wish, coulda, shoulda, woulda. We're going to all unite and get together and band together, or none of that shit. There's none of that coming forward. But for the people who think we can't survive without traditionalism and marriage, you're wrong. We've been doing it ever since the 1970s. Look at all the broken homes and all this shit. Has it led down to a social decay? Yep. But what am I supposed to do for it? Okay, I can't stop it. All right, I'm Thanos, but I can't stop the bullshit. All I can do is snap my fucking finger and collect Infinity Stones. All I can do is free myself.
Back to me.
So it's not Andrew Wilson's, it's Andrew Ifson's at this particular point, and he needs a whole bunch of ifs to happen in order for his shit to go down, and he needs a whole bunch of ifs to happen for you clowns to believe him. Okay. He's selling you a book of fantasies. The Manosphere is selling you a book of fantasies. What CGA is telling you is you need to free yourself. And I agree with him. Not getting state marriage is a good idea, but thinking you're going to avoid the family court is not going to fucking work. Andrew Ifson. Because Wilson, what is his name? Wilson? Will ain't going to happen. It's going to be a whole bunch of ifs. Okay? CGA has been kept by the Manosphere if you're just joining. If you're just joining us. So the free agent lifestyle is going to win in the end. The de-evolution is going to win in the end. You better figure it out. Hollywood CGA has spoken. Anyway. New world order. All right. Where's my therapy session? There wasn't a group of men.
Truth only, you might. There might be Manosphere raging. Yeah. Anthony said no, but Greg, it's called having a society that functions. Yeah, you need families, not no more hoes, so it's like you're rewarding the hoes overtly. I can see it on the back end, okay, but you're rewarding the hoes overtly. So,
and that I needed to rub my back. You did okay, don't worry. Don't worry, we'll gang up and get them. All right, we'll get them for you. All right, we'll finish them off, and we'll ban anybody that actually supports CGA in the super chats in the chat room too. All right, we're gonna make it look like we won and everybody agrees with us. Coach Gang, I am the third man. New world order. It's just like, can I has hug? He did say that. Can I has hug? Okay. And who would have thought? I was the underdog. But as you can see, I'm still standing. Yeah. All right. You got to watch out for these religious zealots because them niggas get desperate at times. So, you got to be careful. But here's what I'll do. I'll step to the side. You can have your lane. Leave me alone. The after pill is here. All right. I don't need anything else. But apparently they tabled the debate. Fresh wasn't there. I contacted Fresh. He didn't know anything about what was going on.
That wasn't gonna make a difference.
Okay. Apparently. But all I'll say is the debate has been tabled, and apparently the winner wants a second chance, which is odd. If you won, why don't you just walk away? But apparently he wants another chance at CGA. That's interesting because he won. Why does he want another chance? Well, because he lost, but that's okay. That's okay. Believe what you will, but apparently he wants another chance. All right. Well, listen, that's fine. He had to go research who I was. He's like, apparently I underestimated that nigga. Well, here's the deal. This is what I'll do, and we'll get on with the show. I'll accept the second debate. I'll accept the second debate. And I'll even lower the fee. So I will ask that group if they want to. First of all, the first option is leave me alone. All right, let me do my thing. Let me go my way. You cancel me, it's fine. But if you do want the second debate, I'll reduce my debate fee from the $50,000 I usually charge to $25,000 because I gave you the first L for free. All right, so I beat you for free on the first one, and you're gonna hold that L. But when I beat you the second time, it's gonna cost you $25K. All right, and I think I'm doing you a favor, so I want $25,000 sent to me in wire transfer 1 week before the debate, the second debate. Is that okay? Give me that $25,000. If you're so good, you're gonna embarrass and humiliate me. $25,000. And apparently they want Myron to moderate because they didn't think the first moderator, they're blaming the first moderator for that L. So let's go ahead and say I'll accept Myron as a co-moderator. And what I'll do is I'm going to have my own moderator there. Oh yes. So he's not going to be the only moderator. There's going to be my moderator because apparently y'all was all sitting there together, chummy. You think I'm going to let you 2-on-1 CGA? Absolutely not. We're going to have two moderators. And then what we're going to do is we're going to debate this on my private platform. Nope, we're not going to mirror the stream like we did last time. We're going to do it live, and we're going to do it live on my private Coach Gang platform in which he can promote to his Crucible. He can promote my private platform on my pay-per-view live stream. That's what we're going to do. And I collect all the proceeds. For all the broke people who want to go ahead and join, you're not going to see the replay. All of the Crucible, you're going to come over to my private platform, and we're going to hold debate number 2 right there, and I collect all the proceeds. So I'm going to make up for that $25K discount that I gave you by getting my $25K on the back end. All right, that's what we're going to do. I call the shots on number 2. I call the shots. And not only that, yep, y'all tried to bury me, but I'm still here. So I'm calling every single shot. I call every single stipulation. And here's another one. It's going to be at the studio that I choose. And you will get the studio notice 3 days before. And no managers. There's going to be no Avengers, no Crucible. No members of your team will be invited to this studio. You will be left out. It's going to be at the Desert Storm bunker. Not at this Desert Storm bunker, but it will be in the Desert Storm bunker area. All right, but you'll get notice 3 days before. I'll give you 3 days notice so you can hop on a plane and buy a first class ticket to the second.
Like I'm saying, this is further splitting the space. It's like a small civil war. I think Fresh and Fit gonna get in on it, though. I think Myron gonna get in on some of this stuff too. You know, especially if Angry Man gets involved. Let's say some of it does pop off, and let's say they come together on some rules, and it goes in. It's gonna be Angry Man versus Myron for the better moderator. But this is the thing. This is gonna spark a little civil war because his audience and Andrew's audience, which I'm pretty sure, because they I wouldn't say Andrew's grifting, but Andrew's growing. Now that Charlie is out the way, Coach, he's grifting and just like really putting his foot down, flat foot tricking. So he's telling his audience, yo, hey, look, the rumors are true. I'm in the street for the dirty meat, and so should you. This is a part of the free agent lifestyle. So his audience, they looking to jump ship or find somebody else also. So they cross-pollinating, man. You know? They cross-pollinating. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I doubt the criteria would get met, but they might come up with something behind closed doors. And there might be, you know, there's ways around it, you know. He said he is willing to do the second debate, though. So you heard it from the JUCO's mouth.
Dub of CGA. Now, here's my other...
I don't got nothing against CGA. He just be stealing shit. I'd chop it up with him, smoke a cigar with him, talk about some other stuff. You know, that's about it.
Stipulation. Here's my other stipulation. You cannot smoke in this building, all right? Or in or around. No cigarettes to help you out. So we're going to disarm you We're going to bring you in there shaking and going through nicotine withdrawals. All right. I will have no cigarettes 24 hours.
He treating Andrew like Solid Snake
before the stream. 24 hours before the stream, you cannot consume one cigarette, but definitely an hour before you arrive, you cannot consume any cigarettes. And I will send a car to pick you up from the location that you are to bring you to my studio.
That's cold-blooded.
So there's that. Here's the next one.
And then I think he's being tongue in cheek. Oh my God, yo, King, you gotta chill, bro. Y'all don't read his comment, bro. The trick agent lifestyle.
There's no religious talk. We can't bring up religion because you brought it up. I tried to get you to change the conversation. No religion.
Not Uncle Ben. Hey, yo.
This talk will be allowed on the second debate. You cannot bring up God, Sky Daddy, religion, church groups, church pastors forcing women to fuck you. Okay, we are not bringing up any church issues, no religious talk, nothing. We're going to have this all 100% secular conversation, and I'm going to decide what the debate topic is, not you. So you can't just pivot the debate topic to a
yeah, he gonna make him take Manny Pacquiao style drug test, like he pulling the Mayweather
position in the corner where you can just win and keep.
Yeah, I was just about to say he gonna have the nicotine patch.
Repeating yourself for an hour. All right, I get to decide what the topics are. And yes, we'll bring the angry man in. We'll bring Valdez, the angry man, in as my co-moderator. Valdez, angry man, if you humbly accept, I will fly you in. And we will have Angry Man Valdez as our co-moderator. So it'll be Myron Gaines and the Angry Man as the co-moderators with me and my security team, flanked by my security team, which you guys are going to pay for. Yes, you're going to pay for my security team. All of my security detail is paid by you. Because I gave you a $25,000 discount, I'll make it up on the back end, but you're paying for all of my security detail and you're bringing in no security. I'm picking up Andrew Wilson by car, by limousine, and I will take him to the studio and return him back safely. Okay? No one nut men in the ball sack will be out here allowed at the studio. No Avenger.
Now, I don't know if that was a MTR diss. No one nut man. Pause. I don't know if that was an MTR diss. So y'all let me know. I'm gonna do my research.
No managers. I will have a wonderful green room for you. I choose the date, and I think I'm being 100% fair since I won the first one.
But see, a lot of people saying that Angry Man lost to Destiny. I don't remember seeing that. I heard about it. But, you know, they're going to say people lose either way, whether you lost or not, you know?
What do you think, gentlemen? What do you think? Am I being fair? Now, here's one more thing. It's $25,000 now, but if I hear you call me an idiot one more time, it's $50,000 right up front, plus every stipulation that I just said after the fact. So I want you to watch your mouth about how you talking about me. Okay? I'll give you a second debate. You call me outside of my name one more time, it's $50,000.
See, he having fun with this.
For you to get a chance to reclaim your failure. All right? Yes, that's what we'll do, and that's how we doing it.
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you? Back to me.
Now, my audience thinks that's a 100% fair because you guys gave me free marketing and publicity, so I'll give you that. But I gave you a freebie and I handed you that L. All right, so I freely came to you, but there's no freebies anymore. It's boss up motherfucking season in 2025, and I'm showing my team and the coach gang it's boss up.
You better boss up, nigga.
It's boss up. We doing business from here on out. Everybody in the red pill space and the manosphere, anybody that want to collab, CGA is not free anymore. All right, let's do a free stream. No, motherfucker, it's pay the fuck up. Right, you see what these niggas do to you when you show up free and fair as a friend and you think you're getting a fair exchange. You see what these free motherfuckers do. They use you. There's no more freebies. We're gonna take this shit seriously like gentlemen, and we're gonna have a dress code.
All right, you gotta slow down and not be on young nigga time, man. You know? You can't be in the field like that too much, coach. Coaches don't play, baby. Coaches don't play, baby. Let me show y'all what happened to the last coach that played. Some of y'all might not remember this. I used to play this all the time. Get them together, coach. Get them together. Let's go.
Get them right, coach. Get them right. Get them right, coach.
He thought he was silent. He thought he was styling for a little bit. You know?
Get him right, coach. Get him right. Get him right, coach.
That the next one, we're gonna have a dress code. We're not gonna look sloppy coming up. All right, so dress up next time like you're ready for it to take me seriously. 50K the next time you say something out of your mouth or you don't get another chance. Okay, that's what we're doing out here. I'm holding this shit hostage, or you could just walk away and take that L. Walk away and hold that L. And anybody that thinks he still won at this particular point, seeing what's unfolding after the fact, the aftermath proves that I won. All right. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. New world order. The aftermath, everything is showing you that I won. Clearly, it's crazy. But you know, like I said, we can all walk away from this like gentlemen, or we can do business. But there's no more free CGA. Anybody that wants to do something with me, they gonna have to pay up. Period, point blank. Because you see what free people do for you. You see what the people who supposedly are got your back do. You know what I mean?
Get them together, coach.
Well, if that's what you're gonna do, well then pay up. My man Leo K said 100K. You see how vicious the coach gang is. But I'm trying to do you a favor because I want this second debate. I do want it. I want this second debate because you were scrambling and scraping for shit on the first one. Nobody clearly saw it. Where's all these people at? All right. He says, can't be a winner if you got to jump in. Frax, you got to jump me after the fact. All right. Oh, I won, but let's jump him. Nah. You got to bring 701. Got to bring 70 more dudes on the screen to help you out. Nah, bro. That's not a win.
Quoting Diddy is crazy, bro. Scraping and scrambling. Scraping and scrambling for shit.
The party, and I don't really remember what I was saying. You know what I'm saying?
Would you like a reminder?
Yeah, sure.
Play some.
Hey, yo, listen, yo, I love it all. I love it all, man.
I like when you like this, Daddy.
Where you put my bag?
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
That was you.
Scrambling.
What? You said, I like when you do it like that, Daddy. When you scrambling and scraping for shit.
Hey, man.
I don't know what I was talking about.
Hey, I was coming off of being in Miami a night of party, and I don't really remember what I was saying. You know what I'm saying?
Would you like a reminder?
Yeah, sure.
Play some.
Hey, yo, listen, yo, I love it all. I love it all, man.
I like when you like this, Daddy.
Where you put my bag?
Daddy, I like when you scrambling and scraping for shit.
That was you.
Scrambling.
What? You said, I like when you do it like that, Daddy. When you scrambling and scraping for shit.
Hey, man.
I don't know what I was talking about.
Hey, I was coming off of being in Miami a night of party.
Oh, man. It's going to be a long year, y'all. Scrambling and scraping for shit.
Anybody that thinks that's a win, you're crazy. But I'm gonna give you a 25K. Okay, I'm gonna give you a 25K. But if you keep talking reckless about me, it's 50K. But I'll give you a chance to redeem this, and I think I'm being 100% fair. Anyway, let's get to the earlier contributors to today's show. All right, but you see, CGA got a boss up, and I'm gonna show and demonstrate and prove that that's what it is here. Yes. 25K is a gift. You're gonna pay the down payment on my new Rolls Royce. So yeah, somebody said, you see what happens when they're used to debating kids, and now they're debating a boss. He was supposed to have a knockout punch and a whole win to celebrate, but he doesn't. He don't even have the footage. He don't even have the clips to celebrate it. All right, but now you're not debating college kids. You're not debating college kids anymore.
I really think they should have just did another topic.
Debating some of that was fully prepared to deal with the ifs, coulda, shoulda, woulda, and that bullshit, Sky Daddy bullshit. Get that shit up out of here, bro. We ain't talking about that over here. All right, anyway, let's see what we got. Somebody said that 100K. And look, the more they talk, the more I see these Avengers, the more they keep saying they canceling me, the more they got to jump me, the price is going up. All right, so I would just assume y'all be quiet. All right, but you know how they work. They work on the back end. All right, that's how they try to get you. Shout out to our brother. It is Avery Foot says, helping us unplug from the Matrix. New Thank you, sir. Shout out to Danger says, superb performance on the debate. Appreciate you, sir. And shout out to our brother Preston says, I hate the apology guys for you and Farrakhan. He says, I think you meant you have to apologize guys for you and Farrakhan. If you ask what they disagree with, they have nothing. Yeah. Indeed. What my thing is, what points did he get me on? Basically, they're saying I lost points. He didn't score points. Okay. He lost points because he had to do this. He lost points because he lost the debate and points because he got emotional. Okay, so he didn't cook me. I lost. All right, shout out to you. Shout out to our brother here. It is no government name. SD. One of my JUCO regulars asked me to borrow a big face bill. I told her, sure, just send me your latest bank statement so I can see what you're spending money on. She wouldn't do it. You were right again, coach. CGA is always right. We are at war. We are right. That's what we're here for. But there you go right there. Okay. There you go.
Bro, asking for a woman's bank statement like you're her bookkeeper, accountant, or tax preparer is crazy.
Oh, so they don't want to show you what they're spending it on. Nah, they just want you to hand over that money. No government name BH in today's stream when responding to a super chat.
I mean, if you a trick, have some dignity. Niggas acting like they a damn bookkeeper.
You said a valuable nugget of wisdom for success in business that I will put to you.
You talk about Steve the Dean.
When it works out for me, I'll let you know. Shout out to our brother here, our supporter, no government name B.
Steve the Dean, though, funny, quiet as kept, though. He's actually a real cool dude behind the scenes. He's actually a good dude and helped out a lot of your favorite content creators, too. So, you know. I've seen him not get his credit neither.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to our supporters here. Shout out to our brother here. It is no government name. Andrew Ifson won't show up if he can't bring up Sky Daddy and smoke. He can't arrive 15 minutes without putting things in his mouth. Oh my goodness, Jesus! All right, here's the funny thing about that. Damn.
Hey yo, chill, son.
He says CGA and Angry Man versus Step Dummy Ifson and Myron. That's an easy dub for CGA. Make it 200K. They cancel you and cost you millions in demonetization for sure. All right. They owe me money. I mean, I could make it 200K easily. And anybody saying you got to raise it up there to avoid it. Nah, bro. I won clearly the first one. So shout out to Jamie says, Coach, you've been canceled. Now I'm following a crippled dude in a wheelchair. Rolo turned me on to you. Now I got hoes.
I think at that point, Rolo, when Coach was speaking at the 21 convention, Rolo was still cool with them before he fell out with them and before the whole Donovan Sharp arc. You know. You said Coach Ruckus is still Coach Ruckus. Yo, one day, maybe soon, cause y'all know I got clips of Steve the Dean. You know, even some famous clips that I put in my mixes. Y'all heard them. You know, of Steve the Dean saying "Hopergamy." I probably gotta get Steve this year. I might go over to his channel while we're live and call in and be like, "Hey, Coach Ruckus, you remember me?" Just see what he said. No, I'm not gonna do that. That's kind of fucked up. I ain't gonna do that. He probably put that Coach Ruckus shit all the way behind him because he was technically a Madden king. You listen. Back in the day, y'all, in the manosphere, if you was a gamer, you was not safe. If you just hinted that you played video games, you were automatically considered a Madden king.
All right, so Rolo turned you on to the crippled wheelchair dude that get hosed. All right, shout out to you. I've been canceled. All right, man, for people here. That's the crazy thing, man. That is a wonderful development here. Cancel. And now you have who you have in front of you. I mean, like,
yeah, it's cold-blooded. Like, you can't even defend yourself. It's like, bruh, like, as soon as you hint that you play video games, you are automatically a couch surfing Madden king.
Yes, you know. Take what it is. Take it for what it is. But I appreciate and humbly accept this award. This is a good day. Shout out to our brother Jamie. Shout out to, where was he at here? I'm going all the way down to the bottom. Look at all these donations. Jeremy says, Coach O live stream on the Coach Greg Adams channel was fire. I think the vertical thing made it more watchable from the phone. And since your stream over there in the evenings, we East Coast niggas are in bed watching. Great video. Keep grinding. It's boss up.
I ain't gonna lie though, he probably make a lot of money off them booty eating courses, King. Don't sleep on them booty eating courses. Them shits might come handy in the future, man. These hoes are freaked out.
2025. Shout out to you. Thank you for supporting.
Vaginas rule the world.
Yesterday's stream. Or last night, Daniel McGee says, about to take my first 3 airport solo cross-country flights without an instructor. A nigga is nervous. Better boss up. Nigga. On the other side of the friendly skies. Shout out to Mr. T. I took a screenshot of your live stream last night. It showed 39K live viewers. How can I send it to you? Shout out to you. You can email it to me at Coach Greg Adams 1ONE spelled out at gmail.com. I would love to see that. Shout out to the infamous NYC. Love the content. Boss up 2026. Boss up, nigga. No one is.
Dang, King, you've been around for a brick. That was back in the day. I vaguely remember that. Dang.
It's coming to save you. Okay. No one's.
I remember him when he was on Blog Talk Radio with Squid Dawes. That's who I used to refer a lot of the single fathers having trouble in these spaces to. Squid.
Coming to save you. All right. That's my message to dudes. They think, oh, we need a savior. We need something to happen. No, you don't. You don't need something to happen. You know what you need? You need to make something happen for you. Okay. Because this is what I've accused the world of doing, is that what people do, and this is losers. This is how you know you're a loser, is that you attack things that are larger than you that you can't control. I want you to listen to this. This is what I want you to listen to. I have to say it slow because when I say it fast, people act like they don't understand me. Okay? Oh, you're incoherent, and I'm not an incoherent. You have to listen because I have so much knowledge. You have little knowledge. I'm kicking it to you so fast that you can't hear it. People who are losers focus on bigger things that they can't control, so that when they become the loser they were going to become anyway, they can blame that bigger thing that they can't control. I'm going to say it again. Okay. Somebody said what he got to do with it. He hosted the show. That's like if I facilitate somebody that doesn't like somebody, all right, he facilitated it. But that's neither here nor there. All right. That's okay. I'm going to say it again. You're such a fucking loser that the things you have to focus on to make you better are so much bigger than you and you can't control it. so that when it pans out that it didn't work out, you can blame that for you being a loser. That's the same thing. Yep, it's scapegoating. It's what you're doing is you're saying, if these things happen and if these impossible things happen that I can't control, if these things happen, then we'll have this. And yeah, they didn't invite me either. Okay, so he facilitated it and did invite me. So there you, and I was 25 minutes away. But let me just keep the thought on. So you guys focus on all these things to give you hope. There'll be a better day if I'll be better for this. I'll get the woman I want for this. If they cancel OnlyFans, because he brought that up, cancel OnlyFans. Then what happens is, if that happens, then I'll get my chance to have success. So then if it doesn't happen, you can blame that for you not having success. But I'm like, that's a loser's approach. So if I got to get the MRAs to be funded, I get to get the church. I got to get people to church. I got to get women to accept an ecclesiastical marriage. I got to get the laws to change. I got to get propaganda on the TV. All these impossible things. All right, that is not going to happen. So when it doesn't happen, a
meaningless dystopia is coming up. So, it might be easy for... Never mind.
They continue to grift and get money from the people who have hope. So when it doesn't happen, we can blame that. We can blame feminism. We can blame all these things for you being a goddamn loser. Now, my approach and philosophy, we got to outlaw abortion. Literally mission impossible. And so we can mitigate divorce from 50% to 30%. I want you to think about that. Think about that's what he was selling you. And I'm like, we have to stop selling men that. And society's even saying that. We have to get men out of this hole, and they have to do better and be better. Not just for women, not just for society, but for themselves. And that's why I agree. It's boss up. Control what you can control. Control yourself. Stop blaming the outside forces that you can't control. Control you. Don't sell me hope. And that's why I'm getting attacked, because I don't sell game. I don't sell hope. I say, nah, nigga, you got to be better. Nah, you got to boss up. Go pay for some if you can't get none. You getting pussy, that's your choice.
Man, you got to be better. Go buy some coochie. And One Play 5 said, talk, CGA. Talk.
I say,
that nigga talking.
The struggle didn't choose you. You chose the struggle. My whole message is about you as an individual, getting yourself better individually. Even if you're married, I say, don't cheat on your wife. Take care of your kids. My whole message is you. And I hold married men accountable.
And One Play 5 said, all these niggas is pathetic niggas trying to ask the court, trying to ask the Pope to get them some pussy. It ain't gonna work. Niggas better get some money. Well, hold on, he said, you crazy as hell if you tell a woman she gotta smash you with the Bible in one hand. Oh my God. Y'all are crazy. Hey, the Bible said you should give me some punani. So what we doing? I'm pretty sure aspiring pastor tried that shit and got it too.
I hold married women accountable. What have I said? If I find out a woman's married, I don't fuck with her. I don't fuck with married women. And if a married woman persists, I tell her to go suck her own husband's dick. I've been very consistent by saying, the only thing you can get me on is the JUCO. All right. Which you don't have to do it. Okay. But y'all want a savior and y'all want hope, and y'all want hope in a savior. Y'all want Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. This shit is not happening. This is loser talk. Y'all want game. Y'all want to approach 100 women to get one bitch to sleep with you. This is all loser talk. This is loser talk. I've been exposing this loser talk for so long. That's why I've been canceled by the Manosphere, because that's not Manosphere talking points. That doesn't sell. It doesn't sell. It sells for me. It sells books for me.
I mean, you can't be a high value man sleeping with the scum of the city and think that's cool, even hygienic wise. But hey, do you, man?
But They don't invite me to the studio to talk my part with a group of men that gonna sell them that. All right. Yeah. So that's why I get canceled, because they're like, how do we keep him? He hurting our pockets over here, or he hurting our platform. All right. And not only that, he's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? Like, he's keeping consistent. So I'm not keeping you hooked. I say every day, look at your fat stomach. The reason why you aren't successful is because your fat stomach. I always blame you. I always say, look at you. Don't look at the outside world. The book that I had, The Evolution, was not to rail on feminism. It is to show you what women have become and will continue to become. So your choice is, how do you fit in that? All right. How do you fit into the new world? Okay. Not how you change the new world. All right. The new world is going to be new. We're not going back to the 50s. We're not going back to the 90s either. It's dead. Even Gen Z has a phrase called, we done with the 90s. Gen Z. So to me, the major piece of information is Gen Z. Okay. And that's what people tend to leave out. We need to do this and we need to do this and get people married. They talking about 30 and 40-year-old fucking losers. All right. What about the 18 and 25-year-olds? What are you going to do with them? That's who you need to get on board with your programs. I told the black community the same thing. Y'all want me to save the black community? I've been saying for a long time, fuck the black community. It's not even worth saving, because the number one thing you have to do is not fix these old Generation X and millennial losers and fix their fucking life. You need to get them YNs on the same page. And I've been saying for years, you ain't never going to get the YNs on the same page. You need to get the YNs and these young Strags and these motherfucking young Miamis and shit. That's who you need to get. And they ain't going. Right? They ain't going. Them young bitches gonna be up under old niggas for money and have a pookie boyfriend. Them young niggas gonna go over there and ski map.
I mean, you kind of showing everybody, yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
Asking pookie shiesty masks and do what the fuck they want to do when they want to do it. So you can't save the black community without Gen Z and men and women 18 to 25. They need to be in church and they need to be doing exactly what you tell them. If you can't get them saving 30 and 40 and 50-year-old motherfuckers in the black community, ain't gonna do a goddamn thing. It ain't gonna move no needle. Okay. So when y'all look at me and say, what's your solution? Your solution is you. Solve your own problems. Don't think you can solve the world's problems if you can't even fix your own fucking problems.
All right. So we're gonna be keeping a close eye on this. I'll let you know if it happens. You know, latest up to date news with Coach Greg Adams and this Andrew Wilson debacle, whatever you guys want to call it. You know what I'm saying? But listen, guys, we had a full-fledged show, 6 hours and 23 minutes into the madness. Please hit the like button. I got you guys on the next show. We got a lot of stuff to cover. I am currently moving and packing stuff, so I have to get back to that and I have to make sure I study. So I'll see you guys in the next couple of hours. You know, it's late at night, 2:25 a.m. on the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? So you guys take a nap. And by come the morning, we'll be right back. Thank you guys for hitting the like button and supporting the show. Hopefully we hit our goal. It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. I had some other news that I wanted to tell you guys. Tommy, I think I told you guys, Tommy's channel is down again. Some other stuff is going on too. We're gonna get into the politics again. We're gonna really see what New Yorkers think of their new mayor. We got a lot of shit to talk about, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Thank you, everybody. Peace and same one. Anthony Southeast, War Master, and One Play 5, King, Link. Everybody here, Truth Only. Chris G, Bronze Flat Power God, Cynical. Malcolm, JR, UFO, E Chicago, Raven, Anthony, you dig? Andre, Kwafi. Hopefully I didn't forget anybody. Make sure you guys get some rest. Take care of yourself for the holidays. It's Player Talk Radio. We out. Peace.